It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers. Here's this young man, 27 years old, with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there was something like 50,000 people who showed up. But crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we are unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
Bob Volek had a problem. He spun something on a bush curve, so we lost some more time there. And then we were recovering, but we needed a few more laps. At the end, we were about 4 minutes behind, and we could have recovered that because obviously our car was quicker than the McLarens that won. And the only thing I can tell you, I had a lot of fun because I drove my butt off, and I loved that because, we had nothing to lose, and I was qualifying every lap. And I remember one of my guys, J.F. Thorman was on the side. He said, "Oh, unbelievable the laps you're running. You're turning, So that part was fun, but we missed out. We finished second, but first in class. So I can claim I won Le Mans.
Jonathan? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? For those of you who don't know who I am, I'm John Saunders, and I chair the International Motor Racing Research Center here in Watkins Glen. And this morning I want to thank Philly DeSarno, who just walked in with her coffee, our board member in attendance today, along with Scott Welliver. And somewhere, maybe out in the lobby, is our new executive director, Margaret Lawrence, who's doing a wonderful, wonderful job. And so I just wanted to welcome all of you to the Michael Argetsinger Symposium. I'm not sure how many years we've been doing it, but I started attending last year, and it's terrific. The content is absolutely wonderful. So I want you to enjoy the day, and we'll have more to talk about later on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I need notes. In case you don't know, I'm Chris Lazab. I'm the current president of the Society of Automotive Historians, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to the 9th annual Michael Argetsinger Symposium. Speaking on behalf of the SAH, we are proud once again to partner with the IMRRC to hold this wonderful event. The symposium was founded in 2015 by the late Michael Argetsinger of the IMRRC and past SAH President Don Capps, who's sitting right over there. The first symposium 10 years ago featured 3 presentations. They were sports car racing in southwestern Ontario, delivered by the late Douglas Layton, National Aspirations, Regional Trajectory, presented by David Charters, and Death on a Sunday Afternoon, given by Paul Baca, who we are happy to report will be presenting at Argetsinger once again this afternoon. We thank all of you for your support and participation, which have greatly contributed to the symposium's growth and continued success. Thanks also go to our tech whiz, Eric, sitting back there. Through his efforts, the symposium is now able to reach spectators not only here in Watkins Glen, but all over the world. And now I'd like to introduce our first presenter, James Miller, who will be posing the question, the Watkins Lake effect. Was there one? What was it? So what? Jim?
Actually, my name's Kip. I'm going to be the voice in the background here, and I just wanted to tell you a little bit about Dr. Miller. James has been a long-time participant here at the symposium, and over the last several years, he's kind of focused many of his talks on the beginnings, the history, and the growth of racing here in Watkins Glen. Each year, he finds an interesting new avenue to wander down, and we're sure this year is going to be no different. So, I guess for a second time, let me introduce James Miller to you.
Thank you, Chip. Thank you, Chris. So, new location, but familiar, happy faces. Glad to see everyone again. So I have to learn to use a new control. So just forgive me. I do this while not dropping. The British historian Richard Evans says that history is an argument without end. That's because history is not the past. It's an attempt to construct a version out of fragmentary evidence using methods, historiography, that are themselves open to dispute. Ironically, when some aspect of history does reach a degree of consensus, the danger is that it will harden into mythology, a larger-than-life imaginary that comes to substitute for genuine knowledge about the past. Today I'd like to explore and maybe challenge a myth called the Watkins Glen effect. I understand this to have 2 meanings. One is strong and the other weak. The stronger and potentially more important is that early road circuits like Bridgehampton, Elkhart Lake, and Lime Rock imitated the Watkins Glen model, implicitly following its lead in organization, track design, commercial sponsorship, and so on. By this understanding, the Glen is the prototype from which American road racing sprang and over time developed. Historically, this would be a powerful claim. The second, weaker meaning is straightforward, that racing here enriched upstate New York. And by so doing, Watkins demonstrated that motorsport in general could evolve into successful sport tourism. Now, that might excite chambers of commerce, but to me it feels like a historical footnote. Watkins' premier place in the history of American motorsport is undisputed. The first post-war road race was held here in 1948. Several years later, a permanent track was constructed, and most significantly, from 1961, it became the home of the U.S. Formula One Grand Prix for 20 years, an accomplishment that has yet to be duplicated. Any so-called effect would just be an embellishment on these admirable facts. Determining any effect is difficult. What evidence would reveal such a thing, or during how long a period of time do you look for it? The biggest challenge is context. How do you tease out one influence on road racing from another? For example, American road racing did not originate in 1948. A direct line can be drawn from Watkins and the pre-war Automobile Racing Club of America, ARCA. Drivers involved at the Glen in 1948, like Briggs Cunningham, the Collier brothers, George Weaver, had all raced through the streets and roads of Montauk and Alexandria Bay during the 30s. ARCA even organized one of the last events at the 1939-40 New York World's Fair, a race through the fairgrounds. And by the way, it was won by Frank Griswold, who also won the first two Watkins Glen races in 1948. And you'll see that he's celebrated on the cover of our program. And of course, long before ARCA, starting in 1904, the Vanderbilt Cup raced for several years on the public roads of Long Island, which is said to have inspired the young Cameron Argetsinger. So maybe Watkins Glen itself can be understood as a kind of effect of others' activity, both earlier and contemporaneous. To put that differently, maybe it's more fruitful to think in terms of historical continuity and get fixated on a supposed origin point, a source from which all else came. Nevertheless, the question on the floor today is, did the Glen act as a kind of prototype for the development of American road racing after the war? To answer this question, I selected 3 tracks that are 1950s peers and compared them on 4 dimensions. The aim is to seek indications of influence from the Glen to the others. Now, racing mostly began only a few years after conditions of total war. Yet, in less than a decade, there were 4 new permanent dedicated road tracks, 3 of which were near neighbors of the Glen. And as we'll see, their development shared identifiable attributes. Now, the tracks to be compared are our baseline and nearby Long Island, the Great Midwest, and even closer, Lime Rock. Now, it shouldn't be surprising that organizations as specialized as racetracks would have very similar origin stories. We reminded ourselves about the models offered by 1930s predecessors. There were still earlier influences. Europeans raced bikes and cars on public roads in the late 19th century. And more directly, World War II engendered military experience with high technology and hierarchical forms of organization. And those carried over into post-war civilian life in the form of a corporation, which employed men who raced. Sports were beginning their transformation from family ownership and local identity to intensely commercialized global media spectacles. This was the common context for our 4 early tracks. Each of these tracks' origins involve variations on 4 common features. The first you see has to do with geography. And the second, importantly, with grassroots local interest. And then there's a category of actors we talked about last year, people outside these communities with an interest in racing. And finally, crucially, how local people felt about having cars racing through their streets and roads, both as an idea and an actuality. Now, before we move to the detailed work of comparing the tracks according to the 4 aspects of their development, I want to reveal my finding regarding the effect so that you can weigh the evidence and assess the logic of the comparison as we go along. And by the way, at the end of the talk, I promise to subvert my own finding. My conclusion regarding the Watkins-Glen effect is a Scotch verdict. Sorry. What am I doing? Chris, what number is this?
Doesn't say what number. Oh, it's 9.
Oh, I'm ahead of myself. Excuse me, I would do this. Oh, I feel embarrassed. Well, I'll proceed. So my finding regarding the Watkins-Glen effect is a Scotch verdict, not proven. Now, there are particularities that resulted in different outcomes for the circuits, but overall, all 4 tracks developed in similar, nearly identical fashion. It may be that common circumstances simply led them down the same path, almost inevitably. I'm content to say that the fates of Bridgehampton, Road America, and Line Rock were overdetermined, not by the influence of Watkins-Glen, but by the shared circumstances that are summed up in what we call the post-war era. I could find no evidence in the available record that reveals the other 3 tracks attempting to mimic the Glen. But that conclusion is hobbled by methodological constraints. I read quite a bit of mostly published secondary material, but I did not travel to the Bridgehampton Museum or to Road America or Line Rock to examine whatever records they possessed, although my impression is records are quite thin. I didn't explore the SCCA archives at the research center, nor did I interview whoever might possess memories of the track's early days. So consider not proven to be tentative, inviting additional research on flows of information and influence at the beginning of post-war road racing. Now we head into the tall grass. We'll explore each of the 4 development features for each track, with the tracks organized into 2 pairs, with a weaker pair first. The first pair is Bridgehampton and Long Island. Bridgehampton and Line Rock. You can see that they shared the common experience of a difficult process of coming to be. Bridgehampton was constrained by the, well, you can see for yourself, I won't leave the slides to you. It closed in 1999. Lime Rock also shared this long period of struggle in contrast to the Glen and Road America, which are grouped as a stronger pair. The order has gotten scrambled somehow. So now we're going to proceed to examine in greater detail the first feature of the development of these 4 tracks, which I've called settings, and you'll recall that it's got primarily to do with geography. So now we're going to begin with the first pair of the 2 of the weaker tracks in the total of 4, and we're going to proceed into the tall grass and comparing in some detail. Now I want to say a few summary comments first about Bridgehampton and Lime Rock. Bridgehampton first. The Hamptons of eastern Long Island have a long history of whaling, fishing, and agriculture, many years before racing. And by the late 19th century, due in part to the railroad, they were also becoming a site of summer homes for wealthy New Yorkers. They've included artist communities, and in the 70s, the Long Island Expressway made them an urban tourist destination. Topography is mainly flat and gentle rolling land. The track itself was on sandy hills. Racing in the area began more than a century ago as part of the local Firemen's Carnival. And for 5 years, from 1949, the Bridgehampton sports car races took place on local roads. And as to Lime Rock, I need to see. As for Lime Rock, it's a largely rural area. Lakeville is a village in the northwestern Connecticut town of Salisbury in the foothills of the Berkshires. It began as a late 18th century iron industry site, Furnace Village, which was known for cast iron railroad wheels. Owners built grandiose houses in what was a company town. Their families included one man who was a congressman, a senator, and chair of the National Democratic Party. In the 20s, the collapse of the iron industry caused the area to become an artist colony. Norwegian immigrants founded an annual ski jumping competition. Nearby is the historic prep school of Hotchkiss. Easy access to New York City has made Salisbury an enclave of wealthy urbanites. Jalopnik has called Lime Rock the most beautiful track in North America, and it's on the National Register of Historic Places, as are the Glen and Road America. Now, a summary of the second pair before we talk about settings. Watkins is reasonably accessible from a large portion of the Northeast. The loss of Formula One and the bankruptcy tarnished its reputation, leading to a rescue ownership by a local non-racing corporation and then by NASCAR, which to me, neither are obvious owners. But the Glen is a storied track, renowned for originating post-war road racing and hosting the USGP. Road America is fairly close to Chicago and to a few small cities. It became the main Midwestern road racing track and it's situated in a region of natural beauty with a history of tourism. There has never been local opposition to the track. Originally a project of SCCA members, the track has benefited from a single ownership and being headed for decades by an enlightened founder leader. Now to discuss the setting particularities. Watkins Glen, well, I guess we could just look out the window. Okay, it's an upstate village on the shores of a Finger Lake with nearby dramatic gorges, in case you didn't know. From the 19th century, it was a tourist attraction, especially to attend the Glen Springs Sanitarium. It was connected to the Erie Canal and later to the railroad. An agricultural area, it now includes vineyards. Seasonal residents have included famous artists. And there's a large Italian-American population. And the Glen is close to Syracuse, Rochester, and Buffalo. Road America is a rural village as well, located in the Kettle Moraine area of northeastern Wisconsin. It has a history of second homes and resort hotels, partly due to its proximity to Milwaukee, 60 miles, and Chicago, 150 miles away, dating especially from the arrival of the railroad in the 1870s. During the 20s, it was known for gambling halls. And after the war, tourism was in decline and local factories closed. The 1950s population of Elkhart Lake was nearly 600. Now, the second feature in the development of all four of these tracks, local promoters. We'll begin again with the first pair, the weaker pair, in my judgment, with Bridgehampton. Bruce Stevenson first observed road racing in 1939 at ARCA's Montauk race. In 1948, he tried to race his MGTC here, but the SCCA rejected his membership application. So the Wall Street businessman determined to race on eastern Long Island, where he had grown up and where he lived. With the support of the local Lions Club, which at the time was headed by a garage owner, he made his proposal to local police and fire chiefs and to the Southampton Town Council. To local authorities, racing's appeal was the usual: image creation and economic benefit. The New York City MG Car Club, represented by John Fitch, and the New York City Motorsports Club of America helped with the organizing, as did the SCCA, which was represented by Alex Ullman and Briggs Cunningham. Gulf Oil supplied gas and oil to the racers, and an antique car show and parade took place before the races. Lime Rock. Jim Valley, who knew nothing about racing, was a farmer who also operated a sand and gravel company, in whose pit his friends would race their MGTC. With an eye to economic development, the village voted in 1955 to strongly support building a track on about 360 acres. And this was after Valley had screened a movie for them about Le Mans. Shortly after construction began, an historic flood washed away all the construction equipment. So $100,000 was raised locally. An area Lotus dealer helped to found the track and raced it. Valley's track design was refined by John Fitch with help from Bill Milligan. Fitch was an early track manager, and he moved to a house across the road from the track, which these days is a B&B run by his daughter, so you can go channel John Fitch. Now the second pair, Watkins Glen. Chief among the local supporters was, of course, Cameron Argetsinger, whose family roots from the mid-19th century were deep. As a young man, he drove Packard's fast, and after the war, he dreamt of road racing through the area. Argetsinger gathered a circle of influential men, including a lodge founder-owner who was at the time the Chamber of Commerce president, the garage owner, the village mayor, local newspaper reporter, a salt mine executive, an engineer, and a lawyer, as well as his wife, Jean. Road America now. The most important local figure in the establishment and operation of Road America was Cliff Tufte. He supported the first races, and after the 1953 ban on racing on public roads, Tufte, who was a civil engineer with a sand and gravel company that owned 500 acres of undeveloped land, bought additional farmland and designed and built the track. He was president for nearly 30 years. Jim Kimberly grew up nearby in Mina, a town that houses the headquarters of the paper products manufacturer Kimberly-Clark. His grandfather was one of the founders. As a boy, he raced ice boats on a local lake and later airplanes. An MIT graduate from 1956 to 57, Kimberly served as SCCA president. Following his participation in the 1950 race here, he organized SCCA Chicago members to find a Midwestern site for a similar circuit. For the next few years, he was an active racer, and with his own team, he finished second at Sebring. A local bank president and board chair, who was also, at various times, village treasurer, owner of an insurance agency, a real estate broker, and a 32nd degree Mason, was another participant, as were the fire chief, a golf course owner, and the owner of a well-known resort hotel. A local industrialist, about to be elected governor, and the son of a governor, had a cottage on Elkhart Lake. He was a member of the Kohler Plumbing Supply Company and a graduate of Phillips and Yale. Now, sporting gentlemen, something we talked about last year. In Bridgehampton, Alec Ullman was an ARCA member and later an early SCCA member. He raced sports cars, and he was chief steward here at Bridgehampton. Ullman managed Cunningham's Le Mans team, organized the Sebring 12 Hours in 1952, and ran the first two US GP races in California and Florida. He was born in Russia, multilingual, a pilot, and he held an engineering degree from MIT. Ullman was a successful businessman in the aerospace industry, and he owned a home in the Hamptons. Briggs Cunningham's father was a meatpacker, bank president, board member of the Pennsylvania Railroad, and most importantly, an early investor in Procter & Gamble. William Procter was Briggs Jr.'s godfather. Briggs Jr.'s father-in-law had co-founded Standard Oil. So Cunningham lived a life of sailing and racing. Sam Posey says that he epitomized the definition of the American sportsman, capital A, capital S. He was, of course, a key figure in the post-war American road racing, helping to found the SCCA. Cunningham supported establishing racing at Bridgehampton, and his team was often victorious at the track in later years. Bob Greer, who worked in New York City fashion business, was a co-founder of the Motorsports Club of America and was the official photographer at Watkins Glen. His racing career included Sebring with Rene Dreyfuss. Henry Austin Clark Jr. lived in Southampton. He was a graduate of Harvard, and he benefited from investments in the Cuban-American Sugar Company in New York, where his father was an officer. He acquired his first car, a Model T, at age 11. His car collection grew to number 50 and became the basis for the Automotive Museum of Southampton, which was later acquired by Henry Ford. He became vice president of the Bridgehampton track and was a vice president of the Society of Automotive Historians. He was a friend of cartoonist and racer Charles Adams. Now on to Weimar. I apologize for my disconnection between speech and slides. At Lime Rock, Briggs Cunningham, who brought 2 or 3 trailers to the first race, and other SCCA members encouraged the development of the track. At the end of the first race, Jim Kimberly's nephew, who was also a racer himself, offered to buy the track. Skip Barber first raced there in 1959, and in 1975, he established his driving school there. He and 5 others, with little money of their own, bought the track in 1983. Whose home track it was. Now let's see where are we? At Watkins Glen, racers like Cunningham and the Collier brothers, the local cartoonist Charles Adams, engineer Bill Milligan, and Denver Cornett, about 25 altogether, participated in the first races. Many more raced in 1949 and included Fitch, Dave Garraway, Fred Wacker, and Arcus Zora Duntov, father of the Corvette, whose idea was hatched here in Watkins Glen. Road America, members of the SCCA Chicago region, were the prime movers, such as Fred Wacker, a Hotchkiss graduate and, quote, engineer, prominent socialite, and jazz musician. A street in Chicago's Loop is named for his grandfather, who helped to organize the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. It was Wacker who drove the Ellard that killed 7-year-old Frankie Fazzari during the 1952 street race here, when he was the SCCA president. Leroy Kramer, who served as the Chicago regional executive, had been a member of ARPA, drove with Miles Collier in the 39 Le Mans race, and managed a team at Sebring that included Rene Dreyfus. An engineer, he graduated from Princeton and Purdue. George Rand was an ARPA organizer, SCCA official, and U.S. delegate to the FIA. When the revival of the Vanderbilt Cup was attempted in 1960, George Rand served as the chief steward. Now, local reception. In Bridgehampton, yes. The summer of 1953 brought together, quote, captains of industry and urbane New Yorkers with local merchants, farmers, and shade tree mechanics to begin planning America's first purpose-built road racing circuit, as one history puts it. The sale of $5 shares in the Bridgehampton Road Races Corporation funded the $55,000 purchase of 600 acres, many of which were small lots. A 2.9-mile track was designed by 2 engineers from Drummond, which is located nearby, and a local racer. At the beginning, the racing was embraced by local citizens and authorities. The first race alone generated sufficient profit to buy new uniforms for the high school band. But by the 70s, noise complaints multiplied, leading to a 1983 ordinance that restricted racing noise to between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. and capped maximum decibels. These actions and others put racing at such risk that the Bridgehampton Racing Heritage Group was formed in 1981 to protect the track. In 1995, the then majority owner announced his intention to turn the track into a golf course, which it is today. Lime Rock. After the track opened, the Lime Rock Protection Committee worried about, quote, this intrusion to the village's peaceful life and the threats to its property values, filing numerous lawsuits over the years to shut down the track. Some say these are mainly city people who have moved into the area. Lime Rock's establishment has been described as a troublesome growth. On the other hand, A local woman recalls babysitting racers' children in an old camper bus at the track that was, quote, conducive to families and kids. Locals recognize its contributions to hotels, restaurants, and antique shops. The track has raised funds for area food pantries, offers a 4th of July fireworks show, and lends its facilities to guest speakers from community organizations like the Rotary. Watkins Glen, organizers stirred up a great deal of interest and support, even getting the New York Central Railroad to stop its trains, which crossed the circuit during the road race. People volunteered, merchants enjoyed increased business, residents rented rooms, and the event raised money for local causes, like the hospital. This community spirit persisted at least through the Formula One years. And Road America. The Elkhart Lake Businessmen's Association offered nearly immediate support. In 1954, local people purchased stock in the Road America Corporation. There were dozens of volunteers who came forward for the first race, filling all the positions. A resort owner coordinated advertising. There was no record of opposition. Now, earlier, I promised to slightly modify my not proven conclusion. So here goes. I recently found something in the archives, thanks to JC. Is he here? Where is he?
I'll let you know whether it's right or not.
Talk to my lawyer. That made me consider that a legacy of the Glen might actually reside in the weak understanding of the fact that lessons learned from the Glen's business experience before the several years that led to the bankruptcy could later accelerate the development of road racing and sport tourism. I found correspondence from a 1971 consultancy that offered informed advice to the owners of Road Atlanta just a year after its opening. This two-page, single-spaced letter articulates practical recommendations to a brand new track. But this was decades after the early days of the Glen, and when the other three tracks under discussion had become established entities. So this is not an example of Watkins being a prototype that others tried to imitate in the years immediately following the war. It's something else, less comprehensive and less novel. The advice in this letter was possible because of the writer's role in the first post-war American road race and in later racing that led to making the U.S. Grand Prix historically synonymous with Watkins Glen. The client was a founder of Road Atlanta and chairman of Coca-Cola, which his family helped to found. Arthur Montgomery was a longtime fan of auto racing and fine cars. In the 40s, he had restored a 30s Duesenberg. In the 50s, he drove Jags and Astons. And in the 60s, he began a romance with 17 Ferraris. And he took annual trips to Indy, Daytona, and Sebring. As a businessman, civic leader, car culture enthusiast, and co-founder of Road Atlanta, Montgomery knew where to turn for advice. He turned to Cameron Argetsinger. So, was there a Watkins Glen effect? It looks like we may have to dig deeper in order to fully answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That was very interesting, as always. Now, we have, I think, Trevor and Dwayne that have microphones. If anyone in the audience has any questions for Jim, if you could wait till one of these fellows gets to you with a mic. Am I correct on that?
Happy to take challenges. And I do apologize for making a mess of the slides.
I'm now retired, so I no longer have undergraduates to exploit making slides. Question? Suggestion? Would you identify yourselves?
Hi, James. Thanks. That's an interesting topic. Thank you. One clarification I wanted to make about Bridgehampton. I grew up on Long Island. That was my home track at one time. I was a member of that heritage group you talk about trying to save the track. Sitting on top of the aquifer was actually an advantage, ironically enough, not a disadvantage. Believe it or not, the environmental groups actually pushed to keep it as a track and not turn it into a golf course because they were concerned that the chemicals from the fertilizer necessary to keep a golf course working would pollute the aquifer. And that aquifer provided all the drinking water to the South Fork, so it was quite important to keep it fresh. So that was actually an advantage. But you are right, the tourism aspect of Bridgehampton, being in, as you put it, a rich playboys neighborhood where they probably didn't care for the serfs to visit them, was not much of an effect at all.
Would you agree that at the beginning it looked like it would have a very promising future?
Yeah, before all the rich people moved in, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, Jim, Ben writes, good talk, great to see you again. Do you think there was any particular pre-existing European tracks that had their own effect and influence on American tracks such as Watkins Glen?
Well, that's a big question. And I suppose the easy answer is yes. I've heard that as an adult, Cameron traveled frequently to Europe, although that's been framed in my discussions as having more to do with Formula One development and maintenance of that connection. So it's an interesting question, and maybe there were indirect influences. But the traditions are very different there and here. Does anyone else have knowledge of European tracks or racing more generally finding their way into American consciousness?
Mark Raffoff, by the way. I know that Cameron was a huge enthusiast of the Nürburgring, and I believe JC probably went to Spa as well. Yeah, and even Monza. Yeah. So there are tracks there that have this kind of legacy, and some people there say it's because the roads they raced on were laid down by the Romans 2,000 years ago, and that's how you got from place to place. Well, here, I know in the beginning and turn of the century, board tracks and oval track racing were built by money from railroads who then built the rail lines, so people had to ride the railroad to get to the racetrack. Right. And the reason for that was we connected our cities even through the Northeast by trains. You didn't have really good roads to race on other than in communities like this, separate from the urban areas. Just my thoughts.
The early oval tracks in the U.S. had been places where horses raced.
Oh, yeah. But they also built 2-mile board tracks, which when there was a crash and a fire usually burnt the whole place to the ground, which made it was kind of cheap to build another one because it wasn't like doing Indy. And, of course, Indy was the first one that wasn't made out of wood.
That's right.
So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, the Nürburgring was a big influencer. Right after the war, there was a German film that came out, was made during the 30s by the Nazi government, glorifying the German cars, the auto unions, and Mercedes-Benz, and there was a lot of footage of the Nürburgring. And my father would play that over and over again in our study, and he would even make members of the staff come in and watch it. We'd watch it all after. My poor aunt had to watch. This is 1946, 47, and we were thrilled with those great cars of the 30s, particularly the Nürburgring. Now, one thing, Jim, we haven't gotten into, and it's interesting about the Chicago region, which was greatly influenced by Watkins Glen. And not to put a bad cast here, but the Chicago region tried to put the stake right through the heart of Watkins Glen. As a matter of fact, they were very vicious about it. Jim Kimberly and Cameron Peck, they threatened Watkins Glen if Watkins Glen did not give up the international racing. that they would abandon and drive Watkins Glen into the ground. And D. Cameron Peck, who was probably one of the richest guys in Illinois, his father owned the biggest dairy, it was said that he could buy and sell Watkins Glen, and if Watkins Glen didn't go along with the sports car club, that it would be all over. And also Fred Wacker, who we mentioned, warned Watkins Glen if they had these top international drivers, there would be a fatality. And the ironic thing is, the next year, D. Cameron Peck was investigated and charged by the IRS for licensing classic cars as milk trucks, and Fred Wacker was the person who did cause the fatality here. And then after that fatality, the SCCA, which was based out of Chicago, dropped Watkins Glen. And so Watkins Glen had to build back from 1953 on without the SCCA, and it was that Chicago group that ran Elkhart Lake that was a great enemy. However, that was all solved in the later years, and Watkins Glen and Elkhart Lake became great allies.
Do you think there's evidence hidden away in private files or elsewhere that would give some credence to the idea that the Glen offered a model that at least some of these other early tracks turned to? Maybe exchanges of correspondence where
Yes, there was quite a bit of correspondence, and we'll get into that maybe this weekend between Stevenson and my father. And the Watkins Glen definitely was the inspiration for Bridgehampton. Although there was local strength there, it was a seed that needed to be planted in fertile soil.
Very interesting. And just to return to the political dimension of racing, which Paul will develop later today, my understanding is that Spa was built by the Nazis. Is that right? Spa? Yeah, it's in the Eifel Mountains, and it was, yeah. Well, that's another subject, though. Thank you. Yeah. Anything else?
Hello. Over here. Hi, I'm George Webster, and I'm out of Toronto. This idea you have makes me think about the development of the racetracks in Ontario.
Yes.
And growing up in Ontario, and having come here for the first time in '59, I'm aware that in Ontario we were very much aware of the racing here at Watkins Glen, and it was really a part of our racing culture. The development of racetracks in Ontario was somewhat different in that until Mosport was built, it was a series of recommissioned World War II airfields that was used, Harewood being probably the best known of the group. But nevertheless, I'm sure that the organizers, particularly at Harewood, were very, and then the people who went on to build Mosport were very aware of Watkins Glen and looked to that for a lot of examples.
That's helpful to hear. And of course, Mosport hosted the first Canadian Grand Prix in '67, which was part of it wasn't independence, what was the term? Confederation, I think. Yeah. That was my first Grand Prix race. That and Expo '67 in one trip. So that international dimension is very helpful to think about. Thank you.
You should look at the talk that I gave about the 50 years of the Canadian Grand Prix, which is on YouTube.
Oh, that's great. We should talk too. Yeah. I think Bill had his hand up.
Yes. Are you aware at Elkhart Lake they ran 3 years on public roads?
But where?
Public roads at Elkhart Lake. They ran.
Yes.
They ran first almost into Elkhart.
Yeah.
And the finish line was in the driver's or a farmer's front yard on that, and then they ran around the circuit. The circuit ran around the lake.
Yeah, I think it was '53 when the state of Wisconsin banned racing on public roads.
What?
That racing on public roads was banned.
Where?
At Elkhart in '53, the state of Wisconsin.
No, they were. The governor was in favor of having the races run around the lake or on the public roads, if they didn't have an accident. They did in '52, because in one race, one car spun off and one person was injured. And he turned around and said, "You better forget it now." And they did, 2 years. Also, there was another man that disliked the races, and so the sheriff assigned a deputy to him to take him fishing that weekend. So they didn't, and that's written down in the magazine. So, but anyways, and also, while I'm on the mic here, I want to make it straight that, you know, in New York State, under Article 1182, it says you can still have races on public roads if you have the following things: permit, adequate insurance, and protection for spectators. That's why the state wouldn't give them the permit for 1953, because there was, and you couldn't get insurance either. But also, I'll back up to the fact in the state assembly, the legislature, in the Senate, in the spring of 1953, they had a bill in there to ban racing on public roads. It had 3 no votes. In the assembly, our assemblyman, Jerry Black, tied that bill up in committee, and it was never a law. Thus, you still can have racing on public roads if you have adequate insurance and a permit. They never applied for the permit, but they went to the town, and the second course was on town-maintained roads for 3 years. Right. Town of Dix, there.
Thank you, Bill.
Any other questions?
Yeah, J.J. O'Malley.
Hi, J.J.
How you doing? If it wasn't for Cameron Argetsinger and what he did, would the top of your talk be the Sebring effect, which would be racing resurrected after World War II on military bases, old airports, Sebring, Laguna? And Cameron took the step, and the other thing, you mentioned Joel Finn's wonderful book about the ARCA.
Yes.
And I think Cameron had kind of that as a model, but he used the downtown Watkins Glen. And the fact that that race was, in the following years, was so successful, not only competitive-wise, but spectator turnout, interest in the New York City media, yes. I think that really generated the Watkins Glen effect.
Yeah.
So do you see Cameron's initial action is causing the effect which led to interest at Bridgehampton, Elkhart Lake?
Well, clearly when there's an historical moment, actual people do things. And we look back and assign them, crucial agency in determining the beginning of something in this case. So who could deny that he was, the key dude locally, which then kind of snowballed. But I still think that if you zoom back further, there were all kinds of other things happening in American society that made this sort of thing logical. And it therefore, a very similar, even identical, series of developments took place with other people being the kingpins in other places. So, as I tried to say, there's none of the Scotch verdict doesn't diminish his significance, or even the Glenn's, because after all, they were the first. But to my mind, in historical terms, these things were nearly simultaneous developments. So I also sort of feel that we have to be aware of the great man theory of history, where the kind of history we learned in high school. This person did this and this person did that. Well, what about, the rest of the world, population? Anyway, not to go on, but I think I want to have it both ways. Is that okay? All right. By the way, your work, I salute. Thank you.
So I just want to add that the tracks that were just discussed today, worldwide, are considered the places that people from Europe and Asia want to come and race. They are all, except for Watkins Glen's one revision, exactly, except for a couple of chicanes because the cars are getting too fast situations, the way they were designed. And today, when the Europeans come to race, yes, Sebring and Daytona are important, but Watkins Glen, Road America, Lime Rock, and Road Atlanta are termed consequential racetracks. It's not like a Formula One track where you can go sailing off the road at 180 and never hit anything. So as a driver, the challenge to them today, because of that Watkins Glen effect, is still there. And those tracks have never changed, and they're just the places people want to race now from all over the world. Those four, and I'll add Mossport as well, which may be the most consequential racetrack in North America these days, is actually a faster average speed for our cars than Daytona is.
Well, that's really helpful.
Well, IMSA goes, but we had to take the big cars out because the guys driving it went, this is getting pretty sketchy because it was so fast. Yeah, it's a great racetrack.
Just to add to the Lime Rock story, the original, it's a quite short track, 1.5 miles, but the original plan was to double that into what they call now the mountain track. Yes, so it was an elevation change of 300 feet, and would have been, in my view, much more interesting. But I think it was mainly money. In fact, I believe they had cut down the trees in preparation, but it didn't expand. I mean, it's had such a tortured life. But that's the track. It's fairly near where I live, and so I've watched its improvement in recent years, and so they're really on a good track right now, so to speak.
Also very fast.
Yes, it is. A friend of mine was last in the vintage race last fall. So. Okay, other questions?
Did earlier events like the Vanderbilt Cup races have any influence on the Watkins Glen effect, or were they just lost to history?
Well, there's evidence that young Cameron Argetsinger in Youngstown, Ohio, was excited by those races. And at that point, they may have been more of a memory. I don't recall whether they were still going on in the 30s. The heyday was earlier. But I think he, as a young man, was quite excited by that. Is that fair to say, J.C.?
That's correct. And also the 37 and 38 revision of the Vanderbilt, he remembered that as a young guy. He was 16 and 17, and that really excited him.
And interesting to me as a media person is that he didn't go to those races. So he could only have known them through printed media, probably, and they tended to come quite late. I mean, those of us who grew up in the 50s and 60s were reading car magazine reports of Formula One races that had taken place a month or two earlier, right? So he had this delayed media filtered knowledge, which is in some ways I think can be more intense, thrilling to a young person than actually going. So.
Anyone else have any questions, comments? Great talk and excellent questions and commentary. And,
yes.
You know, we have got a lot of historians here, but I just want to say from my money, I'm going to put my money on that green guy that spoke earlier in the corner. Jim, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers. Here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge, and amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there were something like 50,000 people who showed up, but crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we're unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
Bob Volek had a problem. He spun something on a bus curve, so we lost some more time there. And then we were recovering, but we needed a few more laps. At the end, we were about 4 minutes behind, and we could have recovered that because obviously our car was quicker than the McLarens that won. And the only thing I can tell you, I had a lot of fun because I drove my butt off, and I loved that because, we had nothing to lose, and I was qualifying every lap. And I remember one of my guys, JF Thorman was on the side. He said, "Oh, unbelievable the laps you're running. You're turning, So that part was fun, but we missed out. We finished second, but first in class. So I can claim I won Le Mans.
we have a lot of alumni speakers here today, and we're very happy to welcome everybody back. We also have some new people, and we're happy to welcome them here for the first time. Mark has been affiliated with this, I believe, almost since day one. We're really happy to have Mark here in person this year. I've always been really impressed with Mark's ability to juxtapose themes from the space race era of the 60s and 70s with our world, the race for the checkered flag, and our interest in land-based speed. I think it was at one of Mark's talks, and Mark, if I got this wrong, just please tell me I got it right. But I think I learned at one of Mark's talks a few years ago, the original 7 Apollo astronauts were all given Chevy Corvettes by Chevy, so America's space heroes were driving around in America's sports cars. Pretty cool marketing gimmick on the part of Chevy.
Yeah, they were given $1 a year leases on brand new Corvette Stingrays.
They weren't free. Okay, I knew there was.
Well, actually, the lease deal was for 2 cars. Each astronaut could lease 2 cars. So what they did is the astronauts leased Corvettes for themselves. They usually got something more of a family grocery getter for their wives, and then they would go out and tear the cars up. And after a year, they would trade them in, get another Corvette, and the dealer, who was Jim Rathman, who was the 1960 Indianapolis 500 winner,
right.
He would then resell the cars as used, but he could put the caveat that this was a car that Alan Shepard owned. This is a car that Scott Carpenter owned, and that put the value up. So
okay, that's cool. All right, so I got that basically right. Yeah. Anyway, Mark's going to do the same again this year, only he's going to focus, I believe, on the year 1965. So please welcome Mark Howell.
Thank you. It's good to be here. This project is an ongoing project. I'm working on a book manuscript right now that is juxtaposing, as Kip was saying, kind of the connection between motorsports and space exploration, because there is a connection. And as a kid who grew up wanting to both be a race car driver and an astronaut and couldn't quite determine which of the two was going to win, it was to my surprise that I noticed as I got older and became a cultural historian and started in academia that there was a connection between the two. So today this is an ongoing sort of part of that research. And the reason I selected 1965 in part is because this year is kind of significant. I mean, if you think about it, this is the 75th anniversary of what we know as Formula One. It's the 75th anniversary of the Wood brothers getting into racing. So you've got these different kinds of anniversaries that kind of pop up around this year. And 60 years ago, it seemed like there was a lot going on, both in space exploration and motorsports, things that were going on that ended up sort of setting the course for the future of both occupations and both endeavors. So that's where this comes from. So with that, let us proceed. The year 1965 stands out as a turning point in American technological and cultural history. In both space exploration and in motorsports, 2 fields that are often seen as unrelated, but they are connected. You had engineers, astronauts, drivers, and institutions that were simultaneously pushing the boundaries of speed, endurance, and human capability. It was a moment when advances in materials, design, and engineering converged with national ambition. It was also the year I was born. And I haven't changed much. So I still lean forward, and I'm still kind of round in the face, but so that's me. I can vouch that's me. While these events meant nothing to me at the time, they have become meaningful through what was recorded, remembered, and retold. Looking back across 6 decades, I propose we understand 1965 not merely as a collection of milestones, but as a year whose significance is shaped by collective memory. This kind of gets to what Jim was talking about in his talk here a little bit ago. using the frameworks of societal logics and cultural identity, I submit that the narrative constructed around 1965, stories of innovation, competition, and national purpose, continue to shape how we understand the relationship between technology and culture. When examined through this lens, 1965 becomes more than a year of achievements. It becomes a cultural touchstone that reveals how societies make meaning from historic, competitive, and technological triumphs. As 1965 began, the United States was in the midst of the space race, running second to the Soviet Union in placing satellites and animals in low Earth orbit. America was also chasing the technological and ideological target set by President John F. Kennedy in 1961 of landing a man on the moon by the end of the decade. And I'll admit to you right now, the first part of my presentation is going to be kind of space heavy. But then, after setting the stage, pardon the pun, stage, rockets, stages, then we'll move into motorsports. So, whoops, there we go. Okay. NASA was caught off guard when, on April 12th, 1961, Yuri Gagarin made a 108-minute flight aboard his Vostok 1 spacecraft, scoring two monumental firsts for the Soviet Union, the first human in space and the first human to orbit the Earth. In 1963, Russia's Valentina Tereshkova made 48 orbits over 3 days to become the first woman in space. And as a point of comparison, the first American woman in space was Sally Ride 20 years later in June of 1983. In 1965, Project Gemini tightened the space race by demonstrating the versatility and technology needed to reach the moon. Not that Gemini got off to a rousing start. An article in the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists highlighted a rift between the US military and NASA because the agency, according to some people, was more interested in landing on the moon than developing America's military capability in space. Some believed, and this was precisely the case, this is what the Soviet Union was doing with their vehicles. So the rift was actually pretty well-meaning. I mean, we weren't spying like the Soviet Union was using their technology to do. Now, that said, astronauts had been photographing the Earth since John Glenn took a store-bought Minolta point-and-shoot camera into orbit on Friendship 7 in 1962. While American spaceflight was seen as more scientific than spying, there were some in the federal government who thought manned missions were missed opportunities to observe America's enemies from afar. The United States Air Force was, in fact, working with McDonnell Aircraft, adapting Gemini hardware to develop a manned orbital laboratory that would conduct essential research, as long as that essential research meant spying on other countries. The project stalled in 1966 as satellite technology was improving and funds were needed to fund the war in Vietnam. All the while, the Soviet Union fully believed it was capable of beating NASA to the cratered lunar finish line. The Soviets upped the lunar ante in March with Alexei Leonov's surprise 13-minute extravehicular activity, a move that forced NASA to fast-track an American response. The first American EVA was scheduled for Gemini 5 later in the year, but Russia's awkward yet successful, and I say awkward because when Leonov got out in the vacuum of space, his pressure suit inflated. And for a while, they weren't sure how to deflate it enough to get him back through the hatch. There was a period of time when they thought they would just have to cut him loose because he was essentially the Michelin Man in space, and they had to figure out a way to get him back. But they did. So, but anyway, his early spacewalk led the agency to assign America's first EVA to Gemini 4, only the second manned flight of the program. Astronaut Edward White was assigned to conduct the spacewalk in early June. On the second orbit of Gemini 4's 66 orbit flight, Commander James McDivitt assisted White in opening his hatch, allowing White to float free of his spacecraft, tethered by a 15-foot umbilical cord that provided communications and life support. White spent 23 minutes in space, taking photographs and creating optics that, unlike Leonov's EVA, would promote Gemini 4's accomplishment throughout the world. More than a technical demonstration, Ed White's EVA quickly became a cultural moment. The image of an American astronaut floating freely against the blackness of space, tethered only by a lifeline, offered the nation a powerful symbol at a moment when Cold War anxieties were high. And also a side note, this is the first mission where astronauts wore the American flag on their spacesuits. And that was actually at the bequest of McDivitt and White. They kind of knew that this was going to be a big moment for the United States. And so they went ahead and said, hey, can you put the American flag on our spacesuits? And NASA didn't stay with that, but if you look at the majority of spacesuits from this point on, you see an American flag. Oh, excuse me as I kick this thing here. Gemini 5, flown in August by Gordon Cooper and Charles Pete Conrad, who were, by the way, recognized outside the space program as both being competitive racers in their own right. Cooper raced sports cars and hydroplane boats, and Pete Conrad raced sports cars with the SCCA, and he actually raced at Watkins Glen at least one time back in the early 70s. Their mission, Gemini 5, was to be the first spacecraft to use fuel cells instead of batteries as a source of external power, or internal power, excuse me. Cooper and Conrad described their mission as 8 days in a garbage can, since their sole purpose was to live in Earth orbit and demonstrate that fuel cells could generate enough energy for a minimum duration lunar mission. They also had the EVA taken away from them, so they were kind of frustrated at that. They would also test a new radar technology that enabled vehicles to rendezvous in orbit with great precision, which was another critical aspect of going to the moon. Cooper and Conrad, being racers in their own right, commented on how loud and fast the Titan II launch vehicle was, which was understandable given that Gemini crews went into space atop an ICBM designed to carry nuclear weapons. Astronauts compared the Titan II to a sports car, maybe a Corvette Stingray. I don't know, that's what they were driving, given its quick and steady acceleration, which interestingly enough led to a sharp change in trajectory at a particular altitude that aimed the vehicle toward Russia. So what the astronauts had to learn to do was to counter that change in trajectory, because that wasn't their intent, at least in the Gemini program. Gemini 5 ultimately earned the United States a new flight duration record of 7.96 days in orbit, exceeding cosmonaut Valery Bukovsky's record by 72 hours. The flight duration record of Gemini 5 was shattered 4 months later in December by Jim Lovell and Frank Borman on Gemini 7, when they spent 13.77 days in orbit. This mission was the most ambitious of 1965 and probably of the entire Gemini program. It included a pretty big to-do list. The astronauts were going to spend 2 weeks in space. They were going to try new extra lightweight spacesuits, which you can see here. They're almost like their helmets are almost like big bags they're wearing over their heads, and executing a controlled re-entry near their recovery location. Borman and Lovell were also tasked to complete, and this is a direct quote from NASA, 3 scientific, 4 technical, 4 spacecraft, and 8 medical experiments. The medical experiments involved Frank Borman going into space with electrodes stuck in his skull under his helmet to get physiological data on their condition. Gemini 7 became part of an unplanned exercise when Gemini 6, an unmanned rendezvous target vehicle, was lost after liftoff, which delayed the launch of Gemini 6A, which was going to meet up with the target vehicle. Gemini 6A, which was going to carry astronauts Tom Stafford and Wally Schirra. NASA planners suggested that Gemini 7 lift off before Gemini 6A so the two vehicles could attempt a manned rendezvous, which would be necessary for a lunar mission. In December 1965, NASA achieved the incredible. Two Gemini spacecraft, one piloted by Indy Team car owner Wally Schirra, by the way. He was a silent partner with A.J. Foyt. Actually, in 1967, their car finished second, at Indianapolis with Joe Leonard behind the wheel. But Wally Schirra got the spacecraft together. They did kind of a side drafting sort of a thing. They got to within 3 feet to actually at one point they got to within 1 foot of each other at 17,500 miles an hour for 5.5 hours at an altitude of 160 nautical miles. The astronauts could see each other. They could read signs held up to windows. This is a dig at this is the crew of Gemini 7. They were both naval, one was Air Force, one was Navy, but they held up the sign for, it was the Army-Navy game was coming up. So you see it's a Beat Army sign in the window. And they were able to visually inspect the condition of both spacecraft. It was a technological achievement that gave 1965 added historical significance. Just as NASA rushed to match Soviet achievements through technical improvisation, motorsports organizations in 1965 faced parallel pressures, organizational, cultural, and technological, that shaped their own collective narratives. Take NASCAR, for example. By 1965, American automakers were focused on engine development and horsepower. NASCAR, on the other hand, stuck to its 1949 notion of showroom stock cars, and the slogan, "Win on Sunday, sell on Monday." Another factor was the sanctioning body's homologation rules, requiring manufacturers to produce a specific number of high-powered creations for commercial sale. Many of these specialty engines, like the 426 Hemi, which you see here, Ford's 427 Camry, and GM's 427 Mark II, were simply not available in showrooms. In October of 1964, NASCAR founder Bill France announced that, in 1965, all engines used in competition had to meet strict guidelines limiting their displacement, among other restrictive measures meant to govern on-track performance. While manufacturers wanted to park their big engines in victory lane, Big Bill France wanted stock cars to carry stock motors available to consumers. During the 1964 NASCAR season, Chrysler and Ford repeatedly criticized each other's creative engineering efforts while addressing NASCAR rule changes meant to level the high-banked playing field. It was Chrysler's 426 Hemi that received the most public attention. Hemispherical combustion chambers were nothing new in 1964 and 1965. They were actually developed by Chrysler for the P-47 Thunderbolt in World War II. But World War II ended before the design could be put into production. This technology led to the development of the 426 Hemi, which Big Bill France banned from competition in late 1964. Chrysler's Hemi allowed Richard Petty to dominate the Grand National division earlier in 1964, winning his first Daytona 500 and his first Grand National title with 9 victories and 43 top 10s for 61 starts in a Plymouth Belvedere powered by the now outlawed in 1965 by NASCAR 426 Hemi engine. As such, the Chrysler Corporation took extreme measures. After Chrysler announced it would boycott the 1965 NASCAR season, Richard Petty went racing with the National Hot Rod Association, driving a Petty Enterprises prepared Hemi-powered Plymouth Barracuda. Given Petty's national fame and competitive dominance in 1964, he was usually matched against a full-time drag racer. He ran against such NHRA regulars as Don Nicholson and Ronnie Sox, and they were pretty much more like celebrity shootouts than elimination heats that you would see in competition. Petty's 1965 drag racing sabbatical was marred, tragically, in late February when a component in the left front of his Plymouth failed during a race at Southeastern International Dragway near Dallas, Georgia. The car careened through a chain-link fence, went into the crowd. It injured 7 spectators and took the life of 6-year-old Wayne Edward Dye. Petty Enterprises then built a second Hemi-powered Barracuda, which carried Richard to an NHRA Spring Nationals win at Bristol Motor Speedway in 1965. Chrysler's boycott of the 1965 NASCAR Grand National season worked to the Ford Motor Company's advantage. Illinois native Fred Lorenzen led 25 of 133 laps to win the rain-shortened Daytona 500 in a top 11 sweep by Ford products. Lorenzen also won both Grand National races at Charlotte in 1965. The day of my birth, by the way, was well-timed and conveniently sandwiched between Fred Lorenzen's win at Martinsville on 4/25, April 25th, that's the day before I was born, and then Tiny Lund drove a Ford to victory at Columbia, South Carolina on April 28th. And in the middle was me. Chrysler's NASCAR boycott ended in late July of 1965 when the company met those homologation guidelines. Chrysler's first 1965 Grand National win came when Richard Petty won at Nashville in a 1965 Plymouth. The damage, however, had already been done. Ned Jarrett won the 1965 Grand National Championship with 13 wins in 54 starts in a Ford, while Fred Lorenzen ended the year 13th in points with 4 wins in only 17 starts. Ford easily won the 1965 Manufacturers' Championship with 50 victories in 55 races. One of the 50 wins, interestingly enough, was by Curtis Turner, who returned from his 4-year NASCAR-induced suspension. He was suspended by Bill France for trying to bring organized labor, bring the Teamsters in to organize NASCAR, NASCAR drivers at least. And so he returned from his sabbatical, shall we say, to win the very first Grand National race held at Rockingham Speedway, and that was on October 31st in 1965. No discussion about the Ford Motor Company and 1965 would be complete without mention of that year's Indianapolis 500. The 1965 Indy 500 was a perfect storm as Scotsman Jim Clark dominated the race in his Lotus 38, a streamlined, lightweight monocoque chassis designed by Colin Chapman, who was an aviation engineer at one point, and Len Terry. The car was engineered with an offset suspension and powered by a mid-mounted 4.2-liter double overhead cam Ford V8. The Lotus 38 was based on the Lotus 29 that finished second at Indy with Jim Clark in 1963, and the Lotus 34 that finished 17th at Indy with Dan Gurney in 1964. Jim Clark and his Lotus 38 averaged 150.686 miles an hour to win at the Brickyard, breaking the 150-mile-an-hour barrier, as well as A.J. Foyt's 1964 record of 147.35. in the final Indy 500 won by a front-engined car. By the way, 64 was the last front-engined win. Only 6 front-engined cars were on the grid in 1965, making it the first Indianapolis 500 to feature mostly rear-engined entrants. Teams at Indianapolis in 1965 faced new rules in response to the tragic events of 1964. If you remember, that's when Dave McDonald and Eddie Sachs died in that fiery wreck right near the start of the race. These new rules included a new minimum weight restriction and new guidelines for fuel management, guidelines that required cars to have a 75-gallon onboard capacity, fuel tanks with rubber bladders, and no crossover tubes located in front of the driver. Teams at Indy in 1965 were encouraged to run methanol, which made more horsepower even though gasoline provided better mileage. That said, teams were now required by the rules to pit at least twice and to connect to their newly required, another new rule, gravity-fed fueling rigs, which eliminated any advantage to be had by running gasoline. The 1965 Indy 500 featured one of the largest and most impressive rookie classes in the event's history, a roster that included Mario Andretti, Gordon Johncock, Joe Leonard, and Al Unser. The front row was comprised of A.J. Foyt, who qualified with a new track record. I don't say it quite the way as Tom Carnegie used to, but Jim Clark was second, and Dan Gurney on the outside of row 1. Andretti was the fastest rookie, starting 4th on the grid. When it comes to the 1965 Indy 500 and the influence of collective memory, the story of the Wood brothers comes to mind. Popular meaning comes from our memories of the famous NASCAR pit crew servicing Jim Clark's Lotus en route to victory at the Brickyard. Despite such memories, fact over fiction suggests the Wood brothers were more of a Ford public relations stunt than a competitive necessity. Teams at Indy knew the Wood brothers and their reputation in NASCAR, yet the crew was new to USAC competition, so any advantage they brought to Team Lotus was unproven. Both time and history have suggested that the Wood brothers were not as much of a secret weapon, quote unquote, as our recollection of the 1965 Indy 500 leads us to believe. The Wood brothers turned 41.9 total seconds on pit road into Team Lotus's dominating win. But the truth is, the Lotus 38's potent blend of aerodynamics, chassis design, and horsepower, when put in the hands of an incredibly talented driver, enabled Ford to win. The Wood brothers' notable contribution at Indianapolis was modifying, oh, that didn't show up, did it? That was a really elaborate, essentially like formula for Bernoulli's principle. Now, I was an English major, and I teach English, and I'm a cultural historian, so I have no clue how to go up there and sort of recreate that formula. But trust me, it was a formula for Bernoulli's principle, which led to the Venturi tube that the Wood brothers added to the gravity-fed fuel tank, the fuel rig that was now required. After getting through USAC inspection with this Venturi tube, the idea of the Venturi tube made the fuel flow smoother and faster. But anyway, after getting through USAC inspection, Leonard Wood then devoted several hours to polishing and fitting, making sure all the connections and nozzles worked right to ensure maximum efficiency come race day. Jim Clark had to stop precisely in his box to maximize his refueling strategy. Leonard Wood quoted Clark as saying, "You tell me where to stop, and I'll stop." Wood showed Clark the exact location the crew needed, and the world driving champion, according to Wood, squatted the Lotus 38 down on the exact spot every time. Stops were simpler for the Wood brothers because Clark went the entire 500 miles on a single set of tires. The first stop took only 17 seconds, which is an amazing time given that pit stops during the era typically ran about a minute or so. Colin Chapman was taken aback by the, get that aim up there. Colin Chapman was taken aback by the efficiency of the Wood brothers. After their first record-breaking stop, Chapman apparently looked over at Glenn Wood. Pages are sticking. And asked, "I say, did you fill it up?" Wood assured him the car was full, and Chapman simply turned away and said, "Jolly good," and away they went. Even the Wood brothers themselves downplayed the significance of their role at Indianapolis in 1965, giving credit not only to Team Lotus and Jim Clark, but to the powerful 4.2-liter double overhead cam Ford motor that took them to victory lane. As Leonard Wood said many years later, it was their engine, so it was all about Ford and what they brought. The Ford Motor Company wanted to gain a stronghold in European-style endurance racing, so they turned to racer-turned-innovator Carroll Shelby for guidance. Not only did Shelby oversee production of the 427 Cobra in 1965, finding a practical use for the high-performance motor, but he also assumed control of the company's GT40 program that had struggled mightily at Le Mans in 1964. At Daytona in February 1965, Carroll Shelby brought a roster of competitive cars and drivers to open the FIA World Sports Car Championship season. Shelby went to Florida with 4 Cobra Daytona Coupes and a pair of brand new GT40s. When the checkered flag fell, Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby went to victory lane, earning Ford's GT program its first World Sports Car Championship win, taking first place with a 5-lap advantage and setting the stage for the GT40's future success. All in all, Shelby entries that day took 5 of the top 6 finishing positions. The global presence of Shelby and his GT40s and his Cobra Daytona Coupes turned Ford from a pretender into a contender. While Daytona Coupes performed well in World Sports Car competition and won the SCCA's United States GT title in 1964, the cars did even better in 1965, winning not only at Daytona, but also at Sebring, Monza, the Nürburgring, and Reims to take the international championship for GT manufacturers. In November of 1965, Carroll Shelby received a call from Goodyear with an offer. The company had 4 days available to run at the Bonneville Salt Flats, but no viable car. The forecast for weather wasn't good, and the clock was ticking. Art Arfons was preparing to make a record attempt using Firestone tires, and the rules at Bonneville dictated that cars not ready to run had to yield to other competitors. Shelby sent a Daytona Coupe that competed at Le Mans in June to the Salt Flats with a new motor, new Goodyear tires, and the same rear axle ratio used in France. The Shelby entry traveled the 700 miles from California to Utah overnight, and upon getting there, the car wound up setting 25 FIA records. One of the records was when Bobby Tayroe and Craig Breedlove teamed up to run 1,931 miles on the 12-mile Bonneville Loop, and they reached an average speed of 150 miles an hour. No review of motorsports during 1965 would be complete without the Bonneville Salt Flats. The dry lake bed in Utah was a Hemi-friendly environment where the big engine was enthusiastically welcomed. In November, Californian Bob Summers set a world land speed record for wheel-driven vehicles, achieving a 2-pass average of 409.277 in his revolutionary Goldenrod. Car measuring 32 feet long by 48 inches wide. Its frontal area was calculated to be 8.53 square feet with a drag coefficient of 0.1165, making the vehicle literally more aerodynamic than a bullet. Goldenrod was designed by Bill Summers, Bob's brother, using 4 Hemi motors borrowed from Chrysler. The Hemis ran in line, 2 faced front, 2 faced rear, with a 5-speed truck transmission mounted at each end. The entire powertrain linked by custom-built drive shafts. Bill and Bob Summers handcrafted the car's entire chassis, roll cage, and body in a converted vegetable stand in Ontario, California, creating a vehicle that set a land speed record that stood until 2010. In addition to the record Craig Breedlove set in Carroll Shelby's Daytona Coupe, he and Art Arfons, this is Art pictured here with the green monster, they took turns breaking speed barriers in their renowned Battle of the Jet Cars. The rivalry between Breedlove and Arfons actually began in late 1964 when Breedlove's Spirit of America reached 526.28 miles an hour before its parachute failed and the car was wrecked. Art Arfons set a new record about a year later in his Green Monster, which you saw a little bit ago, only to lose it to Breedlove the following week. The one-upsmanship came to a head when Breedlove hit 555.485 on November 2nd, only to be outrun by Arfons on November 7th at 576.553. Breedlove made yet another record attempt on November 15th in his Spirit of America Sonic 1, and this time, the third time, was the charm, as Breedlove's fighter jet-shaped race car broke the 600-mile-an-hour barrier. He hit 600.601 miles an hour, and Craig Breedlove was instantly labeled by the media as America's, quote, astronaut on wheels, end quote. Breedlove's 1965 record stood until Gary Gablich ran 622 in October of 1970. 1965 was populated with an incredible assortment of motorsports talent. Mario Andretti won the 1965 USAC National Championship, taking the title by 610 points over A.J. Foyt. In 1965, Andretti drove roadsters, rear-engine cars, dirt cars, and was named Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500. An example of the young driver's tenacity, at the Trenton 150 in July, Andretti wrecked his Dean Van Lines entry and failed to qualify for the race, and that's Andretti running on the high side in that picture. Even after missing Trenton and including back-to-back DNFs at Milwaukee and DeQuoin, Mario Andretti took the 1965 USAC title with 1 win, 12 top 5s, 13 top 10s, and 3 pole positions. Across the Atlantic, a young Scotsman named Jackie Stewart advanced from Formula 2 to Formula 1, making his first championship start in South Africa and finishing 6th for BRM. His first World Championship victory came in the Italian Grand Prix at Monza, where he finished ahead of his teammate Graham Hill. Stewart's rookie season in 1965 was an impressive one as he scored 1 win, 3 seconds, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 6th, performances that put him 3rd for the World Drivers' Championship that year behind Jim Clark and Graham Hill. No review of 1965 would be complete without considering the historic accomplishments of a sheep farmer from Fife named Jim Clark. Jim Clark's modesty was only overshadowed by his immense driving talent. His racing career began in 1958 with road rallies and hill climbs, eventually leading to Formula 2 and then a quick promotion to Formula 1 partway through the 1960 season. Jim Clark won 7 F1 races in 1963 to claim his first world driving title, in addition to finishing 2nd at Indianapolis. At Indy in 1964, Jim Clark started from the pole, but finished 24th. The wee Scot also came perilously close to winning another World Driving Championship that same year. He won the most races in 1964, but struggled with late-season engine problems and finished 2nd behind John Surtees. It was in 1965 that Jim Clark experienced a season that remains, 60 years later, unmatched. Clark not only won the Indy 500, but also his second World Driving Championship with 5 consecutive victories. Jim Clark spent the 1965 Formula One off-season racing against other F1 and regional drivers to win the Tasman Series in Australia and New Zealand, taking the title with 1 race to go on the schedule. Clark also won the British and the French Formula 2 championships in 1965, making him the first and so far the only driver to win multiple championships in a single year. To his legendary credit, Jim Clark still holds the Formula One record for the most Grand Slams, with 8, his closest competition being Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, who were tied with 6. It is highly unlikely we will ever see another driver who exceeds the success that Jim Clark experienced in 1965. Now, a conceptual foundation that lies beneath the historically significant events of 1965 can help us understand the many levels of meaning we commonly apply to such narratives from our past. As Ocasio, Moscoff, and Steele suggest in their 2016 article in the Academy of Management Review, quote, societal logics serve as the organizing principles for distinct domains of social activity, end quote. The authors theorize that there are, at least 7 societal logics, including the family, religion, the state, the market, professions, community, and the corporation. Now, they continued to explain their idea, and it's one that's actually rooted in organizational studies. They said, and this is a quote, collective memory making is not just a cognitive process, but a social one, generated through communication and dynamic patterns of interaction, and stored in material artifacts and collective consciousness. Each of these societal logics related to motorsports and space exploration, especially with regard to the events of 1965. That year highlighted our shared understanding of family via the Pettys, the Woods, and the Summers, while showcasing the almost religious nature of an event like the Indianapolis 500. The manned space program in 1965 identified the state, as in the United States, through our acknowledgement of professions, like astronauts and engineers, as managed by the corporation, as in, like, say, NASA. For every player in the market, whether it be Ford or Firestone or Goodyear, there's a community of fans, competitors that supports their cause. What makes this history relevant to historians is the fact that societal logics are established through collective memory. Collective memory creates resources we use to better understand and navigate societal logics, which in turn shape cultural identity and institutional legitimacy. Through the lens of collective memory, 1965 emerges not just as a year of remarkable accomplishments, but as a moment when Americans organized their understanding of technology, identity, and ambition. The stories that endure, from Ed White floating above the earth, to Jim Clark dominating Indianapolis, to the Summers Brothers engineering, where'd that go? There we go. Summers Brothers engineering marvels at Bonneville reflect the interplay of societal logics that shape our shared narratives. What we remember of 1965 reveals how technological power becomes cultural power. Rockets, engines, chassis, and speed records gain meaning only when filtered through the stories we tell and retell. Stories that craft identities, legitimize institutions, and shape our understanding of history. Over time, these events have been distilled not simply into facts, but into symbols that express national purpose, corporate competition, and human ambition. I was only an infant in 1965, unaware of the significance unfolding around me, yet the records, the recollections, and the narratives passed down through family, community, and institutions have shaped my understanding of that year. History gains meaning because we give it and ourselves meaning. The human experience, whether on a racetrack, in orbit, or in everyday life, becomes more powerful when it is shared. And with that, I thank you for your time and your attention.
That was terrific, Mark. Questions? I think Eric has a question.
All right, Mark. Ben writes, this is a fascinating talk. You mentioned the collective memory's influence on how we recall the 1965 Indy 500. Do you think there's similar influence on our memory of the space race? It's such a great story of triumph over adversity. I wonder how much is clouded by our desire for everything to fit into that narrative.
That's a great question, because that's something that I'm wrestling with in this manuscript. You know, okay, when the space race started, we, pardon my language, sucked. The United States couldn't do anything right. The Soviets put Sputnik into space, into orbit. We tried to counter with putting our own satellites in space. Most of them blew up on the launch pad, to the point where the national media started to wonder if maybe we were doing the wrong thing in the wrong sort of prioritization, that we should be thinking about other ways to put our technology, because we just couldn't get a satellite in orbit. It took a couple years. We missed out on the first man in space. Gagarin went up first. He went up and went up for 108 minutes and orbited the Earth. We scrambled. About 3 weeks later, Alan Shepard went up, and his time in space was 5 minutes. If you remember Shepard's flight, it was a suborbital hop. He went up and then came down. And the whole flight lasted 15 minutes from liftoff to splashdown. It's a swing and a miss. The Russians are still ahead. Second flight, Gus Grissom, same thing. Up, down. In his case, the hatch blows off the spacecraft while it's in the ocean, fills with water, spacecraft sinks. He gets accused of making a mistake, and it's a whole big kerfluffle. So now, again, swing and a miss. John Glenn goes up. Okay, we're going to orbit the Earth. John Glenn goes up. He gets the go-ahead for 7 orbits. On orbit number 2, there's a problem with, they think, the heat shield, meaning that they're going to have to stop the mission quickly. So instead of doing 7 orbits, they've got what they think's a defective spacecraft. They cut it down to 3, and they bring them back. So right off the bat, I mean, we were struggling. And it seemed like everything we did, the Russians could do a little, is that whole thing, whatever I could do, you could do better. It was really, the space race was not really going our way at first. But that said, we immortalized Alan Shepard. We immortalized John Glenn. I didn't talk about 1966. That's a whole nother speech. But in 1966, America docks. Neil Armstrong and Dave Scott on Gemini 8 dock with one of those Agena target vehicles. They dock. As soon as they get there, it's about a half hour after they're docked, one of the thrusters on the Gemini spacecraft, it's a steering rocket, activates, short circuits, and puts the thing into a spin to the point where they almost lose consciousness. It's only after they get rid of the Agena that actually makes it worse. They get rid of the Agena and the Gemini spun even faster. And they had to cut that mission short because otherwise they would have passed out and probably died. So right off the bat, we are compartmentalizing a lot of these events and making them collective memory and making them significant history. When, if you match what we did versus what the Soviets did, we weren't that great, but we got better. And finally, we won the space race when Gemini 7, that puts us ahead. We could do things that nobody else could do. Then in December of '68, Apollo 8 goes around the moon, orbits the moon, and that's the end of the space race. We got to the moon first. We didn't land first, but it was a matter of semantics. Who could get there first? And actually, the Russians were in the process of sending a cosmonaut to the moon to orbit. So NASA hurried up and scrambled and said, okay, we're going to change the whole flight routine here. We're going to move this flight up, move this crew back, and we're going to go and Apollo 8 went with an untested Saturn V rocket. No human had ever ridden on a Saturn V rocket, the biggest, most powerful vehicle ever built. But Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, and Bill Anders got on top of the thing and went into space because they had to do it. We had to beat the Soviet Union. So I hope that answers Ben's question. It's a whole nother tangent there. Sorry.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
Mark, I'm over. Hey, it's
Oh,
Lauren
okay.
from
There
Reds.
you are,
Hey,
over there.
okay, good to see you. Hey, so I think actually my question is maybe even a development on that. So in talking about the societal logics, these collective memories that play together, you know, I'm sort of a historian. I work at a museum. I interpret objects. I interpret material culture from history. And yes, I can observe the collective memory and societal logics and just put the objects in a place that people understand because, hey, it plays into the story you already have as a culture. But actually, how much of my job is bursting that bubble? So for example, most people come in, look at our GT40s and think Ford versus Ferrari. How much is my job talking about Roy Lund and Don Frey? How much of it is actually saying it's not just one guy in a cowboy hat. It was a huge organization, the equivalent of billions of dollars today.
Well, and that's a great point. You know, one thing that doesn't play into this is popular culture. And that adds a whole new wrinkle to it because so much of our collective memory is shaped by not historical fact. We kind of know history a little bit, but we know movies, TV shows, books, and that's what we often use as sort of the guidepost for artifacts and personalities and things like, yeah, I mean, Ford versus Ferrari totally changed our narrative of the GT40 program. Because it was a hit movie, and it was a fun movie. People went to see it. I remember when the movie came out, the first weekend it came out, I came back to my office, and people started coming to my office to say, "Hey, did you see Ford versus Ferrari? You must have seen Ford versus Ferrari. I saw Ford versus Ferrari. Now tell me all about it. Was that real?" And it's like, you tell me. What did you think was real? What did you get from that was real? Because popular culture often takes it upon itself to sort of recreate fact. You know, this idea of, based on a true story. All these movies that are based on a true story. Well, how do you define that? You know, is it a true biographical depiction, or is it 5% based on fact? You know, and artifacts work that way. You know, especially cars. Race cars are amazing museum exhibits because when you get a race car, as anyone in this room could attest, what car are you getting? Are you getting race cars are in constant states of change. So when somebody comes up and says, here's a car that won such and such an event on this day, it's like, what's the provenance on that? If I'm the archivist or the historian who's going to bring that car into a collection, I want to know, are those the same shocks? Are they the same brakes? Are they the same tires? What has happened to that car from that victory to this point when it's being donated? And I think NASCAR kind of got the jump on that, with the whole Daytona USA thing. The car wins the Daytona 500, it's immediately impounded, even with the confetti and all the stuff on it. The next morning it goes into Daytona USA and it stays there for a year. And it's just what you run is what you brung to the museum. And so in that case, there's a sense of authenticity, and that's kind of like real history. But so much of this other stuff, we kind of play fast and loose with it, and we make it what we want it to be. And that's what a lot of these societal logics do. We can kind of compartmentalize and subdivide what we know and what we experience into these neat packages that we can then share. And they help us understand these complex events. They also help us understand ourselves and where we fit in. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Anyone else have any questions? Yes, there's two over here. This may be a topic for another discussion, but I was just thinking about the amazing influence that the space age had on automotive styling and even industrial products like toasters and things.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if you know, you just it's the whole the whole wing the whole fins concept. You know, as soon as the jet age rolls around, you start seeing that sort of absorbed by the auto industry. You know, and you start to see concept cars that look more and more like aircraft. And the space age was the same way. Anybody drink Tang when they were a kid? You know, there's like no history at all that astronauts drank Tang, but that's how they marketed that for years. It was, this is the drink of the astronauts. And it's like the astronauts who did drink it just as like a sample kind of thing didn't like it. They didn't want to take it on missions, but General Mills or whoever it was, that's the way they sold it. Astronaut ice cream. Go to a museum and you'll see freeze-dried ice cream. That's what the astronauts eat on the space station. No, it's not. There's no such thing on the space station. Even though what the space station's involved with? Gemini 7 and Gemini 6. What happened when those spacecraft were able to fly in formation for that length of time? That's what led to the International Space Station. We could not have an International Space Station if it weren't for the ability for two vehicles at that speed, at that altitude, to come together and do stuff. And so we forget that. But
We've got time for one more quick question, and then we've got to wrap it up.
Okay. My quick question is about the Lotus at 1 in 65. I'm so used to seeing it appear at events in the UK year after year after year. I was surprised to see it listed as resident at the Henry Ford Museum.
Well, you know, the Henry Ford has that whole big section that's devoted to racing now, and that's where the car actually has been kept. But that raises a good question. What's the car that's going around Europe? What's the car that they've got? Yeah, what's the car that they're taking to Goodwood and places like that and saying, here's Jim Clark's, Lotus 38. Really? Again, prove it. Is that the one? And I don't know if you noticed too in the car in the background, that was the Wood Brothers car from this year in honor of Jim Clark's Indy win. They took their stock car for this year, for one of the races for Darlington, and they painted it to look like the Lotus, and they put the number just the way it was. And so, and it even said on the side, it said, Wood Brothers, powered by Ford. It had all the same kind of nomenclature, and it was a slick-looking car. They should have run it more than just at Darlington, but that's on display with Jim Clark's car as kind of a, this was then, here's now. And interestingly enough, it's the Wood Brothers. It's their car. So.
Okay, Mark, that was terrific as always. Thanks everybody for the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm going to urge everybody to actually stay here. If you'd like to stand up for a second, please feel free to do that. But we've only got a couple minutes before we need to go with Mark Raffoff. So if you can stay here, that would be really helpful. right, if we can have everybody, I know you just left, but if we could come back in, that would be great. Please grab your seats, please. Settle down. It's time for our keynote speaker. As way of introduction, an October 1969 event for Formula Vs and Formula Fords at Pocono Raceway that drew 328 spectators. That was the humble beginnings of the International Motorsports Association, or IMSA, as you see on your screen. What was then, and certainly compare it with what is now. Our keynote speaker, and we are honored, very honored to have Mark here as our keynote speaker, has been there pretty much from the beginning. And we're very excited to hear his first-person narrative of the growth of this amazing audience, or amazing organization, excuse me. So please welcome Mark Raffoff.
Thank you. So I'm going to try and give you 56 years of history in about 45 minutes. It's all visual. You don't have to read anything other than that logo, which I was inspired last night at the theater watching the film about Cameron and Gene Argetsinger starting the racing here, and wanted to say that John and Peg Bishop, who are given the credit for finding or founding IMSA with help from people like Cameron and Gene, Bill France at NASCAR, they're from Cortland, all right? JC and Duke's father was the one that convinced John Bishop to become the executive director of the SCCA in the 60s, which under his oversight created the Can-Am, Trans Am, and Formula 5000. The schism that was brought up earlier, or in that film, about pro racing drivers versus amateur racing drivers and the attitude of the SCCA at that time is what had John resign. And shortly after that, he got a call from Bill France in Daytona. Bill, John, Cameron all knew each other from Sebring, 24 Hours of Daytona, SCCA sort of sanctioning other major events. And I wanted to start with that because kind of it all started right here, along with a lot of other things. And what I'm going to try and talk about is the people, not just the individuals, but they had groups of people. They surrounded themselves with really smart people, really enthusiastic and passionate people for 5 decades through various ownerships and so on. So I start with this. This is actually resides in the IMRRC. It is John Bishop's original artwork of the logo of IMSA from day one. It has a little water spot on the eye up there, so he was a little sloppy with his watercolors. Anyway, it all started with a phone call between these two guys, Bill France on the right, John Bishop on the left. They're sitting outside the Turn 4 tunnel at Daytona. Bill called them up and said, we need to do a road racing program with a NASCAR business mindset behind it. So away they went. So what was first? Pocono International Raceway. This is actually the cover of the program of the very first IMSA race at Pocono, which is on the little, I think it's an 1/8 mile oval on the tri-oval area. And I don't know that John designed it, but I bet he had something to do with it. So we started with Formula Fords. It looked like that. Initially, there were small ovals. That worked out pretty good. So Bill France said, well, let's go to Talladega and Daytona with 50 Formula Fords. That didn't necessarily work as well because they ran around in big packs and had huge accidents. So we said, okay, we're not doing that anymore. At the same time, they started a Formula V program. So IMSA's legacy and throughout its careers of 5 decades always had open wheel elements. So we tried that, or John and the little staff at the time tried that. It was great racing until they crashed into each other, which all you needed was one guy to sneeze in the middle of the pack and you had a 20-car pileup. So we decided that wasn't a good idea. You can see how it sort of generates into pack racing with these guys. Great stuff, but kind of scary. So what was the next idea? We need closed wheel cars. So John decided he would take his background in Trans Am. We'll take those Camaros, Mustangs, Javelins. We'll mix it up with FIA GT cars, Porsche 911s. In this case, that's, I think, Peter Gregg being chased by Juan Montalvo in a 2-liter Escort from Europe. These were little GT cars, and we mixed them up with the big GT cars. And next thing you know, in 1972, there was the Camel GT, which R.J. Reynolds Tobacco came in, recognized it as a good product, and away that went. The other thing we did was we created a series for what was then the new little cars. So in this, you got a Fiat, a Gremlin, a Mazda, a Pinto, And I think that's a Volvo in the back. But John was astute enough, and IMSA was astute enough to realize all these manufacturers had no place to race their new product. So we created this, and that's when little cars, but I think the first Honda to ever race in the United States was a Civic in IMSA. Most of these brands, BMW and others, just grew from this into GT cars and bigger cars. The American manufacturers, we had the Pinto, the Gremlin, and other similar cars. And what was great about this, they were running on street tires. They took BFGs, initially Goodyears, shaved them down to 3/32 so they wouldn't fall apart, and you could run around Daytona. As an example, Tom Waugh in about 1975 did a closed course record at Talladega at over 150 miles an hour in an AMC Hornet on street tires. Street tires on race cars, not new, but running a whole series on them was a relatively new idea. So this grew great. It also provided the cars that could fill the back of the GT fields as that grew in 72 and 73. Raced in the daytime, raced at night. And then we got into the mid-70s. By that point, people like Porsche, BMW, Ford with their Capris, most of the European manufacturers would build a limited run of customer race cars, Porsche Carreras or whatever, which of course, back then I think Porsche made about 5,000 911s a year. I think GM made about 300,000 Camaros. So to equate a Camaro with a Porsche was a technical problem. So John, and this is his original artwork, decided to apply what the FIA applied to the European cars to American cars, and he created, more or less by himself, All-American GT. This happens to be a Vega, which was replaced rapidly by the Chevy Monza. And that became the mainstay, along with John Greenwood's big Corvettes, to compete against the European brands. And that's really where IMSA's growth started in the production car racing, which was GT cars. So that was the first AA GT car, which, of course, is a Vega. Looks a little bit like the drawing. But that didn't last long, and as back to more RS cars, this is a typical RS race at Daytona in this same time frame. Car and driver, Pinto is up there, Nick Craw, president of the SCCA, is in the BMW in second. George Alderman, who drove in the first Formula Ford race at Pocono, is in the lead in turn one in the wet. The Monza, Al Holbert doing an engine change during the 24-hour race, a planned engine change, which wasn't really the best way to go about a 24-hour race, but they did it anyway. We did Formula Atlantics. We co-sanctioned the Formula Atlantic series in the era of Villeneuve and Rahal and Elliott Forbes Robinson. The Canadians did the Canadian races. IMSA did the US races. 1976 this is. I think the ski rule car, that's Villeneuve in the back. Yep. Am I right? Is that right? Yeah. So, little piece of video. Do I hit this or how do I start it? Oh shit. So this is 1976, Road Atlanta. Those of you who know the track will be stunned at what the place looked like in 1976. But you see Camaros, Porsches, Monzas, a lot of Monzas. This was the Monza, that first all-around AA-GT victory. Al Holbert in the car. There's 4 or 5 of these little 2-minute clips of video. And this wasn't video, this was film because video hadn't been invented yet. And just to show you what the tracks were like, what the cars looked like, and not just still pictures. But this car was the first mass-produced tube frame race car. Before NASCAR, before anybody else. 14 of those were built by Decon, and 3 or 4 other constructors built cars to the same rules. But they had 6-liter Chevys in the front of a Chevy Monza in a tube frame chassis, but the car captured the look of the road car, just as the CSL and the Corvette, another Monza, which was the intent. Marketing-wise, the cars had to look like what they were supposed to look like. But you can see here the front straightaway at Atlanta. There's no pit lane on the right as there is now. There actually was a stream over there where people would be periodically pulled out of the water. And there we have it. Al Holbert winning the first All-American GT overall victory at Road Atlanta in 1976. And now we can go back and keep going. Those were the 2 main antagonists. That's Michael Kaiser on the right with Milt Minner a lot of times, and Al Holbert, who used Doc Bundy, a whole bunch of other drivers, but I didn't want to talk too much about that. But beautiful car. People remember them today and still go, you know what? for something from the mid-70s, it's still kind of a current-looking piece of hardware. That was the antagonist for everybody, which is the Porsche RSR. This is Mike Kaiser before he got the Monza. But this car was sold in 1974, brand new, 3-liter Porsche RSR was $23,000. Of course, there's inflation, but it still was a pretty good deal. The other great car there was the CSL BMW. This came about in 1975. The factory decided IMSA in the US was the place to race. So they gave up their touring car program in Europe and brought the whole mess. Ronnie Peterson, Brian Redmond, Sam Posey, Alan Moffat. They brought the whole factory deal over here. They came to Daytona, didn't do too well. Moved into Bobby Allison's shops in Hueytown, Alabama, and converted the cars from European touring cars to NASCAR stock cars with triple door bars and stiffened them all up and then became the cars to beat because of that. That's a typical, let's turn one at Laguna in that same era, but Monza, BMW, Carl Schaefer's big block Camaro, Porsche, Charlie Kemp's Mustang at the very top on the right, which was also an all-American GT car. And then we decided we'd go stock car racing. So we invented American Challenge. This is Gene Felton in a Buick Skylark. We didn't know what we were going to do with them, but we basically created a class. And I want to emphasize all of this stuff you see here, John Bishop and the staff at the time, we'd sit around and say, what do we need to have for our product? Our product is entertainment. We're not here to set the world on fire. We're here to entertain people. Go to places like Road Atlanta and Road America and have people come and watch. This is all before television as well. So we created this. We ran them with our GT cars for a couple years, and then Kelly came along, and we ran 10 years of American stock cars, which NASCAR tried to do at the same time. Didn't work out as well as ours did, but road racing stock cars was a new idea. Again, sat around one day and decided, what do we need to do? We need something like that. We need these kind of cars to be on the racetrack in some way. Again, this is Riverside, BMW's out front, Ford Capri behind, gaggle of Porsches. Great shot of Holbert's car, beautiful cars, beautifully turned out. And then we got into Group 5. So now you see, going back to that, you can see the beginning of the big wings and things and the extended front splitters. The car in the back is Chris Cord's Monza. The car in the front is David Hobbs in the McLaren BMW 320i Turbo. Also a factory deal, but run out of McLaren in Detroit. Group 5 came along, and again, it was the same situation. The OEs in Europe made 935s, a few of these BMWs, and then they became the dominant cars. John Bishop always wanted a product that the little guy private team could win the big races in. Okay, so Daytona, Sebring, there had to be something that you were not dependent on a car company to have a car, because after a year or two, those guys quit making them. So every generational shift, technically, in IMSA GT racing has been due to coming up with something new that would take the place of OE manufactured built purpose race cars and have it available to anybody who wanted to buy it, okay? And that was an underlying theme for 5 decades, and you'll see that later. That's the other big monsters, the big Greenwood Corvettes. This particular car at Daytona in 1974 did 212 miles an hour at pit in at Daytona. It's the size of a small house. It has a 494 cubic inch cross-ram Can-Am engine in it. It's got tires on the back big enough for a semi, but it was fast. How did that work against the Porsches, technically? Everybody got 32 gallons of gas. So 250 miles at Daytona, this car was 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than most of the other cars, but had to make 2 more pit stops to get the fuel. And what happened in the end, they converged. And the racing was really quite excellent because of that. Am I blocking anybody's view here? You guys see? Okay. Another great shot of BMW at Sebring in the old days, where you could see between the car and the big airplanes, there's nothing. But that's the way it was. So gives you an idea. That's the winning car from 1975. But yeah, they used to have these Constellations, DC-6s, DC-7s lined up there. They're basically cutting them up for scrap, but there's a little vestige of a snow fence there in front of the windscreen, but there's nothing between parked airplanes and the race cars. This is a shot from Daytona, same year, where there's actually trees there, which of course have been long chopped up by spectators for firewood or whatever, but there's no more trees in Daytona. Another good shot of Chris Cord's Monza, Mid-Ohio. Again, beautiful cars. This is now 1978, and this is pretty important year, technically. The two front row cars are factory 935 Porsches. One's a customer car, which is Kramer, and the other one is the Martini factory car. Behind them are the two in Altera GTP cars. GTP came about through a collaboration with the ACO and the Le Mans people to develop a prototype car that a number of private constructors could build and powered by engines that anybody could buy. So those two cars are powered by Cosworth, 3-liter Cosworths, kind of a detuned Formula One engine. And they actually did pretty well, but a lot of people don't understand that that was a collaboration with the ACO. It then led to bigger political issues in a few years with the FIA, but we'll get to that. So every time we came out with new cars, Daytona's the first race. It's the Super Bowl race. At no time did any new car beat the old cars at Daytona when they first came out, until the DPI cars in the mid-20-teens, okay? So the car that won was a little 43, Hurley Haywood up there in the upper right, Porsche Carrera RSR. It's been in the game since 1974. It's been 4 years and it's still a competitive big race winning car. All this other stuff broke or crashed, so that's part of it. Again, another shot showing you actually the first prototype of the turbo car is the 00 car, which Interscope had, which was driven by Danny and Guy's factory car, Kramer car, one of the GTP and Alteras. This is, we talked about consequential racetracks. A couple shots from Lime Rock. This is before the chicane, when you have 850 horsepower going up a hill, which was, I hate to say, kind of normal. There's even a more dramatic one that I know Eric is waiting to see, but these cars were absolutely terrible to drive. You had to really be on your game. Very difficult to drive. Huge amount of power, based on a standard 911 shell, kind of a flexible flyer until they got here and everybody stiffened them up. Huge rear tires, tiny small front tires. Aerodynamically, not that good either. So in those days, you could run a twin turbo setup or a single turbo setup with two different specifications of weight because of lag. No electronics existed yet to control turbo lag. So two small turbos worked a little better, but the big one made more power. So this is a rare photograph of Peter Gregg's two cars at Road Atlanta trying to decide which one he would race. One's a single, one's a double. So then they morphed into, this is JLP3. They began to get Kramer bodywork designed in California. And I would say by 1979, 80, we'd have 15 935s on the grid, one BMW, one or two Ford Mustang Zach Speed cars. But of the 15 935s, no two of them were the same. Every team got the cars, hot rodded them, changed them. The rules then, philosophically, were if it didn't say you couldn't, you could. So they had, dry ice in the intercoolers. They had Freon sprays in the intercoolers for qualifying. And everybody said they were cheating, and we're going, well, no, it doesn't say you can't do that. So they're just being a little more innovative than you are. Try it, see if it works for you. So it generated a lot of diversity, hot rods. Another video. This is Laguna Seca. It's Ray Hall in the 9, and Fitzpatrick. And I think this is the race where the first Lola T600, no, it's not. This is Group 5. Whittington Brothers, Ford Zach Speed Mustang, pretty evenly matched in speed down the back straightaway at Daytona. A little lock up there. Yo. But you can see Porsche, Paul Newman in a Nissan, Ford, somebody crashing the Andal car. But again, we got to another point where if you didn't have a Porsche 935, which you could no longer get, you had to build one out of a wrecked streetcar or something like that, and that's what they did. But we got to the point where it was all the same car with one or two exceptions. So we needed this GTP concept to generate something new. And that was a car that, we'll get to it shortly, the Lola T600, also the first customer GTP car. Built about 15 of those. That's the ultimate form of the 935, which by then, in 82, 83, was running full ground effects, still a rear engine car, but the only thing left that was a 911 would be the front windshield, cowl, and side windows. The rest of it, as you can see, is heavily different from a 911. Again, all allowed. Shot from Daytona. These cars were great. They had mechanical wastegates. They made all kinds of weird noises. Spectators love them. They burned a lot of excess fuel through the turbo, so every time you got off the engine, you got a big flame out the back, so it was kind of spectacular to watch these cars and hear them. They were not just a visual thing, they were a great sensory overload in every regard. RS cars, they're still around, running around on street tires. Now you see Datsuns, Gremlins, still Gremlins, Mazda in the back, BMW 2002. This series created an entire industry of people that IMSA tried to establish early on, who then made their entire lives their business in racing. Roger Mandeville with Mazdas, Amos Johnson. A number of people built their entire life and business starting with these cars. And we always had a place, or always wanted a place, and this series in particular, along later with the Firestone Firehawk series, provided a place for the average guy to go racing. You didn't have to be elite, you didn't have to have a lot of money, but you could go out, you could have a great time. And I want to say, up till this point, one of the things IMSA did was we paid everybody something. You might have won $50, but back then $50 was 2 nights in a hotel room. So you could go to registration on Sunday afternoon and get paid in cash to get home. But we did that for a decade. And everybody, it was a completely novel thought process that you would actually get paid to do this, even if you were last. But that was the philosophy. We paid everybody. And it was appreciated. You also got an apple at registration when you went to get your credentials. You got Peggy Bishop would give you an apple, so that was kind of cool too. So this is a typical RS race at Daytona, you know, mob racing. The only thing that made it better than Formula Fords is they had fenders and the wheels didn't come off. So there was a lot of stuff about that, but there's probably 10 different kinds of cars in that picture. But that was what it was all about. You know, little guys racing who then became big guys later on, and that was really important to us to make that possible. Road America, first race. Road America 500. Took us a while to crack the Cliff Tufty wall as well, but finally they realized that if they wanted to do this, they had to have a bigger race than what they had at the time. But this is the Road America 500 first year. You can see the crowd's great. The little BMW won that race, 500 miles. It's the longest it ever ran in its entire career, which is pretty good. The pit lane, no speed limit. A lot of brave people, in my opinion, but that's what it looks like. That's Fitzpatrick leaving from a fuel stop, but that's the old pagoda, which when Lee Hall, who was the president at the time, said they were going to take it down, I volunteered to fly to Wisconsin so that I could light the fire on one end that would burn it to the ground, which was the easiest way to get rid of it. Mazdas were huge technical innovations with rotary engines. They provided a 330 horsepower car for virtually nothing in money compared to piston engines, and we had lots of them. That's Kent Racing, Lee Mueller, Kathy Rude. Another weird, great car, the R5 Turbo by Patrick Jacquemart. Unfortunately, he was killed in it at Mid-Ohio testing, but this was one of the other interesting cars that IMSA fostered, sometimes writing special rules for special manufacturers to enable them to be there. The Zach Speed Mustangs, again, blowing a lot of unused gas out the exhaust pipe. Klaus Ludwig, Ray Hall, Kevin Kogan, great cars, 2-liter turbos that look like that. It's gotten kind of complicated at this point. This is some of the other fun things that happen. This is testing Fitzpatrick's 935 K3 the week before Le Mans on the highway in Germany. So the crews would go over and build up these cars at Kramer's and then take them right to Le Mans, but you had to run them a little bit. So took it out on the Autobahn, gave it a little stroll down the highway, right, with a Volkswagen next to it, you know. So if you read the sign, let's see, Dortmund, yeah, Cologne, they were in Cologne. But basically, a lot of that stuff went on all the time. Sometimes here, but in Europe, it was routine to get a K plate, which is a Kramer plate. It was a dealer plate, but they just stuck it on the race car and took it out on the highway. So at this point, 82, we have 3 series. We have Camel GT. Champion Sparkplug was the RS cars. We had a 15-year relationship with that company. 12 years with Kelly Services, with the Kelly American Challenge. And at this point, we started working with Skip Barber on the Barber Saab series, open wheel cars, which generated people like Diego Montoya, Juan Montoya, Brian Hurd, a lot of IndyCar people Paul Tracy ran in Skip Barber's beginning series, so to speak, pro series. But that was just starting, and we were just contemplating. Another shot of Road America. Crowds were starting to get quite large at this time, late 80s, early 90s. The 935 kept morphing into more bizarre high speed. This is a Moby Dick version from, actually it's the Andile car done in Preston Hens colors at Road America. But you can see it's quite a long way from a 911. It's flatter, wider. And then came this beast. This is the Lola T600, which was the first production series built GTP car. So Eric Broadley told Brian Redman, I need 2 orders. These cars cost $75,000 in 1981. Get me 2 orders and we'll build them. They ended up building about 15 of them. So it was powered. This one had was run by Garrettson Enterprises, who had run Porsches. And basically, Brian Redman won the first race. And I think the video coming up, I'll ask you to watch how that car, as a true ground effects car with tunnels, which was fairly new concept at that time, how differently the car could use the racetrack over a conventional car. The downforce and aerodynamic development, to Mark's comments about how things influence. The 2 biggest changes in this kind of racing in 40 years are tire development and aero development. The engines made 800 horsepower 45 years ago. That's no big deal. It's cheaper to make that power these days. But aero and tires is what have moved these kind of cars, and in some cases you'll see outside the boundaries of what the racetracks could handle. John and Bill France always had a theory that the car needed to be bigger than the track. And that worked until something bad happened. And then you had to kind of rethink that philosophy. So by the late 80s, these kind of cars had morphed into going to every racetrack we went. For instance, here before the bus stop, at the end of the back straightaway, it was about 210, okay? Laguna Seca, before they made the inner loop, turn 2 up the hill at the bridge, 205. Mid-Ohio, 210. Every track we went to, the cars were faster than Indy cars, and at the tracks we shared, like at Road America in Portland, the cars actually did faster lap times than an Indy car. So we were pushing that envelope by the late 80s. But again, some views, very simple. This is kind of, those familiar with Lolas, it's kind of like a Lola T70 from the 60s, tub, with a 6-liter Chevy V8. This is a Franz Weiss Chaparral engine car. And 75 grand, the engines were like 35, 40 grand. So a Porsche 935, when you could last buy one, was well over $200,000 from Porsche. And this was a much more cost effective. Most of the teams that got these were not OE manufacturer related, but they were race teams and were in the business of racing, and we were trying to create an environment where they could be successful as teams with sponsors and everything else. And so we kept morphing to new cars, and everybody says, well, how did you think of this? It's pretty simple, actually. But we thought about what we needed. We needed a car that was half the price, that could perform as good or better than what already existed. And then we figured out moving backwards from that end point of how to get there technically. And what was frightening is none of us are engineers, but there were simple pieces of this, which were the engine had to be made available to anybody who wanted to buy it. The car had to have 2 distinct things. It had to carry 32 gallons of gas. The driver's feet had to be behind the center line of the front axles when the pedals were depressed. This was the era where Indy and F1 guys all had broken feet and legs because they stuck out and they were the first thing to hit the fence when they went into it. But you can watch this video from Laguna of how this car could just kind of drive around people. That's Danny Youngaitis in a Porsche. You just drove by him like he was tied to a tree. The car could do things. That's John Paul. Same thing. He's taking an outside line in turn 10 that you don't normally do. You're in the inside, and he just drove by him. And it's all because of the ground. Here's another good shot of watch how it squares off these corners compared to the Porsche. But it just was an amazing revelation because people didn't realize what the impact of that technology would be until they saw it and went, oh, we need to get one of these. So that was sort of the end of the 935. This is the first race that the car raced in, and it won. It started 5th.
It basically worked, Brian Redmond worked his way through the field, not by going any faster, but the speed the car could run, he could run the whole race at. While the 935s, the Fords, all those other cars had tire degradation, they had too much power on two back wheels. These cars had the right amount of power, the right weight, and the aero package just made them really good. This is Eric's favorite picture. So another Lime Rock shot. This is one of the coolest cars we ever developed with Audi, which also became the biggest pain in the butt for us. But this is the Audi 90 GTO car, full tube frame, 5-cylinder inline turbo. Hans Stuck, Hurley Haywood, and occasionally Walter Royal, the rally driver, who even people like Hans Stuck said when he showed up, I raced for second. The man was amazing. So this is Lime Rock again, doing wheelies up the hill. The intriguing thing was the car is an all-wheel, constant all-wheel drive car, which meant it applied the drive you wanted on each wheel based on the grip level that the car was sensing that it needed. It wasn't 20% front, 80% back. It was applying that drive to the wheels as it saw it needed. So the hard part of it was we started it out, Goodyear made them special tires, 14 inches wide. We realized after a couple races, they didn't go to Daytona and Sebring because they didn't think they could finish. So they started on 14s. We summed down 2-3 races, changed that to 12, and then changed it to 10 a couple races later, and the end result was it made no difference. The 10-inch wide tires worked just as good as the 14-inch tires. Part of the reasons and the learning experience for us was technically what's going on with a car like this is the tire degradation is way better because the load of slowing down is spread over all 4 wheels. The braking was much better and the acceleration was phenomenal. And there's some video of people like Hans Stuck would just pass people in the dirt or the grass because the car could do that. So the rest of the guys are like, what's he doing? He just drove me around me in the dirt. So it was an amazing car. It's probably, in my opinion, one of the coolest, most technically advanced things that IMSA created. We did some other stuff, but this one was sort of a challenge for them and us to do this. They won the Trans Am the year before with a car, an Audi 100, made out of a real production shell. This has nothing to do with that other than the greenhouse silhouette and so on and so forth. But spectacular car. 2 remain. One is here in the USA and one is in Germany. And the significance to Audi is when they just showed their first concept Formula One car, the car that's behind the Formula One car in their display is that car. Not the R8 prototype, that's off to the side, but that car is right there. That embodies Audi's performance thing, and it's 1989. You know, it's pretty amazing what they were able to do and how they did it. Some more pictures. Here's the Lola's now taking the front all the time. And then Bob Tullius showed up with Jaguars with big V12 engines. One of the only teams in history whose people were always dressed in white and never got dirty. Not sure how they did that, but I think they had enough uniforms in the truck that if you did, you had to go change right away. But yeah, how many people have white crew guys, you know? So beautiful car, Lee Drykster design, actually originated by Mike Dale, who was the head of Jaguar USA, had nothing to do with England. They didn't want anything to do with it, so they did it here themselves. Again, one of IMSA's goals was to provide the industry, designers, constructors, the opportunity to make a living and a business in this kind of racing. So another example of that. Beautiful car. This is the hairpin at Miami in the first street races, which is the next sort of episode where we talked about racing on roads. Well, it came back with a vengeance in the 80s. At one point, we had 5 downtown street races, okay? Which, different concept, which was we're going to bring this show to people in their face, which is going to mess up their town for at least a month. So they'll know it's happening, okay? The buses didn't run. We messed everything up. But when all said and done, we turned on a lot of people to the game that would not have otherwise ever seen it. And it was spectacular to watch. You'll see a couple more here. Another innovation, the first plastic engine. It's Torlon 2-liter. Most of the internal components are carbon or plastic. It was sponsored by Amoco. It actually got 2 podium finishes in Camel Lights. This is also early 80s. So we had a lot of innovative stuff going on and welcomed it. You know, we looked at what we did as a place for people to try new things, and some of them worked, some of them didn't. But I threw this in here only because a lot of people don't know about it, but it actually scored 2 third places in a pretty competitive category in an engine made out of plastic. This is interesting. This is John Bishop's original drawing, which he drew in the meeting when we started arguing with Porsche between the 956 Group C car and our desire for a different kind of car. So what's different? We put out our GTP rules with the ACO in 1980. It required that engine to be available, no aluminum roll cages, which the FIA insisted was okay, which never was. Everyone we ever saw failed. And the driver had to be behind the front axle. John actually sketched this in the boardroom at Porsche at Stuttgart and showed it to him and says, here, you can lengthen it in the back or you can lengthen it in the front, but you got to make it longer to get the driver moved. And you can't have aluminum roll cages, and you got to have an engine that everybody can get. So the Group C formula, for those who don't know, was a fuel formula. World Endurance Championship, Le Mans, took kind of the same thing. The 56 version, the Group C car, which was shorter, driver out front, is the one that Stefan Beloff was killed in at Spa. And it basically probably, I don't want to say it would be avoidable, but the way he was positioned in the car and what happened to the car was tragic. Should not have been that bad, but it did. So they lasted about 2 years, and then finally, after some bad accidents in Group C, they adopted IMSA's GTP rules because it made sense. And again, none of us are engineers, but we just looked at this thing and said, this can't be right. There's a better way to do this. And we just did what we thought was correct. 956 is probably the least successful Porsche car in that regard. And the 62, I think they built 145 of them. So you think about that, 145 race cars that started at about 300 grand, and at the end, a decade later, were 700 grand, but they still built 145 of them and sold them. So that's what the fields kind of look like. You got a Porsche, Buick March, Jaguars. We had a lot of diversity. We had 9 OE manufacturers in GTP in the 80s, as well as I think 5 or 6 more in Camel Lights, which was a lower division using normally aspirated car, which is engines, which is kind of where the gentleman guys went because it was an easier car. These things started getting really fast. That's yours truly giving a driver's meeting at Road America. You know, it's kind of like your picture in the beginning, Eric. If you can identify half the people in there, you get a prize. But a lot of the world's best race car drivers are in that mob there. Miami, this is what street racing was like in the early 80s. Biscayne Boulevard on the right, pit lanes to the left. You could see cars coming around turn 1. But it was amazing to do this. I remember the first race had Sterling Moss as the color commentator on TV, and he was just fascinated because street racing at that point was pretty much Monaco. That was it. So we did this, then we did West Palm, then we did San Antonio, then we did Columbus, then we did New Orleans, and we just kept going. And to the earlier discussions, the economic benefit was huge.
What year was this?
This is early, this is 82, I think, 81 or 82. But by the mid-80s, we had 5. But the economic impact in these cities were great. The pushback from people whose businesses got messed up and couldn't get on the bus and everything else was equally great. Noise wasn't that big of an issue because everybody knew it was going to be noisy. But just to give you an example, Race Control, the high-rise building on the left was a new building, and we were like 20 stories up and had a commanding view of the entire area. This is right along Biscayne Bay. The cruise ship port is to the left. It was just spectacular. It was a great idea. Al Holbert. Firestone Firehawk. All right, other great idea. We took street cars, told everybody to take the carpets out, put a bolt-in roll cage in it that you could take out if we asked you to take out. In other words, it could not be firmly affixed to the car. It had to be bolted in, steel. Fire bottle, that was it. Belts and a seat. Go race it. So those were street cars, which everybody said, there's no fuel cells, there's none of this, none of that. The standard of construction of these cars in that day was such that they were 5 layers of steel around the fuel tank already. It was past the Ford Pinto I Explode experiences of a decade earlier. They were pretty solid cars. We'd roll these things up. And what was cool is you could wreck it on a test day, go down to a dealership, buy another one, and build it overnight and go race the next day. How bad was that? So, but you can see there's Dodge Chargers, BMWs, Camaros, Mustangs. just about everything you could. Now, what happened over time was we had 3 or 4 categories. Each category, we listed a group of cars, and out of that group, maybe 3 or 4 were really in that configuration competitive with each other. Some of them were just hopeless. You didn't want to run Peugeots. They were terrible, but people tried. Picture of a Jaguar V12, 6.5 and 7-liter engines, based on the production Jaguar engine. Beautiful sound, very competitive. Another great picture from Sebring where you can see this Porsche is going down Hanger Straight at about 180, and there are people sitting in the grass to the left. And then there's a chain link fence, and then there's more people. And somehow we didn't manage to kill anybody, though we certainly had all the parts to do that. No big accidents, but not what we do today. But this is about mid-'80s, Bruce Levin's car. Daytona at night, just a cool shot. That's a Nissan GTP car, in the last one. And an interesting thing is what's shown this week, of course, with endurance racing, we got the moniker of racing with a difference. We race at night and we race in the rain, and sometimes we race at night in the rain, which makes it really nasty. But you can see what I'm trying to illustrate here is just how people have adapted these cars to take on different race lengths, different kinds of racetrack. Angling the lights out so that you could see where the wall was essential. This is pre-live TV during the races, so now it's lit somewhat better. You can actually drive Daytona at night without headlights. People can't see you coming, but you can see where you're going. But back then, you had to have lights, and they had to work this way. And places like Sebring, the old 5.2-mile track, part of which was that 86 Haviland car, if you lost your headlights or your alternator or your battery went dead, there were times where guys just stopped and had to wait till the end of a session because they couldn't find their way back to the pits. It was that dark. Certainly at speed, you wouldn't even try to. It was pretty, what's the word? Heroic. If you won there in those conditions as a driver, it was not just consequential, it was heroically consequential, okay? Castrol Jag, these are the English cars from Walkinshaw. They replaced, Jaguar finally adopted the GTP concept for Group C as well, so they were able to build new cars, which came in a variety of forms, V12s at 7 liters, twin-turbo V6s. The XJR 14, which comes up later, was the Ross Braun design, Formula One designers' version of a car powered by a Cosworth. But really super big program, Castrol, yours truly at the Ferrari Museum. I throw this in there for my own benefit, but I was the guy that had to go over there and homologate this car, the Ferrari F40, which is 1989, to run in GT racing both in the US and Europe. So whenever I go back there, they always remind me. I did 2 cars with Ferrari, that one and the 333 SP prototype, which will come up in a bit. So this one sits in the Ferrari Museum. Hurley Haywood actually drove it. People don't realize Hurley Haywood drove Audis, he drove Porsches, he drove Ferraris, he drove Jaguars, he drove a lot of stuff, but he lives and breathes Porsches. So great guy. Daytona, Castrol, banking early in the morning. They won in 90 and in 88. Another beautiful piece, the Nissans. Hard to miss these cars. This is the 2nd generation GTP car. Okay, this has got some nasty accident stuff in it. This is where I talk about how the cars exceeded the racetracks. What's going on here is Road Atlanta has not got a chicane. It is a flat out turn 7 to turn what is now 12 run. It's 210. There's a dip in the middle. The dip and the downforce at this point, these cars were running 7,500 to 8,000 pound rear springs. So they needed springs like that to keep the car from grinding into the road, all right? So that plus the weight of the car, you go down in a dip at 200 miles an hour, what's gonna happen? The tires are gonna explode. So it's a little gruesome, but nobody got seriously hurt. That was same race, both cars. There was a third one with the Toyota, which managed to get back to the pits because it landed right side up. These guys didn't. Pretty destructive, you know. So this is the second one. So this is when we started thinking about, okay, this stuff is simply going too fast. We don't need to go that fast. to put on a quality show, to put on good entertainment. We're not in the business of wrecking this stuff this way. So after that particular race, Goodyear refused to supply tires to these teams until they told them actually what the downforce potential would be, because the tires were, the cars just exceeded what they could possibly do. So some other footage from this era. Holbert was the dominant car of the 80s, followed by the Nissans in the late 80s. One of IMSA's most iconic car, Lowenbrow car. How am I doing on time there, Eric? Oh, okay, good. That's another wrecked one. Jan Lammers put that one in the fence when he went out of the pits with cold tires and new brake pads. Oops, which is still happening today at Daytona. Sebring again. That's turn one before there was the change in the track, the original Nissan GTP car. So at this point, we had 5 or 6 major factory teams. We once again were struggling with a privateer cannot get the hardware to be able to compete with these people. So we were starting to think about what's next when this goes. We also were made aware at the time that RJ Reynolds, because of federal law, would have to stop their sponsorship in 1993. So we had a number of things going on into the next decade. The Bishops and the original stockholders, the Francis and 2 other groups of stockholders, sold IMSA to a businessman in Tampa who was also the promoter of the St. Pete Grand Prix race, Mike Cohn and Jeff Parker. It wasn't the best idea. Neither one of them were racers. They, if you want to read the gory details, I wrote a book about it with George Silberman, my compatriot with this. They would do stuff like, Mike was a construction guy, so he would take the purse for the 24 hours of Daytona, and he would use that to bond jobs for the state of Florida, okay? I can say this now because when he finally got caught up, he did 15 years state and 15 years federal, non-concurrent, just got out of jail about 2 years ago. So deserved to be there for that long, as far as I know. John knows this too. It was strange days. But basically, he lasted 3 years and then basically sold to another guy who actually was a great guy, Charlie Slater. But the guy who talked Charlie Slater into buying it was the same guy that talked Mike Cohn into buying it. So Hal Kelly was not somebody, he was the promoter at Tampa and St. Pete, both of which were temporary circuit events that failed. So he wasn't really held in high regard by our other promoters. RJ Reynolds didn't like him. So we kind of struggled there. We had economic issues of ownerships taking money out of the company and so on. So we'll forget about that. This is an example of the next mid-90s, in spite of all these underlying bad things going on, we exported our GT stuff first to Japan, all right? And we took anywhere from 6 to 8 cars and helped the JAF develop what is now Super GT. Super GT cars are essentially derivatives of the car on the right, which is a 300ZX Cunningham car built in California. And just to show them, Nissan set this up at Fuji. There's the road car, there's the race car. The whole idea was to capture the spirit of the race car, but make it, the street car, but make it a real race car, because that makes it cheaper to run, faster. So anyway, we brought 6 or 7 cars at their request. We ran 2 years at Fuji, 1 year at Autopolis, I think, so 3 races, where they started running Nismo Skylines, modified Group A cars, and started developing a tube frame structured car, which then grew into what they do now, which is very similar to this, even beyond that, without much help from us, other than bringing a variety of GTO and GTU cars and American Iron, and opening them up and letting all their OE manufacturers just come and look at the cars and ask questions, how they made, what do you use, and so on and so forth. It too developed their own industry of parts and component manufacturers for their own cars, which is great. That was one of the big goals of IMSA, was always to focus on that. So Chevy Intrepid, Wayne Taylor, 1991. 1991 was the most successful GTP year because every OE manufacturer won at least 1 race, which rarely happened. The last 962s, this is Rob Dyson's, quite a bit different than the earlier Holbrook pictures. A lot more aero stuff on it. Triple element wing on the back, which originally was 1 element. So the car won races in 1984, and it won its final race in 1993. And the reason I bring that up is the original layout of a GTP car, John Bishop drew on a piece of paper in his office in front of myself, Roger Bailey, and Charlie Rainville. And that drawing remained in the IMSA rulebook for a decade unchanged. So when people talk about stability, people like Rob Dyson invested in these cars and he raced them for 10 years. Modified them, but it's the American hot rod mentality. You got to fix it somehow. There's the XJR14, brilliant car. Look at the size of the aero device on the back of that. The spray gives you some idea what's going on, but the air going under the car. This car, Davy Jones said many times, 73 to 7,500 pound rear springs on it. But it's basically a Formula One car with a 3.5 liter engine, widened tub, holding 32 gallons of gas. But great little car, super quick. Davy Jones was one of our really good drivers, but the best comment I ever heard was Tony Dow, who managed the British cars, said, Davy Jones has wrecked every model of GTP and Group C car we've ever made. At least once. So, you know, you get guys that are really fast, but you got to expect them to damage the hardware occasionally or total it, as he did a few times. Then came the Toyotas. This is Gurney's effort. These cars were the culmination of 3 generations of previous designs. It became the dominant cars. What's really unique about this car is, if you notice, there's no holes in it other than the hole in the front. All of the air going through the car created added downforce inside the car on a second floor. All the air for the radiators, intercoolers, and the only thing sticking out of those 2 little black things, which are brake ducts for the rear brakes. But everything else went through the car. The tall scoop on the side was an intake for the turbo, just because it needed the cleaner air, because at the time the air got from the front to the engine bay for the turbo was pretty agitated. These cars also ran 7,500 pound springs. It was a 2.1 liter engine running 125 inches of boost and could make, if they wanted, 1,000 horsepower out of a 2 liter. So they didn't run that long that way, but it was there if you wanted it. So great cars. Having Gurney in the series from GTU to GTO to GTP for close to a decade was a treat. The guy was, nobody ever like him as far as I'm concerned, but wonderful man. That was the year they won, 24 hours, 93. We had carbon brakes by then, as you can see. This is Japan. Here's the group of cars we took to Autopolis. 7 of them, the whole group. That was a lot of fun. The Japanese were great hosts, but they also, you know, you see some of them, we had Exxon at that time instead of Camel. So because it was international, half the cars had Esso on it because they were still using the Esso name overseas and not here, but Exxon was the US. That's pouring rain at Fuji, Argetsinger GTU car and the 2 Cunningham GTO cars in the rain. This is another weird car. This is the most successful Porsche car ever raced. This is the Jaguar Bud Light car that you saw earlier with the rain coming out the back. They cut the roof off of it. Well, first what they did was they sold that car to Mazda, who ran it in Group C with a Mazda-badged Cosworth engine. Same car, but they changed it from a Jag to a Mazda just by putting Mazda valve covers on the engine. And they did that for about 3-4 months and decided that wasn't worth it. So Valparaiso, Indiana, they had 2 or 3 of these chassis, and Tony Dow, Max Welty, who was the Porsche head of motorsports, and Alan Springer in California go, well, we need to do something with these. So what'd they do? They dropped the 962 spec engine in the back of one of these things, which cut the roof off, reinforced the roll cage structures you can see with forward and rear braces. This is Mario Andretti testing it at Charlotte. And it's the most successful car because in 1995, at the beginning of World Sports Cars, which, side story, we knew in 93 no more GTP cars. So we had a new sponsor, which was Exxon. They had 2 requests. Make the cars look different because we don't want to be viewed as taking over someone else's old stuff. And 2, we need more of them. So the whole idea, again, was another technical shift to develop a car that private teams could buy and run. And so the World Sports Car was born. I bring this one up because it's so unique, as it only raced in our races once. After the Roar, the test at Daytona in the beginning of January, Kramer had a CK5, which was a similar car made out of a 962 chassis. He brought one, Porsche brought 2 of these, and we changed changed the rules on them between then and the race because we recognized that we really didn't set up World Sports Cars for turbos. We were trying to extend an arm to Le Mans to go, you need to get rid of what you are now running, which are GT1 cars, the McLaren F1s, Porsche GT1 cars, which at the time cost about $1.5 million a piece, unavailable to everybody. Factory made so many, and that was it, done. So you're limiting your field. You're not looking forward about how you're going to sustain this. So we needed cars like this that customer cars could be made out of existing stuff. So it never raced at Daytona that year. However, the Kramer CK5, the older version, won the race under the rules that Porsche didn't like with the same engine. I got to speed up. So I say it's the most successful. It ran Le Mans twice, won both times. Finished second a third time, and then, no, finished second at Petit Le Mans in 1998, 3 years later. So I'm moving ahead. We also extended a series to Central and South America, the NACAM Marlboro GT Series. Again, IMSA cars, IMSA rules, IMSA teams, a place for them to sell their cars, okay? Another good view of the World Sports Car, taking the roof off, that's Andy Wallace, or it might be Derek Bell. And you could kind of see who was driving the car and what he was driving it with, you know? It was kind of a good view. James Weaver and Rob Dyson's Spice with a Ferrari engine in it. Again, all that stuff was generally available. Little video from this era. It's Phoenix at night. Wayne Taylor won the first championship in a rotary-powered car by not winning a race, but finishing in the top 5, I think, 12 times. So it's okay. This is funny. You'll love this. Whoops. Oh, wait, there's more. He pushes it back over, gets back in, and drives it away. The car of the decade is clearly the 333 SP. This car, again, I went to Ferrari with Giampiero Moretti, met with Montezemolo and Piero Ferrari, and said, we need a customer car. So they committed to making this car solely for customers. Ferrari never ran one themselves. Pure customer car is exactly what we wanted. It wasn't that expensive. As Piero Ferrari said, the little badge on the front end, that's $25,000 just to get the little badge on it because it's a Ferrari badge. So there was a little inflation to that, but you bought a car, you got an engine, 4 corners, and a full body and a transmission for about $750,000, and that was most of the parts you needed to run a whole season, including the car. It's a great deal. Rob Dyson, the other great car was the Riley. Many engine combinations in it. Great shot of the Ferrari. They spit flames out the back and made great noises with a V12 turning 12,500 RPM. It was magic. Spectators loved them. GT cars, still the mainstay. 99, Audi and BMW showed up. At this point, the ACO and the FIA adopted IMSA's World Sports Car rules, but then had to put their mark on it. So they put bigger engines in it and put aerodynamic diffusers on them on cars that weren't designed to have them, which immediately obsoleted all the Ferraris and made the Audi and the BMW cars. That's a 6-liter V12, the car to have, which you can see here. All the old cars are in the back. The 2 Panoses, the 2 BMWs, the Lola's a new car, but then you got the Ferraris and the Rileys in the back, and they could no longer compete with the cars at the front. Grand Am comes along, 1999. In 1997, George Soberman and I left when Andy Evans acquired IMSA, which was the 5th owner in 7 years, and decided we didn't like to work under his ethics. So IMSA got split in half. Half of the people, the management and director type level people, ended up in NASCAR Daytona. The rank and file people, part-time people that ran the races as race staff, ended up getting the contract to run the ALMS, okay, with Don Panos' program. Again, new car. We had to get rid of the old World Sports Cars again. Grand Am did Daytona prototypes. Interesting design. Ford, Lexus, Ford. That's a Doran, which became a Dallara. Riley. So what happened there was the benefit Grand Am had was at the time, International Speedway Corporation, we had Daytona, we had Watkins Glen, we had Phoenix, we had Fontana. We had racetracks that we owned that let us race there reasonably. So in the long run, the ALMS had Sebring in Atlanta, and we both would pick up Mid-Ohio or Three Rivers or some other events to build out a schedule. We used to go to the Glen twice. We used to go to Daytona twice. But basically, for about 6 or 7 years, these two things ran in parallel with opposite philosophies. One was cost effective, lots of cars, all prototypes in that shot. There's no GT cars. All right. So ALMS had OE manufacturers spending a lot of marketing dollars, but they didn't have very big fields or lots of cars. They had a connection with Le Mans, and eventually by the early teens, I don't want to say one was better than the other. They were two different philosophies, but Grand Am had pretty much caught up and passed on the TV viewership, on the car count, and on the spectator attendance at events. And then the smarter people got involved and said, why don't we combine these two things and make something better? And that's where we are today. We also did some cool stuff. This is Mike Shank breaking the world closed course speed record at Daytona, which was held for 20-something years by the Mercedes C111 done at Nardo in Italy, which I think is a 7-mile or a 9-mile oval. He beat it with a 3-liter EcoBoost turbo production engine. But you could see the line. You could see the 4 decimal points. Pretty high-tech stuff when we would do stuff like that along the lines of Bonneville. More DP cars. Then DP version 3. These are the Corvettes, the final version. There were 3 generations of DP cars. Then the ALMS, you have the Audi, the Corvettes. They were definitely the ALMS cars. Panos, Audi, R8. This is a classic end of race. Oh yeah? You think that was cool? Watch this. This is Jörg Bergmeister, and I forget who's driving the Corvette, but it's not very friendly at all, as you can about to see. Oh yeah, see that? That's a wall. That was to the flag. So the Porsche won the race. The Corvette was second, but crossed the line backwards, shedding parts. But luckily, I didn't have to have anything to do with that. Vipers. Another Corvette. Beautiful cars. Now we're getting near the end. This is DPI. DPI followed the merger between 2 years of running ALMS and Grand Am cars together and then creating a new car. This is very similar to the car we have now without the hybrids. Sebring. Penske running the factory Acura team. Castroneves. So at this point, IMSA is starting to really boom. When I say boom, record crowds, great TV numbers, social media is exploding, and it just grew from this point to where we are today, where I'll say now, because I'm running out of time unless I take it out of your lunchtime. This was last lap at Petit Le Mans. Die-hard pass, but he's going so slow, the car he's trying to pass passed him going down the hill, and he still finished second. We don't push for that, but it's so competitive and so close. People talk about BOP and all the rule stuff. We're working margins of 0.03%, where some of the teams, the 2 drivers cannot drive the same car on the same day within that number. And yet the manufacturers want us to fix that. It's like, no. Some ending ones. We do this now every year at Daytona. That's the field for the Rolex 24, probably 2 years ago. Turn 1 Sebring, just GT cars this time. Huge. We have 18 OEM partnership agreements with car manufacturers, most of anyone in the world right now. Penske's Porsches. Roger Penske said when they first tested this car in Barcelona, these are the most technically advanced race cars on the planet, including Formula One, IndyCar, anything else. They are made with stuff that was not off the shelf. Everything in these cars, hybrid-wise, battery-wise, MGU-wise, was developed specifically for this, again, in order to have a life until now, 2030. So we'll be using this componentry, and it has scalability for another 5 years. Easy. Again, nighttime. evening at Road Atlanta. Daytona. Cars are really cool. They do really great things. They leave the pits on the electric. They have no alternator, and they just hit the ignition button and the car starts itself from the electric. It's got an 800-volt battery in it. The 800-volt battery can give it 150 more horsepower, not on demand, but over a period of time. It regenerates itself when you're on the brakes and when you disengage the clutch. The input shaft, that's where the MGU works, is the input shaft. BMWs, they just debuted their second generation of the car at Daytona last weekend. Here you have Aston Martin, and again, off we go. So Daytona tells us the Rolex 24 now is the second most profitable event at the racetrack after the Daytona 500. So road racing and sporty car stuff has come a long way. But you can see how quick these things are. They're pretty fast. At Daytona now, they're slightly over 200. I threw this in just to give some idea of IMSA and the Corvette. From the third car from the top is all IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am Corvettes. First two, no. But the third one is a Greenwood, so that's where it starts. But it's kind of a neat photo to show how GM has used motorsports and Corvette. Final picture, that's the Bishop France Trophy. Every champion of every class in the overall division, GTO, GTU, GTX, GTP, on the front straightaway in front of the new tower building at Road Atlanta with the Michelin Man on it. And I'm done. Thank you. That's where all the pictures came from. I'm sure there's some questions. JC.
Well, Mark, that was absolutely fabulous. And I don't know if we want to open it up for questions. We're into the lunch break right now.
Sorry, guys, I took out some lunchtime.
For the record, how old were you?
You can ask Mark questions at lunch.
How old were you when you started with John Bishop?
I had just turned 16 in the spring of 1974. And I did my 50th 24-hour race this year of only 2 years. 1 year, I was actually kind of helping John Cooper at the Speedway after Andy Evans took over. George and I went over there at their request. And then by 99, I was over there regularly beginning to make Grand Am for Bill Jr. and Jim France. So it's been a great run. I think the most important thing, which I could talk to, is, you know, the cars are cool and the events are cool. And I took a lot of notes, but the people you have the opportunity to work with, your parents, John and Peg Bishop, priceless. You know, I've been given great guidance, great teachings. I was told day one, you can make every mistake you want once. Second time, we're going to start thinking you're stupid. And I said, okay, I don't want to be stupid. That was a direct quote.
Okay.
Not so much a question, but as a spectator for a lot of different types of racing, I want to thank IMSA for being the most friendly and open and inviting, like the older Formula One days would have been.
We appreciate that because we go to great lengths to make sure that stays in place, and we think that's what the sport needs, and we would hope that others would think of doing the same thing, which they don't. But I think that's one of our great successes. I'll say one more thing. This year, every race we had a record crowd. Double digits more than the year before. And at Road America this year, we had the biggest crowd in the history of Road America. And at Road Atlanta, to keep them on, they actually had to turn people away on race day. There was no place. The first time I can remember a road course
We all see the eyes through the helmet. We all see that race car driver that sits there and he has that look.
Turn number 4, it's gonna be crossing!
That's a guy who just puts the bit between his teeth, and he's gonna come at you, and he's not gonna stop until that checker drops.
Oh, there's crossing, going through!
Pure determination. I want to race at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway someday. He never wanted to be complacent. He always wanted a challenge. He always wanted something more.
You, I heard, kind of set a goal to run like 200 some shows this summer.
It's going to be a year unlike any other in our life.
What we need to do is build one of everything and just travel the country racing. Just do something that was different than anybody else would do.
I think I've got the best job in the world. I wouldn't trade it. It's kind of locked in right now. Feel like I eat, race, sleep, and repeat.
Anything that he got to do, he just embraced it for the love of doing it. Because he understood at any moment it could go away.
Eventually, the history books fade. Who he was as a person off the racetrack and his decision to save lives is his legacy.
I sure hope I can sell you a book today. One is my limit. Oh, one is your, okay. Which one is your box?
2024. Yes.
This chapter you see here on Patrick is really part of your deal. I do appreciate that.
I'm in the...
Yeah, I had to read the email amongst other things. Check the official wall supplier.
Bring them on over. 3 o'clock. Okay. We're here till 3. All right. But you go over there? No, we have to go on. Okay. Yeah, bring them back over here. Okay. You can't afford not to.
These cars symbolize American road racing's unbroken lineage, stretching back from this present-day race-modified Triumph to this 1948 MGTC. And this elaborate, world-famous track can trace its past to the streets of a tiny New York State village. As modern road racing celebrates its 25th anniversary in the United States, so does the incredible circuit where its history began, the Watkins Glen Grand Prix course.
25 Years at Speed is brought to you by British Leyland, maker of these world-famous sports cars, Jaguar, MG, and Triumph. Great to begin with and great today.
Squadron, scramble. 40 bandits approaching 10. Good show.
Like your first love, you never forget your first Spitfire. You not only get a car and a girl, but a piece of history.
Watkins Glen is nestled in a wooded corner of upstate New York, 300 miles from the great cities of the eastern seaboard. 3,000 people live here, and save for its small state park and impressive fishing on nearby Lake Seneca, there is little to distinguish it from 1,000 other small towns of the region. Except through a strange series of circumstances, it has become a world-famous center for motor racing. Today, Watkins Glen's main street is just another road in upstate New York. But 25 years ago, it was the scene of a bold new experiment in American motor racing. The year was 1948, when a select group of splendid amateurs gathered at Watkins Glen to revive a form of motorsport that had been ignored in America for 30 years. Oval track racing, epitomized by the Indianapolis 500, was our traditional style of competition. But racing on roads over natural terrain was distinctly European until a Watkins Glen resident talked the village fathers into staging a sports car race to boost the sagging tourist trade. Cameron Argetsinger, a youthful lawyer from Youngstown, Ohio, who spent his summers on Lake Seneca, devised a racetrack using the town's main street and a network of surrounding roadways. He received a sanction from the fledgling Sports Car Club of America, which invited a select group of wealthy foreign car enthusiasts from around the country for their first taste of real competition. While the drone of the Formula One cars practicing for the United States Grand Prix filled the air, we talked at the secluded stone bridge, once a famous landmark on the original circuit. Cameron, tell me a little bit about your personal involvement in that first Grand Prix 25 years ago.
I took the idea to them because I had a car and I wanted to race in a road race, and there weren't any such things in this country. They had a number of people of much vision, and it caught on in a manner that was unbelievable. But I'll never forget it. It has to be a very high point in my life. And there were quite a number of people, a surprising number of people. I think the police estimated there were perhaps 10,000. In great expectancy, nobody knew what was going to happen. And then the flag dropped, and it was just an unbelievable cloud of dust and smoke and haze, and we were off. And it's very hard to describe it, but I'll always remember it.
You must have had a certain advantage in that you were very familiar with the circuit, at least.
My wife was convinced I was going to win it, and it wouldn't be fair to the other people, and they'd all go home mad because I ran it several times a day all summer long.
It borders on the impossible to describe the difficulties and hazards of Cameron Argetsinger's circuit. Narrow and twisty, with an elevation change of over 500 feet between its highest and lowest points, it was at best a hodgepodge collection of public roads, and at the worst, one of the most dangerous race circuits ever conceived by man.
It's among the most demanding circuits that were ever raced on, ever.
John Fitch is one of the best sports car drivers the United States has ever produced. This lean, quiet man from Connecticut drove for the great Cunningham team and is the only American ever to be invited to drive for the vaunted German team from Mercedes-Benz. Now retired to a career as a highway safety expert, John recently returned to Watkins Glen to relive those wild days of the late 1940s.
It was all very experimental and astonishing to all of us who were participating. People were kind of uninformed and everybody was learning their job, and we were racing in cloth helmets and no seat belts, and it was just a big wild adventure, a happening, which is retained today.
John, with a racetrack sometimes no more than 15 feet in width, wasn't it very difficult to pass?
Very difficult. On the back straight that goes under the railroad underpass there, it was like sort of aiming the car, and you hoped you got through. And the road was quite bumpy. The cars would chatter and shake and carry on. I still can picture those Allards slewing from one side of the road to the other.
How about the Old Stone Bridge? That's a very famous point on the circuit. Was that a particularly difficult section as well?
Well, people treated it with the respect it deserved, and not much happened there because it was so obviously unforgiving that you didn't take liberties with it.
Was it a tiring course to drive?
Gosh, I think people were so keyed up in those days, and it was also new and exciting, and the races were not very long, that nobody thought about that. I'm sure it was exhausting, mentally. At least. The fastest part was the downhill, big sweeping bend there, and I don't think anybody knew how fast the cars went, because the speed was sort of over the design of any of the small cars of the time, and the big cars, you just couldn't even glance at a tachometer for a split second. You know, you wouldn't conceive of any kind of motor competition on a circuit like this today. It'd be out of the question.
Practically everything about racing at Watkins Glen has changed, but the racers. The old track is now a series of rutted back roads, long since replaced by a multi-million-dollar artificial circuit. But the men who race there are essentially the same. The stars of the Grand Prix and Can-Am are pros, but a vast percentage of the men who drive at the Glen each year are amateurs. Doctors, lawyers, salesmen, weekend warriors, as it were, racing as they did in 1948 for the sheer love of competition.
Well, I couldn't be happier if it was me sitting in the seat. I couldn't have done it, probably.
I was going out of overdrive then. It was great.
Well, I saw you go out of overdrive, and I knew when you went out of overdrive, he's going to... What's overdrive? We're going to do the hobby, Robert. Nothing. You said one more lap, and it's another lap. And I said, George, you deserve this. George, you deserve this.
Can't think of anybody, I swear. Let's put this out.
That's what makes it worthwhile, I guess, right? It was worthwhile. Where's Ray?
The Watkins Glen Grand Prix was staged on the old network of public roads for 5 years. Its success triggered similar races to be organized at places like Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, and Pebble Beach, California. The cars got larger and faster, and crowd control bordered on the chaotic. Sanctioning squabbles and financing problems compounded the difficulties, and in 1952, a spectator was killed by a speeding race car. New York State outlawed racing on state roads in the ensuing furor, threatening to end competition at the Glen forever.
We no longer could get the insurance, we no longer could get the permit from the state to run on the state road, so we had to go elsewhere for a circuit.
A man who remembers those bleak days is Henry Valent, a lawyer and lifelong resident of Watkins Glen. He has presided over the financial fortunes of the Glen racing experience since the beginning. Despite the 1952 tragedy, Watkins Glen remained hooked on racing. An organization led by Argetsinger, Malcolm Curry, the local newspaper editor, who was to later become general manager of the present track, and Valent, set up another circuit on town-maintained highways. Beginning a tradition that continues to this day, the community pitched in, operating concession stands, taking tickets, directing traffic, and selling programs, part of the profits of which went to the Watkins Glen High School senior class. While Curry and Argetsinger ran the races, it was Henry Valent who quietly and effectively set up the non-profit Grand Prix Corporation.
Surely, Henry, every citizen of Watkins Glen has a great franchise in the success of the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation.
This is definitely so. The people of the community own the Watkins Glen Grand Prix. It's their corporation, and they have the say of it.
The second Glen circuit was a compromise that lasted only until the corporation could purchase 550 acres of land south and west of the village. There, a special 2.3-mile racetrack would be built. Its designer was William Millikan, a brilliant engineer from the Cornell Aeronautical Laboratories, and himself a respected driver during the early days of the Glen.
Bill, when you conceived the racetrack in late 1955, what were you looking for in terms of design qualities?
Well, of course, we were trying to get a pretty high lap speed. As I remember it, Cam Argetsinger was interested in having one of the fastest circuits in the country. And then, of course, we were interested in getting a circuit which, even at high speed, was a relatively safe circuit.
Millikan's track was a simple teardrop configuration that immediately became the fastest road course in North America. As the organizers and the community plowed profits back into the facility, its stature in the racing world increased. By the early 60s, most of the greatest cars and drivers were competing at the Glen. Each year, mobs of people turned out to see such legendary machines as the Cobras from California, the Chaparrals from Texas, swirling around the track. After a decade of use, the cars began to overwhelm the circuit. Lap speeds were knocking on 130 miles an hour, and the course was criticized as too narrow and too confined for safety. Accidents increased. Although serious injuries were avoided, the management decided to begin a multi-million-dollar remodeling program. A new extension increased the circuit length to 3.3 miles.
Bill, in 1971, you added a mile to this circuit. What was the specific intent of that extension?
Well, there were many intents, in fact. One, of course, was to come up with some better spectator area. Of course, another was to continue to improve the safety of the circuit, which we did by widening it. You remember we knocked off the top of the hill up here so that we had better sight distance. Of course, we went in for a lot of guardrail. Many other improvements, including moving the start-finish line.
How do you feel about it in terms of driving challenge?
As far as I can tell in talking to the various drivers, they feel it's a very challenging circuit. I think the additional part that we added really added a lot to it.
Before, the course was too straightforward. There were only about 5 turns, and it definitely put an emphasis on power.
now it's more of a driver's course, and I think everybody likes it better.
Well, this new loop that you've added and the new service on the pit area, I mean, it really is. It's obviously now in the top class. It's one of the best racing tracks. It's very interesting.
There are many areas where you can lose or gain an awful lot of time, and that's what makes it very interesting, actually.
Well, I think it ranks right up with the top of the circuits around the country.
I think the track now is one of the most beautiful racetracks in the world today, and I can only compliment everyone for it.
Down the main straight here, guardrail pretty close to side road, very nice and safe. Up to just under 200 yards, brake hard. Car swoops around a bit over the bump, down to fourth gear, to a long looping end corner here. The old circuit used to go off the right, we go straight on through the bump, over the rise, down to the sharp left hand, down to third gear again. Nice smooth corner.
A quarter century of high-speed growth. Watkins Glen now ranks with Indianapolis and Daytona as one of the 3 most famous racetracks in America, and it stands among the very best in the entire world. As the site of the United States Grand Prix, its rise from those ragged days of 1948 surely qualifies Watkins Glen as one of the most astounding and unlikely success stories in sporting annals.
Back up the old course, tightest corner on the new track. Tight left hand to keep the wheel off the inside edge, let the car go right to the outside. Wait for the guardrail.
From the beginning, the essence of Watkins Glen has been the Grand Prix. First as a sports car race, and now as a world championship event for Formula One cars and drivers. It is an institution with a tradition rivaling that of the Indianapolis 500, the Rose Bowl, and the Kentucky Derby. Cameron, the first 10 years of Watkins Glen were essentially amateur events, and yet you harbored this dream of a U.S. Grand Prix.
Well, the first 10 years of racing at Watkins Glen established a base from which we could move into professional racing and Grand Prix racing. From the time we actually were awarded the Grand Prix of the United States until the date of the race was a little less than 8 weeks. So it was pretty rushed, both in promoting it and organizing it. We expected a huge crowd. We had a huge crowd. And that morning, I remember driving around the circuit and seeing white shirts in places where never before had there been spectators, and being scared to death that our safety precautions were sufficient. When the flag fell and that field took off, of course, there's nothing like a Grand Prix start anywhere else in the world. Anyway, I think I just sat back and said, it happened.
Well, this was a gamble because it had failed at 2 other racetracks in the United States prior to that. Therefore, it would seem that that step into Formula One racing, with all of the major expense it involved, had to have been a turning point for Watkins Glen.
Yes, there's no question it was. It had to be the major turning point, probably the single greatest accomplishment of those of us who were involved in Watkins Glen racing from the beginning.
Even after the United States Grand Prix had established itself as a successful event, Watkins Glen continued its pioneering role in all forms of racing. The circuit witnessed the most competitive levels of the sport, from open-wheel formula cars to the 200-mile-an-hour, unlimited horsepower Can-Am sports racers. While racing at the Glen features variety, its public image thrives on a single event, that great autumn happening known as the United States Grand Prix. October is the traditional month for racing at Watkins Glen. The first race took place then, and that custom has been carried on to this day. But now the United States Grand Prix attracts perhaps 100,000 people, and the Formula One circus, the elite of the international racing scene. The silver anniversary purse exceeds $250,000, making it the richest road race in the world. But somehow, the track that Curry, Argetsinger, and Valent created embodies more than the giant crowds and the blockbuster purses. The racing community returns to the Glen each year for broader reasons than the pursuit of speed and riches.
I think the whole community of Watkins Glen put their whole heart and soul into this race.
I think they've done a fantastic job. They deserve every credit. But the amount of people that turn up to watch this race and make a weekend of it, or more than a weekend, is quite startling. I'm amazed to see, and it seems to be becoming something of an institution now, and I think that's a good thing.
Multitudes came to Watkins Glen to camp, carouse, and carry out a sort of last rite of summer. From their vantage points behind the fences, they watched Jackie Stewart, undisputably the finest Grand Prix driver of the day, win an effortless victory. His supremacy denied the crowd a close race, but they went home with a peculiar satisfaction that comes after witnessing the best of the best, no matter what the endeavor. If there has been a theme to the history of Watkins Glen, it has been this fascination with excellence, its refusal to settle for anything less than first class. If pride rather than people was the measure of a community's size, Watkins Glen would surely be one of the largest cities in the world.
Hands are marvelous things. They can put together something as rugged and reliable as a front disc brake, or as precise as a carburetor. They can assemble a 4-speed all-synchromesh gearbox, or guide a race-proven engine into an all-steel monocoque body. There are over 1,000 pairs of hands at Abingdon, England. Together, they build the MGB. MG, the sports car America loved first.
The completion of the United States Grand Prix marks the 25th anniversary of competition at Watkins Glen. Will Watkins Glen be here 25 years from now? While the future of racing is unclear, its success is most certainly tied to tracks such as this. If the tracks fail to grow, the sport will fail to grow as well. But as long as racing attracts the kind of bold enthusiasm that has been such a vital part of the Watkins Glen history, its future seems bright indeed.
25 Years at Speed has been brought to you by British Leyland, maker of these world-famous sports cars. British Leyland salutes the great competitors who made history at Watkins Glen.
Watkins, as it was long called, shares the features of many other small rural towns of upstate New York. By the end of the 19th century, the boats had been replaced largely by the railroad, which then brought international guests to the curative waters of the very grand Glen Springs Sanatorium and Hotel. Its centerpiece is a 400-foot deep gorge that, along with a score of waterfalls, was given pride of place when the town literally changed its name in the 1920s to Watkins Glen. It was the logical place for Cameron to attend after the war, when he was married with children. If he hoped to become a lawyer like his father, Youngstown College would have given him the necessary undergraduate degree without complicating his life or perhaps taxing his mind. I'm going to label these two groups sporting gentlemen and residents of a small town. Third, a too brief account of the fatal collision between sporting gentleman sensibility and small town attitude that ultimately brought an end to Formula One at Watkins Glen. In 1969, Cameron Argetsinger proposed to the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation that he and private investors buy the track in order to finance the continuing improvements necessary to hold Grand Prix racing. His proposal was rejected, and Argetsinger left the organization. This, it turned out, was the beginning of the end, even though a full decade of racing remained. My view is that Argetsinger and his allies understood road racing in general, and the Grand Prix in particular, in ways ultimately at odds with local members of the corporation and maybe some villagers. My point is not to assign blame, but to offer an explanation that goes beyond mere finances for what many of us see as a tragic outcome. After the vote to retain nonprofit ownership, still more was done to modernize the track at very great expense. The circuit was lengthened by a mile and widened, and 2 new buildings were constructed. About 7 miles of Armco barriers were built close to the circuit. This design later contributed to 2 driver deaths in '73 and '74. He must have felt a deep sense of frustration and disappointment. It's hard to imagine that being a small-town attorney afforded Argetsinger the same satisfaction as running F1 races. Michael Argetsinger reports that near the end of Cameron's life, a journalist asked if he regretted that NASCAR had replaced F1. NASCAR, by the way, first raced here in 1977. And this was Cameron's response. Well, true enough, but pretty bloodless and maybe masking the passionate feelings of a sporting gentleman. So, Lime Rock in '56, well, that's New York. Sporting gentlemen brought an orientation to road racing that had relatively little to do with the geographic location of a circuit or its benefits to a local community. They were primarily about masculine competition in the context of highly ritualized upper-class games with serious but amateur traditions. These were learned in prep schools, private colleges, and Ivy League universities, in yacht clubs and country clubs, and in sports like golf, dressage, sailing, and the like. They were cosmopolitans, attracted to the involvement of European cars and drivers in American racing. Many possessed the business savvy of wealthy people and had a feel for both the scale of capitalization and political skills required to pursue road racing. Early road racing circuits were necessarily located in the rural countryside, of course, but were nearly always near metropolitan areas where sporting gentlemen lived. So, Lime Rock in 56, well, that's New York. Bridgehampton, 57, the other side of New York City. And Elkhart Lake, 59, in Chicago. 3 times, Formula One drivers voted the Glen the best organized race of the season. It was cooperation between these two distinct groups, organizers and local residents, that made it all possible. The truth of this familiar claim is not denied by adding a paradoxical complication, that in the end, the group's differences were stronger than their shared interests. This may have been discovered only too late, and that's what I'd like to argue today. In 1969, Cameron Argetsinger proposed to the Watkins Glen Grand Prix Corporation that he and private investors buy the track in order to finance the continuing improvements necessary to hold Grand Prix racing. His proposal was rejected, and Argetsinger left the organization. This raises the intriguing question, what if Cameron Argetsinger had bought the track? So consider these thoughts. There were public perplexity and disgruntlement when the race was lost. Valence and Curry's lives and maybe reputations were damaged. Cameron Argetsinger's full-time involvement in motorsports came to an end 3 decades before his death. None of these things might have occurred. So, could a successful USGP have influenced these changes and made the sport more attractive to North Americans? If the USGP took place at multiple venues, there are now 3, could Watkins Glen have been their owner or partner? Might this have given the Glen a seat at the table when Liberty bought the sport or offered it a role in sanctioning? And conversely, would Watkins Glen International be a different enterprise, most of all less dependent on NASCAR for big crowds and financing?
When the seemingly more culturally inclusive NASCAR that banned Confederate flags publicly supported the cause of Cup Series driver Bubba Wallace, who openly championed the Black Lives Matter movement, then President Donald Trump criticized the sanctioning body for giving in to liberal pressure, for going woke, as he put it, and for blatantly insulting the stereotyped good old boy audience. Such political prejudice is curious when you examine the statistical realities of NASCAR's quite diverse fan base demographics. NASCAR fans typically skew younger in age. The majority are male, as we would most likely predict, but 44%, as we can see, live in urban environments. Half have gone to college, at least for some time. The average income, as you can see, is a pretty healthy $72,000. And notice that the fastest growing demographics are African Americans and Hispanics. So the idea of NASCAR being that good old boy sport that is changing as our culture changes. More importantly, NASCAR Nation is revered for fan loyalty to sponsors, as we know. While Donald Trump is hoping for votes from the NASCAR fan base of yesteryear, today's NASCAR is now currently facing a federal antitrust lawsuit brought on by a Cup Series team owner who is also one of the most famous and beloved African American athletes of all time. This is the liminal space NASCAR occupies in 2024, a space where the sport's current fan base reflects a growing and changing, diverse and inclusive society, while the sport itself reflects on its sociocultural heritage and tries to balance its relationship to national politics with the evolving opinions and attitudes of its fans. Junior Johnson's official pardon by President Ronald Reagan in 1986 reflected the long and ideological relationship between NASCAR Nation and national politics. As a sport with significant corporate ties, NASCAR promotes consumerism, and as a characteristically, American sport with a discernibly Caucasian, Christian, family-oriented, working-class audience, NASCAR became a safe haven for conservative causes. In 1984, Reagan flew to Daytona International Speedway to watch the Firecracker 400 on July 4th. It turned out to be the day that Richard Petty won his 200th career NASCAR Cup Series race. To honor Petty's accomplishment, the president sat down with NASCAR teams to enjoy a picnic of Kentucky Fried Chicken and Pepsi Cola, both companies being loyal NASCAR sponsors. The day resulted in some of the most recognized photographs in auto racing history, and not entirely because of Petty's milestone victory. In fact, one of the most famous photographs is the one of Petty running down the backstretch at Daytona while Air Force One is coming in for a landing at the nearby airport. And it's kind of a picture that became sort of famous and kind of synonymous of this connection between politics and NASCAR. Richard Petty is NASCAR's most famous or most recognized Republican. His family's roots in racing go back to the bootlegging days when his father, Lee, hauled moonshine in North Carolina. Despite his political leanings, Richard Petty was a founding member of the Professional Drivers Association that boycotted the inaugural NASCAR Grand National race at Talladega because of safety concerns. Richard also won the 1979 Daytona 500 that, number one, put NASCAR on the national radar, and number two, leveled financial penalties on Cale Yarborough and the Allison brothers for their televised post-race fight. If a politician wants to align themselves with the estimated 75 million citizens, quote unquote, of NASCAR Nation, all they have to do is find a place to fit in. Georgia Governor Jimmy Carter was a friend of stock car racing. As president, in 1978, Carter invited NASCAR stars and cars to the White House, despite him holding a Mideast Peace Summit at Camp David when NASCAR came calling. That didn't matter because it was First Lady Rosalind Carter who took charge and made Cale Yarborough and David Pearson and Benny Parsons and car owner Bud Moore, among others, feel at home. You get those fans who don't want anything to change. They want the NASCAR of 1960, 1970 to be the NASCAR of 2025, and that's just not going to be the case. And what some fans tend to forget is that those good old days weren't really all that good. You're going to see the photo finishes where you've got three cars crossing the line within literally inches of each other, and that's where the excitement comes in, and that's where a lot of new fans are becoming interested in the sport.
there's a peace of mind when you're behind the wheel that is unlike anything else.
Getting into the car, you know, health issues or not, is for me very much like therapy.
The world was on fire and no one could save me but you.
It really is the best thing ever. I chase it all the time.
It's strange what desire will make foolish people do.
So it is amazing. That's all I can say. It's an amazing feeling.
I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you.
Nothing replaces it, really. I'm kind of sad that I found that feeling so late in life.
And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you.
Getting ready to get out there, even after many years of road racing and doing driver's ed events, is there's always some trepidation. There's always some butterflies. The great unknown, and also the challenges of what this particular session will hold. Each one's different. There's no such thing as the exact same thing. You want it to be, but the last session I was out, I went into a turn and all of a sudden the motor cut out and went, oh, I'm out of gas. but that's part of the challenge, and that's part of the excitement.
Right before I go out, there's a lot of anxiety, kind of get like the butterflies in your stomach and whatnot. And then really, you just got to take some time right before you go out to just breathe, you know, before you get out there.
What a wicked game to play, to make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do, to let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do, to make me dream of you. No, I don't wanna fall in love. No,
For me, it's a sense of calm, peace, kind of even state of mind. The rest of the world seems to disappear when I'm behind the wheel. I'm just hyper focused, kind of in the zone of what I'm doing, and it's for me, it's relaxing. "110%, right? Because if not, why would you do it?" But realistically, yeah, I mean, you push and you push and you push, and eventually you get to a point where maybe you're overdriving the mechanics, right? The car just isn't going to give you anything else. But on the same token, you know there's more out there. You're going to keep reaching for it. You're going to keep trying regardless. And maybe this, you know, everything aligns properly, and then you have that golden moment and that perfect lap, and that makes it all the worthwhile. It's almost like golfing, right? You play 17 terrible holes, but that one hole, you got it just right, and that's what keeps you doing it.
I've never been a big lap time person. I need to follow the rabbit. But that having been said, No, I'm interested in lap times, but when I purchased this car, the previous owner had a lap timer, and the first time I drove it, I came out of a turn and I looked at the lap timer and forgot that I was on the track because I was looking at the stupid lap timer. And so, yeah, yes, it's interesting to me, but more than anything else, I'm interested in putting together a clean and fast lap. And the reality is, if you focus on just lap times, I feel you slow down. Focus on the whole thing, and at the end of the day, you go, "Wow, that was fast." That's what I look for.
For me, it's only against myself. I'm trying to beat myself so I don't get the red mist on myself. Nothing replaces that feeling. And what also keeps me going is because I do all the work on my car. So it's like, when it doesn't work, it's because of me. When it does work, it's because of me. You know what I mean? So that's my real drive. It gets me back out there every time. I need to fix me.
First time I was in a race car, my kids bought me the NASCAR experience at Pocono, where I was able to drive 4 laps in an actual NASCAR car. It was exhilarating, but it was terrifying at the same time, because those cars are like very difficult to get in and out of. They're very, very fast, and you're on a NASCAR track that you can drive up to 200 miles an hour. But from that point on, I knew that I was going to be hooked on it, because I was able to drive my own car for 30 minutes. And that 30 minutes was just enough to get me hooked. And from that point on, I've been at the track pretty much several times each month.
The allure and the mystique of driving a race car on a racetrack, what was it, flat out against the red line, as they used to say, is absolutely an addiction. I can feel like I got hit by a bus, which frequently I do, and you get out there in the car, and I come in and I'm completely and utterly re-energized. It is absolutely the most fun thing I've done.
When I do things in my entire life, no matter what I do, I try to be the best at it, and I go full in, whether it's playing music, whether it's working at my jewelry store, or whether it's driving a car. So I guess you could say my personality is an addictive personality to good things, and this is not necessarily a great thing financially, but it's a wonderful thing as far as an adrenaline rush, meeting great people. It's just more fun than is explainable.
I have a tendency to kind of go full bore, or as we say, full send. I'm personally always pushing myself to do better. It is a sport in which you can always find just a little bit more. You can push a little bit harder. Obviously, you're going to maybe hit an extreme or hit a brick wall or something like that. Not literally, but figuratively. But it's always so variable that it keeps it interesting to come back. You're never satisfied with your lap times.
Always trying to do better each time. Little things here, little things there.
I guess to quote the Greek moms, right? When the guys would go to battle, it's come home with your shield or on it.
Physically, it's not as demanding as it is very physically demanding, but not in the same manner as, if you will, running a marathon or something like that. And to a greater degree for me, getting in the car is like therapy. I get out in the car, and all of a sudden I don't worry about the next doctor's appointment or what's coming up next. I'm out there. I can compete with people that are healthy, people that are feeling better or doing better. But at the same time, at this point, I don't have to worry about it. I don't care. I'm out there, I'm having fun, and all of a sudden everything just feels good.
In 1975, Ray Elder and the Racing Farmers won a special event at Ascot by an incredible 7 laps. Afterwards, one writer opined, All in all, the 500-mile race for stock cars was a fine race, with the best driver on the West Coast proving his claim. Ray Elder deserves that title all the way. Thanks, everyone. This one stood out to me. And it's nice to see you have a regional hero with being advertised in the national campaign here with Firestone. And the Racing Farmers preferred Firestone for years. That first Father's Day on June 18th, 1972, Ray Elder won his second race at Riverside, and here he is with his young daughter, Peggy. And the Elders and Pettys to this day remain friends. As one publication observed, a tremendous job these fellows do too, all the while looking very sharp in their blue and white matching shirts. Elder picked up his second win in his rookie season in a fierce battle with Herschel McGriff at Portland Speedway on September 18th, 1966. McGriff, who was recently inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame, started from pole and led much of the race. Elder began in the 9th slot and led the final 69 laps to victory, beating the Oregon driver at his home track. McGriff's first automobile race came there in 1945. But McCoy squeaked by and picked up his first championship in the division after the California 100 at the famous one-mile dirt track at the State Fairgrounds in Sacramento. McCoy started on pole and led much of the race until having trouble. But Elder experienced trouble too. McCoy finished 13th and Elder was 15th. Evidently, in the final race of the year, there was a final race scheduled at Reno, but it was canceled. Of course, Elder could have blown an engine on lap 1 and finished further back in the standings, so speculation is pointless. But the tight points battle also could have gone the other way too. Elder, like any good farmer, had expertise on the nuances of soil. Agriculture and automobile racing remain intertwined since the first fair races in the 1890s. The best drivers on dirt are also soil scientists. Ascot in particular suited his smarts as well as his smooth yet hard-charging driving style. The 1967 champion Scotty Kane won 5 races, including 3 in a row in the middle of the season. Farmers again took second. But although NASCAR's modern era was still a few years away, Big Bill France and his cohort in Daytona Beach was noticing the strong cast of competitors, exciting races, and sizable crowds in the Pacific Coast Division. In addition, other sports leagues were extending to the west. Air travel was becoming more common, and professional sports leagues began to establish or relocate teams west. In 1967, National Hockey League's Los Angeles Kings and California Golden Seals, based in Oakland, began their seasons as part of that league's expansion from 6 to 12 teams. After years in Minneapolis, the National Basketball Association's Lakers had been in LA since 1961, plus the San Diego Rockets began NBA play in 1967. Although they moved to Houston several years later. Of course, the Dodgers moved to Los Angeles in the 50s. After the 1967 season, NASCAR took steps to further increase organization and increase its commitment to NASCAR racing on the West Coast. The Elder farm consisted of about 220 acres, and the family cultivated crops including alfalfa, cotton, black-eyed peas. In the San Joaquin Valley, one of many regions of California that was flat, hot, and dry as a bone, with world-class soil. Once the manipulation of water was mastered, California became the agricultural capital of the United States and the world. And just south of Fresno, Carruthers was one of tiny little hubs throughout the state that helped feed the country and feed the world. This is where the Elders called home and still call home. The family still works the land. In 1966, the Elders bought a car from who would wind up becoming their biggest rival, Jack McCoy. And the Racing Farmers committed to a full-time schedule in the NASCAR Pacific Coast Division. What is believed to be their first race, the Racing Farmers debuted at Stockton on April 17, 1966, mustering a runner-up finish to race winner McCoy on the quarter-mile track. Jack McCoy and Ray Elder were roughly the same age, started their careers in the series within 2 years of each other, and concluded their full-time careers within a few years of each other. Their hometowns were roughly 100 miles apart. They would race in hundreds of events against each other from 1966 through 1974, producing one of the best rivalries in not only West Coast racing, but in all of stock car racing. McCoy passed away in 2009. Ray Elder passed away in 2011. The very next race the racing farmers entered was a 200-lapper at Ascot in Greater Los Angeles, and on April 30th, 1966, Elder gave the farmers their first victory in the series. But in the Pacific Coast Late Model Division, which became the NASCAR Grand National West Division, Ray Elder and the farmers had a banner year. They picked up championship number 2. Although it was close, they nipped Jack McCoy again for the title. Spoiler alert, the younger Bound won the Winston West title in 1976 at the age of 22. He later moved to the East Coast and won 10 NASCAR North races over 4 seasons, but his career highlight, and a true benchmark achievement for West Coast stock car racing, Bound would become the first West Coaster to win NASCAR's Xfinity Series championship, doing so in 1990. There's the three. There's Ray, Richard, and Fred. I believe this photo is from 1969. Just classic picture. And the title of my paper is loosely based on the stock car racing headline from the issue in 1971. Ray Elder put down the Southern Boys and all the other big name drivers to win the Riverside race. I'll keep this one up for a little while.
At 5 p.m., during a series of tense exchanges and speeches calling for Mussolini to crack down on his enemies, the radical fascist Francesco Giunta interrupted the conference to announce that Giuseppe Campari, driving a P2 Alfa Romeo, had just won the European Grand Prix at Lyon. The next day, the front page of Italy's most important national newspaper carried 2 items: the PNF meeting and the Grand Prix. The account of the meeting is on the left, the Grand Prix on your right. In its report of the party meeting, the article noted Giunta's announcement. It was a bright light in an otherwise darkening situation for Mussolini and his government. 10 days after Campari's stirring victory, Mattiotti's body was discovered in a shallow grave north of Rome. As it turned out, Mussolini's regime not only survived the crisis, but it became the jumping-off point for his dismantling of Italian democracy and the establishment of the fascist dictatorship. No one represented the new order in Grand Prix racing better than Antonio Ascari. His name became synonymous with the P2 and with the Living Dangerously motto promoted by Mussolini and Farinacci. More than his victories, he came to embody a certain aggressiveness in his driving. At Monza in 1924, his driving prompted a rebuke from the race director, who instructed Alfa Romeo to slow him down, or they would call him in. On lap 22, he came too close, clipping the fence and rolling the car, which led to his death. Speed and death in the service of glory found echoes in fascist rhetoric. Designed by Vittorio Iano in record time, the car was introduced at the Cremona Grand Prix in June of 24. The result was an easy victory in the hands of Antonio Ascari. With it came a new speed record on the circuit's 10-kilometer straight, clocked at 121 miles per hour. The car and the company that built it quickly became a symbol of Italy's rebirth under the sign of fascism. He called Alfa Romeo our best national product and was increasingly seen at the wheel of an Alfa. The introduction of the high-performance six-cylinder sports cars, also designed by Vittorio Jano, made Alfa the most prestigious Italian maker of sports cars into the 1930s in Italy, thus establishing itself, and worldwide possibly, thus establishing itself as the mark most suitable to the fascist era and Mussolini's regime building, a process that was completed by 1929. As the modified P2s raced into their swan song year of 1930, fascism had completed the dismantling of the liberal state, and sport had become completely fascicized. As fascist Italy entered the decade of the 30s, Alfa Romeo had become closely identified with Mussolini. He called Alfa Romeo our best national product, and was increasingly seen at the wheel of an Alfa. In the 1920s, Cotini argues, Italian industrial design reached a peak of expressive energy that was found mostly in the aviation and automobile industries, two modern activities exalted by fascism. In addition, thanks to design theorists like Gio Ponti, Italian industrial products became works of art as well as commercial objects. I would add that they also became political objects, vehicles to draw Italians to Mussolini's dictatorship in the late 1920s, precisely the period that Cotini points out as the culmination of Italy's developing industrial culture and entrance into modernity. No object expressed this network of relations, I argue, more than the P2. The link between the successes of the Alfa Romeo P2 and national industrial political revival was even noted by foreign journalists. After a crushing demonstration of dominance in the 1925 European Grand Prix at Spa, the Dean of French motorsport writers, Charles Faroux, exclaimed how the Alfa Romeo squad embodied the Italian national renaissance. Before it came to represent Italy's political shift, the P2 caused a qualitative shift for its company and a major shift in Italian motorsport. Alfa's victories, therefore, not only represented success on the track, but also symbolized Milan's challenge to the Piedmontese capital. In doing this, Alfa was accomplishing in industry what Mussolini's movement was doing in politics. Like Alfa, fascism was born in Milan, a city that presented itself as a more dynamic and youthful one compared to the staid city of Turin, a city described by some fascists as filled with sticks in the mud. Quote. After winning the 1924 Italian Grand Prix, the fascist magazine La Rivista del Popolo contrasted the young, audacious Alfa with the old Fiat, end quote. Like the cities, the two companies were often presented in contrasting ways by the fascists. Turin and Fiat were throwbacks to the old liberal Italy, while Alfa and Milan were part of the new avant-garde Italy. Fascism's relationship with Turin and Fiat was a difficult one. Giovanni Agnelli, Fiat's founder, was not a fascist, and the company's labor force was mostly anti-fascist. Alfa, on the other hand, was a smaller, younger company, and its labor force would become home to former black shirts. Fiat was the past, Alfa was the future. Nothing embodied this more than the P2 project. Everything about the P2, the men who built and raced it, and the successes on the track corresponded to Mussolini's new image for Italy. The resulting race was nearly as epic as its 1914 predecessor. Beginning in 1923, the governing body of motorsport anointed one national Grand Prix to have the title of European Grand Prix. In 1924, it was the turn of the Grand Prix de France, or the Grand Prix de la CF, strictly speaking, also known as the French Grand Prix. Furthermore, the 1924 edition of the race was a special one since it marked the 10th anniversary of the epic 1914 race that saw the French and German teams battle on the track only weeks before the outbreak of the First World War. As a commemoration of that event, the race returned to the Lyon-Givors circuit, the scene of that historic race in 1914. The event thus served to remember a great race, but also served as a memorial to the war, a fact that fed the fascist regime's own exaltation of the war experience. The resulting race was nearly as epic as its 1914 predecessor. On the spectacular road course, Alfa Romeo, Fiat, Sunbeam, Delage, and Bugatti battled for over 7 hours in a race that went back and forth with numerous lead changes, with Campati's Alfa emerging triumphant. Giuseppe Campati's victory at Lyon made Alfa Romeo a national name and was able, albeit briefly, to serve as a distraction from the Matteotti crisis, as I already mentioned.
It was 1948 in this small
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. For those people in the lobby, if they could come in. For those folks that are here, if you could grab a seat. We hope you all enjoyed lunch. A little preliminary information on our next speaker. Located in York Springs, Pennsylvania, just 17 miles away from the famed Williams Grove Speedway, and in the heart of Pennsylvania sprint car country, lies the Eastern Museum of Motor Racing. For fans of sprint car racing and drag racing, also given the museum's proximity to the legendary York US 30 Dragway, EMMR is a must-see museum and archival facility.
You're good on the clicker?
We first met Allison in May when she was nice enough to come up and be part of our May Center conversation on the history of Niagara Dragway and promoted EMMR, and I'm really thrilled to see that this relationship is following forth. We're thrilled to have her here as a speaker today. I'm way old enough, and Allison, correct me on this because I think I missed it the first time. I saw her uncle, right, Randy Wolf, in one of the scariest sprint car, the first and only time they ran sprint cars without wings on the Syracuse Mile. And Randy Wolf did a absolutely horrendous blowover accident where fortunately he wasn't killed, but it was just scary. But enough of my history. Let's welcome Allison Kreitzer from EMMR.
Good afternoon. Today I want to take you on a journey spanning nearly a century of motorsports history, community engagement, and preservation. This story centers on the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds, a site located in Adams County, Pennsylvania, that evolved from a vibrant local fair in the 1920s through decades of dormancy to its revival in the 1980s as one of the nation's first vintage race car exhibition tracks. But this presentation is about more than just the rise and rebirth of a historic speedway. It's a story about institutional memory, the collective knowledge that organizations accumulate over time through both historical documents and artifacts, as well as informally through storytelling and mentorship. Lattimore Valley exemplifies how this institutional memory, built from the shared experiences of its community, can shape the way cultural heritage is preserved and interpreted. At the Eastern Museum of Motor Racing, or EMMR, we see this every day. Our mission extends beyond preserving physical artifacts. We strive to safeguard the stories, the human connections, and the living traditions that define motorsports culture. The emergence of the Lattimore Valley Fair in the late 1920s offers a revealing case study of rural life in interwar America. Both the activities on the racetrack and the events surrounding the fairgrounds mirror the broader cultural shifts and tensions unfolding across Pennsylvania at this time. The Lattimore Valley Fair first opened in August 1925. It was the vision of Robert B. Nelson, a York Springs resident who transformed his private property into a bustling public fairground. That first fair was a lively spectacle, a 4-day celebration featuring glee clubs, live bands, trapeze artists, roller skating champions, and displays of modern consumer culture like automobiles and furniture. Visitors could enjoy mule races, stroll the Midway, or even take an airplane ride, a thrilling novelty for rural Pennsylvanians in the 1920s. Yet the fair's debut ended dramatically. The Lebanon Daily News reported a state police raid during the Saturday of the fair. 7 people were arrested, and officers confiscated roughly $800 worth of gambling equipment and merchandise. Lattimore wasn't the only regional fair to attract the attention of the state police. In 1924, Pennsylvania had banned gambling and immoral entertainments at publicly funded fairs. Critics complained that what had once been wholesome agricultural expositions were turning into spectacles of vice, with alcohol, gambling, rigged games, and burlesque shows becoming common midway entertainments. Many fair organizers, including those at Lattimore, sought new ways to attract visitors without running afoul of the law. One of the most effective and popular solutions was automobile racing. Throughout the late 1920s, fairground associations across the state began hosting auto races on their existing horse tracks. The combination of speed, noise, and local talent proved irresistible. transforming motor racing into a major attraction throughout South Central Pennsylvania. This enthusiasm for technology-centered hobbies reflected a larger transformation in rural life. In 1914, only about 7% of Pennsylvania farmers owned automobiles. By 1921, that number had risen to 72%. Automobiles were reshaping not just transportation, but culture. A 1925 Harrisburg Telegraph reporter remarked, quote, "Nearly everyone owns an automobile these days, and nearly everyone craves speed." Americans modified their passenger cars into trucks, tractors, campers, and increasingly race cars. Fairs like Lattimore's became a natural stage for technological tinkering in the pursuit of new speed records. Determined to recover from the setbacks of the initial 1925 Lattimore Valley Fair, coordinators announced their plans to construct a permanent racetrack for future events. Organizers sent letters to local elites attempting to entice area residents to buy stock in the Lattimore Valley Fair Association for $50 per share. By 1927, the Fairground Speedway was complete. The Lattimore Valley Fair hosted auto and horse races under the promotion of the Dauphin County Auto Racing Association. The event offered $1,000 in prize money, a remarkable sum for the time, amounting to nearly $19,000 today. The race drew notable entries like the Chevrolet Special driven by C.H. Rule, who also happened to be the president of the Pennsylvania Bar Association. Racing, even then, attracted a fascinating mix of professional and working class enthusiasts. Henry Ford's Model T played a central role in the development of grassroots racing. Affordable and widely available, it provided an entry point for aspiring racers. By the 1920s, a thriving aftermarket industry had emerged, offering parts to increase the power and performance of the humble Model T. Mechanics and hobbyists stripped down cars, removing fenders, lights, and unnecessary weight to create sleek, cigar-shaped racers known as big cars. Innovations from the likes of the Chevrolet brothers, such as high compression cylinder heads and improved camshafts, turned everyday engines into the competitive racing machines that competed at Lattimore and other area fairground tracks. Drivers worked out of garages and barns, fabricating by hand. Safety features were minimal, creativity and courage were essential. This was the backyard mechanic culture where racing was accessible and experimental. While the interest in automobile racing brought many local residents together at the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds, the site also reflects a more complicated truth. Community spaces often mirror the social, racial, and ethnic divisions of their time. In 1927 and 1928, the KKK held at least 2 major events at Lattimore. A 1927 advertisement for a Klan picnic promised, quote, "amusements of all kinds for everybody," end quote. These amusements included baseball games, foot races, live music, fireworks, and notably, the burning of what the Klan claimed would be the largest cross ever ignited in Pennsylvania. The following year, the Klan returned to Lattimore to host a 6-day fair featuring daily entertainments, dancing, and on-site camping. These gatherings were not isolated occurrences. Membership records preserved in the Pennsylvania State Archives estimate that by the mid-1920s, nearly 250,000 Pennsylvanians belonged to the Klan. That second-era Klan found support among many native-born working-class Americans, tapping into nativist fears over immigration, job competition, racial and religious differences, organized crime, and other perceived threats to white Protestant identity. These anxieties were widely felt across the nation and contributed to federal policies such as the Johnson-Reed Act of 1924, which imposed strict quotas on immigrants from Eastern and Southern Europe and barred immigration from most of Asia. The Klan of the 1920s promoted an ideology that was intensely racist towards African Americans, as well as anti-Catholic, anti-Semitic, and anti-immigrant. At the same time, its leaders sought to normalize the organization by presenting it as a community service network, helping members find employment, offering mutual aid, and hosting family-oriented social events with food, entertainment, and recreational activities, such as those hosted at Lattimore. By acknowledging this history, we better understand how places like Lattimore Valley were shaped not only by moments of celebration, innovation, and community building, but also by the exclusionary forces that defined much of American society during the 1920s. Historians have shown that African Americans were largely barred from full participation in mainstream automobile racing during the interwar years. Even exceptionally skilled drivers, such as Charlie Wiggins, were systematically shut out of fairground dirt tracks and major racing venues. In response to this exclusion, groups such as the Indianapolis Colored Speedway Association were created to have opportunities for Black drivers. From 1924 to 1936, the Colored Speedway Association organized a 100-mile race for African Americans at the half-mile track at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. Known as the Golden Glory Sweepstakes, this annual event quickly became the premier national stage for African American racers, showcasing extraordinary talent and determination in the face of widespread discrimination. One of the earliest documented racing events for African American drivers in Pennsylvania took place at Arden Downs Fairground, which is located in Washington. It's about 30 minutes south of Pittsburgh, on July 4th, 1927. The holiday program drew prominent African American racers from as far away as Detroit and Chicago. A year later, on Labor Day 1928, Arden Downs made an even more remarkable leap. The track hosted an integrated field of 40 Black and white drivers competing together on its half-mile oval. Local African-American undertaker, Quinn Banks, surged to an early lead before a collision with the fence took him out of contention, allowing white driver Tony Boyle to take the checkered flag. Coverage in the Black press celebrated the event as a sign of racial progress. The Pittsburgh Courier reported that, quote, competent colored drivers matched their wit, skill, and courage against Ottawas of the other group, and the comparison was favorable. Yet this moment of integrated motor racing in Pennsylvania was short-lived. Arden Downs does not appear to have hosted similar interracial contests after the 1929 season, and there is no evidence that Lattimore Valley ever held such events. By the late 1920s, the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds, like many small rural fair sites, were struggling to remain financially viable. Declining attendance, increased competition from larger regional fairs, and shifting entertainment trends all took a toll. In 1928, the property was put up for public sale. 26 acres with a half-mile track, grandstands, stables, and several exhibit buildings. Yet not a single bid was made, a sign of the growing economic uncertainty gripping the region even before the Great Depression fully took hold. Throughout the early 1930s, the fairgrounds passed through the hands of several owners, each attempting, unsuccessfully, to revive racing and generate steady revenue. Their difficulties were far from unique. During the Depression, many local racetracks either closed or temporarily disappeared altogether. Families had fewer resources for leisure activities, and promoters faced rising insurance costs and declining gate receipts. At Lattimore, both the automobile races and the annual fair were suspended in the early years of the Depression. Yet the grounds did not sit idle. As farm prices plummeted, Lattimore became an important site of practical day-to-day exchanges. Local farmers and residents gathered here for public sales, livestock auctions, and community markets. These years illustrate how Lattimore, like many community fairgrounds, adapted to changing circumstances. By 1935, a new generation of organizers were determined to revive the fair. This also included reviving the automobile races that were held there. Drivers from across the eastern United States met in 1935 to compete for modest purse money, and admission was set at just 10 cents, a price that reflected both the desire to make the event accessible and the continuing economic strain of the Depression. But again, the revival was not without local controversy. This time, Lattimore's new owner, Bruce Wagner, faced community backlash when he held races on Sundays. He was charged with, quote, desecration of the Sabbath and fined $4, a relatively small sum amounting to about $90 today, but significant in symbolism. Wagner's prosecution fell under Pennsylvania's long-standing blue laws, which dated back to the colonial time of the 1740s. These laws were still largely in effect during the 1930s and restricted commercial and recreational activities on Sundays for religious observance. Racing at the Latimer Valley Fairgrounds peaked in the period of 1937 to 1939. During this period, promoters hosted races roughly every other weekend, resulting to about 10 races per season. The races drew large crowds eager to see the local competition. The track operated as an outlaw venue, independent of the American Automobile Association, and became a hub for a diverse cross-section of Eastern drivers. Independent tracks, like Latimer Valley, played a dual role in the racing ecosystem. They offered local drivers a place to learn and hone their skills, and they provided an opportunity to earn money outside the tightly controlled AAA circuit. The distinction between independent and AAA racing was not always clear-cut. Many AAA drivers raced under assumed names at outlaw tracks to supplement their income while avoiding fines or disciplinary action from the governing body. Here is a rare glimpse of racing film from Latimer Valley in the late 1930s, capturing what grassroots racing looked like in the era before modern safety standards and offering a vivid look at the risk early drivers routinely faced. Oh, it didn't play. So keep in mind that they also raced motorcycles at Latimer during that period. So if you think the big cars were bumpy, I can't even imagine what it would have been like to race a motorcycle during that period. To think about the drivers that were competing in this period of the late 30s, a case study that is good to kind of illustrate these local independent drivers is Vic Nauman. Like many of his peers, he relied on a local car owner to fund his racing career. Nauman's ZR2 was owned by Leonard Redding, who operated an auto repair garage in nearby Shippensburg. Redding supported a two-car team during the late 1930s. He's shown in the top right with the team car, the ZR1, driven by Elmer Norris. Norris and Nauman, along with their contemporaries, often served as their own mechanics at the races. Independent drivers had to be inventive, adjusting on the fly, patching cars after crashes, and experimenting with setups to gain even small advantages on the track. Like many of his peers, Nauman raced at several independent tracks across central Pennsylvania, traveling from Lancaster to Lebanon to the Harrisburg region throughout the racing season. Oral histories play a vital role in preserving community memory, yet they also can diverge from the verifiable facts over time as stories are retold and reinterpreted through generations. A telling example of this at Latimer can be found in the case of racer Leroy Swigert. The 19-year-old racing novice died at Latimer when he blew a tire and crashed into a tree. Swigert's story became part of Latimer's local lore. Just one day earlier, he had married his sweetheart, who witnessed his fatal accident from the grandstands. Over time, Swigert's accident became intertwined with explanations for the Speedway's decline. To this day, EMMR members consistently use this story as evidence for why big cars stopped racing at the track after the 1939 season. At some point, a museum volunteer even wrote on the bottom of the photograph of Swigert, "Killed at Latimer in 1939." And you can see the handwriting right there. It's a little blurry on the slide today. However, contemporary newspaper records confirm that Swigert's death actually took place in 1937, 2 years earlier than the collective memories suggest. This discrepancy illustrates how institutional and community narratives can shift, sometimes unintentionally blending fact and fiction. And with our conversations this morning, I think it's also relevant that we're reading 21st century responses to things such as accidents and thinking through safety onto this period of the 1930s. because the newspaper coverage from the 1930s focused on the sensationalism surrounding his age and his recent marriage. His untimely death does not appear to have significantly impacted the 1937 racing season or to have created a critical response over changes to track safety. The closure of the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds at the end of the 1940 season was most likely influenced by notable factors such as the opening of nearby Williams Grove Speedway. Known as the Ascot of the East, Williams Grove was a purpose-built facility that quickly became one of the premier racing venues on the East Coast. And I'll show my sprint car bias in this room and say I still think it holds that status today. Unlike Lattimore, Williams Grove regularly sanctioned AAA races and consistently attracted top-tier drivers from across the region. The Grove offered significantly higher purses, drawing both competitors and spectators away from the smaller fairground tracks. Its modern amenities and central location made it a natural magnet for race fans, effectively eclipsing local venues like Lattimore. Lattimore's decline was compounded by the broader context of the late 1930s and early 1940s. The onset of World War II, restricted rubber and fuel supplies curtailing racing events. Lattimore was unable to sustain regular racing even before the federal government officially banned all auto racing in 1942. In the decades following the war, Lattimore largely returned to practical community uses. The fairgrounds hosted livestock auctions, public sales, and other local gatherings, while the track itself fell into disuse. Lattimore joined the ranks of Pennsylvania ghost tracks, remembered primarily through the stories told by drivers and spectators who had once gathered there. Even without formal preservation, the fairgrounds lived on through these oral histories, but also through the personal collecting of individuals who had attended races there. Family photographs, newspaper clippings, racing trophies, fair ribbons, and ticket stubs were carefully saved, each a tangible reminder of the excitement and adventure experienced at Lattimore. This kind of grassroots preservation reveals the powerful impact that shared experiences can have on individuals and communities. In the large scope of racing history, Lattimore's impact is minimal. However, the fair and its speedway was memorable to the people who had experienced it firsthand, enough so that they took the effort to save and preserve these mementos from the fairgrounds, in some cases for over 50 years. These informal archives later proved invaluable in guiding the track's reconstruction and interpretation. Many artifacts eventually found a permanent home at the Eastern Museum of Motor Racing, allowing the new generations to connect with the history, stories, and spirit of Lattimore Valley. The photographs are of drivers, Vic Nauman's on the top right. The dairy bottles are there because in the 1930s, the local dairy, Crawls Dairy, had a truck, and the dairy truck became the ambulance for the speedway. So if a driver was hurt, Crawls Dairy generously then transported the injured driver to the local physician or maybe a nearby hospital. For many racers and fans who grew up hearing stories about racing in this period of the 20s and 30s, Lattimore and other ghost tracks became symbols of a history worth preserving. And it was precisely this sense of nostalgia and responsibility, the desire to keep the spirit of places like Lattimore alive, that inspired a new generation of racers to take action by the 1970s. Williams Grove Speedway promoter Jack Gunn wanted to honor racing pioneers and preserve the rich history of Williams Grove Speedway. He envisioned uniting past and present members of the racing fraternity through the formation of a new club called the Williams Grove Old Timers. Well-known drivers Dwayne Carter, Joey Chitwood, and Cliff Griffith were among the club's early supporters. Within a year, the Williams Grove Old Timers had grown to over 375 members. Charter members of the group hailed from over 10 different states. The group published their first newsletter in April 1975, stating their mission and vision for the social club. Quote, "We're very glad to have you in the cockpit with us. You are now a charter member of what is about to become one of racing's finest organizations, the Grove Old Timers. With its inception, we hope to bring you and all of our members nostalgia surrounding the methanol memories and castor oil charisma of the fabulous dirt track past. To do this, we have to enlist your aid in obtaining the whereabouts of old-time drivers, mechanics, and car owners. After all, this is what this club is all about. We want to get these greats together and bestow long and belated honors upon them. Members mingled with racing legends at the early conventions held at Williams Grove Speedway. Attendees spent the weekend camping at the track, enjoying barbecue picnics, watching old racing movies, and bench racing. They hosted track time for vintage race cars, interviewed former drivers, and displayed their personal collections of racing memorabilia in an old barn located off turn 1 of the Speedway. One of the early participants of the Williams Grove Old Timers was a local sprint car driver named Lynn Paxton. Popular with the fans, Paxton captured multiple feature wins across Pennsylvania's toughest circuits, including Williams Grove, Port Royal, and Selinsgrove during the late 1970s. He was hardly an old-timer, but he had a keen interest and enthusiasm for history. He had already acquired several of his own vintage race cars by the late 1970s, including a 1947 Miracle Power Special driven by his personal racing hero, Tommy Hennerschitz. With his established connections within the racing community and interest in racing history, Lynn was a natural fit to become a leader in the developing Williams Grove Old-Timers. When Jack Gunn died in 1980, the future of the Old-Timers was in jeopardy. Since the group operated out of Gunn's Williams Grove office, members worried that the track's new owners wouldn't support the club. A small group of members, led by Lynn Paxton, recognized that the Old-Timers was more than just a social group, that they were a group that had an important role in documenting mid-Atlantic racing history. In 1981, the Williams Grove Old-Timers were formally established as a Pennsylvania educational nonprofit. The vision of the newly formed board of directors was ambitious. They wanted to create a living museum where history could be experienced, not just displayed. They hoped to achieve this goal by building both a permanent museum and an exhibition track. As Williams Grove Oldtimer President Carl Swigert envisioned, quote, "The exhibition track will not only serve the needs of those acquiring and restoring antique race cars, but together with our planned Museum of Automobile Racing History will help fulfill our ultimate purpose of preserving and displaying the history of American automobile racing for the benefit of the general public and will enable us to present operating examples of this history." While the group started searching for a site for the Eastern Museum of Motor Racing, they also began actively collecting donations of historic race cars and other artifacts related to motor racing history. The board of directors first approached Williams Grove Speedway about purchasing land for a proposed racing museum. When the track's owners declined, Mel Paxton, Lynn's father, recommended an alternative: the long-abandoned dirt track at the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds. Mel had deep personal ties to the site, having raced there in the 1930s and attended the fair all the way back to the early 1920s as a child. The revival of the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds truly began then in 1982, when the Old-Timers purchased the historic property. While they envisioned Lattimore as the future home of their museum, their immediate priority was creating the dedicated exhibition track for vintage race cars. As Swigert explained, the exhibition track at the museum will be the first permanent facility of its type in the United States, devoted solely to the exhibition of antique racing machinery, and our ownership of the facility will guarantee its continued existence. Volunteers, all the work was done by members and volunteers, organized work parties to begin clearing and restoring the old racetrack. Early in the process, they discovered that previous land surveys of the fairgrounds were inaccurate. One of the turns actually extended beyond the property line. To faithfully reconstruct the historic oval, the board of directors had to approach the neighboring farmer and negotiate the purchase of an additional 2 acres. EMMR members then installed wooden guardrail around the track. The picture, they're doing the holes for the post in the bottom there with the truck. Built bridges over Lattimore Creek, constructed pavilions, and restored the original house and small barn on the property. In 1983, members held their first open house at the fairgrounds. They wanted to showcase the revitalized speedway, but weren't quite ready yet for vintage racing. The event featured a static display, as well as 1938 Lattimore Valley Speedway track champion, Otis Stein, who paced the oval in a vintage 1930s Sprinter. Local racing greats such as Otis Stein, Tommy Hennerschitz, and Buster Workey played a vital role in the early years of the old-timers. As active members, they regularly attended conventions and track time events, serving as living links between racing's past and present. Their participation helped bridge the generational gap, allowing younger fans and aspiring drivers to learn directly from those who had shaped the sport. These legends generously shared their knowledge and experience, posing for photographs, offering interviews, and discussing not only their racing careers, but also their contributions to car design, fabrication, and mechanical innovation. By engaging directly with members and fans, they helped cultivate a shared sense of community. This intergenerational involvement became a defining feature of EMMR's culture. Also, in 1983, the old-timers took on a second major step in expanding their public outreach. They purchased Shorty Miller's Mobile Museum of Racing History, a 30-foot trailer outfitted with display cases, lighting, and climate control. This mobile museum allowed WGOT to bring the history of motorsports directly to the public. Volunteers traveled to speedways, fairs, conventions throughout the region. For many, this was their first opportunity to see historic racing artifacts up close, making the sport's past tangible and accessible. At the time, the old-timers had already amassed an impressive collection of drivers' uniforms, trophies, helmets, and safety equipment, as well as an extensive archive of racing photographs and programs documenting the sport's evolution. Lynn Paxton was essential in acquiring these objects for the future museum. He's shown here on the left with Bruce Craig, who was a member and a local photographer, and they would travel around. Wednesdays was the day where they go to different places across the Mid-Atlantic region to acquire things that they thought would be good for the racing museum. So an example that they're shown here, this is the tail from Ted Horn's car that he died in 1948. And it's still something that we display at the museum to this day. By bringing artifacts, stories, and racing history directly to fans across the region, the Mobile Museum demonstrated the public's interest and engagement, proving that a full-time brick-and-mortar museum was both necessary and sustainable. Lattimore Valley once again echoed with the sounds of racing engines by 1984. During the second annual open house, members like Otis Stein and Billy Gauss took to the track and restored cars that they had originally raced there in the 1930s. For the first time in over 40 years, cars raced around Lattimore's Oval, turning memory into motion. The group hosted track time on both Saturday and Sunday. These events weren't designed as stage races. Instead, drivers paced the track at speeds roughly 20 miles per hour to showcase the restored machines for their fellow enthusiasts and first-time visitors. While the cars circled the track, EMMR's announcers shared details and historical information about each car, as well as each different period of racing history. Much like the independent racers of the 1920s and 30s, vintage race car restorers are artists and craftsmen, dedicating countless hours to rebuilding cars, sourcing hard-to-find parts, and fabricating components by hand. In doing so, they preserve not just machines, but the skills, creativity, and relationships that define racing culture. Recognizing the importance of preserving the identities and stories of historic race cars, the old-timers established one of the earliest organized historical databases for vintage racing vehicles. Members understood the need to have accurate documentation to protect and share these histories. Vintage car owners could officially register their vehicles and received a numbered dash plaque signifying inclusion in the organization's historical record. So you can see see in the picture on the right, if you look at the dash right behind the steering wheel there, you can see the gold plaque with the original Williams Grove Old Timers logo on it. By the mid-1980s, the Old Timers had documented histories and photographs for over 130 significant cars. And this number has continued to grow to this day. I think we're approaching about 400, 450 that have been registered. So car owners frequently come to the museum to trace the lineage of vehicles bearing these original dash plaques when they purchase a vintage race car, even to this day. In 1985, the Williams Grove Old Timers had another milestone, the first rebirth of the Lattimore Valley Fair. With support of local volunteers, they reopened the fair, featuring antique tractors and engines, live entertainment, crafts, children's games, and of course, vintage race cars. The Lattimore Valley Fair became an annual tradition and the primary fundraising event for the organization. In 2025, the fair celebrated its 40th anniversary. Today, the event both preserves the legacy of the original fair while reinforcing Lattimore's role as a community gathering place and a living museum for racing history. I'd like to share with you a brief clip from 1986 capturing the Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds and the restored exhibition track. You'll see the vintage race cars on the track and the lively atmosphere of the fair. Beyond documenting club events, the video also illustrates early efforts of the Old Timers to intentionally craft and promote their own institutional history. Through strategic marketing and visual storytelling, they reinforced the museum's mission and its growing visibility within the community. I can move on, maybe we can see that at the end. It's an interesting clip because you can see what the track looked like by that period of the mid-'80s, and it's really fascinating to hear the self-promotion. By the time construction of the Eastern Museum began in 1989, the Williams Grove Old Timers had 1,700 members. Phase 1 of the museum included exhibition space for about 20 cars, as well as displays, a library, and a gift shop. Today, the museum has expanded through several renovations and grown to offer nearly 24,000 square feet of exhibit space. We now display more than 60 vintage race cars alongside countless artifacts, from Chris Economaki's typewriter to Malcolm Durham's racing jacket to Jimmy McGuire's prosthetic arm. In less than a decade after becoming a 501c3 nonprofit, the Williams Grove Old Timers had not only achieved their original goals, but they had made their mark on preserving Pennsylvania racing history. Their leadership drove the purchase and restoration of the Lattimore Valley Speedway, the revival of the Lattimore Valley Fair, and the construction of a permanent museum dedicated to the region's motorsports history. The passion and vision of those original Williams Grove Old Timers founders inspired a broad network of volunteers, local businessmen, area speedways, and racing enthusiasts to rally behind the organization. The legacy they set in motion continues to grow. Vintage race car exhibitions have expanded far beyond Lattimore, now held annually at area tracks such as Williams Grove, Lincoln, Baps, Port Royal, and Hagerstown. In 2025, EMMR additionally hosted 3 track time events at Lattimore, and in 2026, the Jalopy Showdown will return to the fairgrounds, demonstrating that the spirit first cultivated by the Williams Grove Old Timers remains very much alive at EMMR today. Here are some images that show you what the Jalopy Showdown looked like the first year it took place in 2003, and then way up to the time where it was still happening at the fairgrounds in 2015. Alongside ongoing museum expansions and the development of a permanent drag racing exhibit, this Jalopy Showdown event helped EMMR broaden its mission beyond sprint cars and midgets, celebrating the full diversity of regional racing. Vintage race car exhibits at Latimer Valley transform then history into living experience. Visitors see these cars not just as static artifacts, but as functioning machines that once thrilled crowds, tested engineering limits, and showcased driver skill. Each lap around the track bridges past and present, highlighting the craftsmanship, innovation, and passion that defined generations of Pennsylvania motorsports. Through these events, the fairgrounds have become more than a historic site. They're a dynamic classroom where motorsports continues to educate, inspire, and engage people of all ages. For over 4 decades then, Lynn Paxton, who's shown in that Miracle Power special in the upper right, led these efforts, ensuring that the stories, artifacts, and experiences of racing history were collected, celebrated, and shared. Following his passing in 2024, EMMR launched the Lynn Paxton Memorial Fund to honor his dedication to public history and the museum's mission. And I don't know if this video will work, but I wanted to show you one in closing. That's our newest promotional video, which really highlights what the fairgrounds and the Speedway looks like today, as well as some interior shots of our current exhibits. So let's see, we'll give the tech one last try. Eric's giving me a thumbs up. It's a good sign.
He had a fuel. He had a fuel for the track.
They used to race in T-shirts and little goggles.
So put all that together. You had Lynn Paxton, the driver, Lynn Paxton, the historian, but you also had Lynn Paxton, the storyteller, because Lynn loved to tell the tales.
When Lynn Paxton retired, he was the leading feature winner at all of the tracks where he competed on a regular basis. So he was like the biggest and baddest, you know. He was always the light in the room, so to speak. You know, people gravitated towards him. His dream was to build a museum.
This is the real hub of racing in the East Coast. They call it the Susquehanna Valley Racing. So this area has a lot of pride, and that's why having this museum here is so essential and so important, is to document all this and save all this racing history.
No one else was doing it. It wasn't something that the large museums or the area historical societies were really working to preserve.
And it's all laid out. As Lynn Paxton used to say, our whole idea here is to tell a story. And the story is the progression of auto racing through the years.
What's the history of the car? Who drove it? When did it race? Where did it race? What did it win? We don't display other than authentic cars. So that includes soapbox derby, quarter midget, three-quarter midget, full midgets, sprint cars, sportsmen. We have an Indy car. We do have one snowmobile.
Lynn's goal was to make this about the people. And I think he was the most proud of how it brought people together.
There were nights that There'd just be a few of us here, and Lynn would start telling the stories, and we would sit here and just laugh like crazy because the stories were so funny.
And that was the unique thing about him. And that's the part that we're missing with him not here.
The cars are just a reflection of the personalities who were involved with those cars. The cars are just the technical piece to look at and admire. But the people behind them, the people that built the cars, people that drove the cars, they're really the heroes.
Okay, so I handed it up. He looked at it. Wouldn't you know, I got the second place envelope that was crossed out. Yep, see, they even gave us a second place envelope. True story.
If you can, that would be great. So thinking, you just saw what the track looks like today. That track time was hosted just this past spring to what it looked like when they were racing in 1986 and hosting track time events at that very early period, before the museum was actually constructed, when they're still working to kind of build this vision for the future in terms of preservation of area history. It was my fault. I was trying to be creative and put in videos. I tested the limits of tech. I know.
Williams Grove Old Timers is a membership-owned, nonprofit corporation dedicated to the preservation of the history of racing in the United States. The organization traces its origins to a small social club organized in 1974 by Jack Gunn, former promoter of the historic Williams Grove Speedway.
Right side up when I sent it.
Under Gunn's leadership, and with the help of interested members, the club flourished and held several successful reunions. However, after Gunn's death, two of the club's founding members, Carl Swigert and Lynn Paxton, approached Harrisburg attorney Bill Wright to determine if the organization could be saved and reorganized to serve a broader purpose. This ultimately resulted in the complete reorganization of the club into a nonprofit corporation qualified as a public, charitable, educational institution with the purpose of preserving the history of automobile racing. Today, Williams Grove Old Timers is the largest organization of its type in the United States. Starting with less than 200 members in 1981, the organization's membership has increased to over 1,300 active members in the past 5 years. Membership in the organization is open to any individual of any age who is interested in the preservation of automobile racing history. The organization presently boasts a nationwide roster of members. Over 200 of these members are owners of antique race cars who are given the opportunity to present live, on-track racing exhibitions at the organization's public events throughout the year held at Lattimore Valley Fairgrounds.
Are there any questions?
So I'm interested in the Chris Economaki connection. What do you have in that collection, or a little bit, and how did it come that you got it?
Sure. I think Chris's collection was spread, some of it's here at Watkins Glen, some of it's at the Revs Institute, and some of it came to EMMR. So what we have are a lot of Chris's personal mementos, like that typewriter, as well as a lot of his awards that he has, pictures of him throughout his career with the ABC Wide World of Sports, as well as things such as the newspaper bag that he handed out his original newspapers in when he was just a boy. So we have a lot of that, as well as a large collection of his books came to EMMR. So we have a research room that has a display with a lot of the books that came in from the Economaki collection. And Corinne, his daughter, actually just donated a series of programs to us that date back to that early period of the 20s and 30s from various tracks throughout the Mid-Atlantic.
I was covering cart for him in the 90s. I had to hand out those papers. They're on the pad.
So I noticed when you were playing that video, it mentioned one of the founding members was a Swigert. I'm
Yes.
assuming relative of Leroy.
No, not that I think. I don't think there's any historical connection there that I've been able to find out. Carl Swigert was a track announcer at a variety of tracks and an amateur historian. So he came to the organization because of this shared love for history, and we actually have a lot of his scrapbooks. So all the races that he attended from that period of the 30s and 40s, he made scrapbooks of a lot of like the information, the ticket stubs, the ephemera, and we still have those today. So he was working as an amateur historian, writing kind of histories of area racing and participating actively, and then joined our organization when it started in the 70s.
Anyone else have any questions? I can attest to the fact that Lynn was a storyteller. I've only visited the place once, but honestly, within 15 minutes of walking in, we were in a discussion with him, and it was like we'd known him forever. And he was just fabulous and definitely appeared to be the driving force behind that place. Those were brave men that drove those cars now, or then. They're brave men that drive those cars now. And seriously, I urge anybody that has not visited EMMR, at some point in time, you've got to put that into your itinerary because it is just an absolutely fabulous place. And Lynn, we're so happy you were able to come up and join us today.
And I will second what Kip said. I had the distinct pleasure of interviewing Lynn a couple of years ago, and he took us on a guided tour of the museum. We actually have that as a podcast episode. And thanks to Allison, we've been working to digitally remaster a lot of the old what they call Racers Roundtable, which would be the equivalent in IMRC speak to the Center Conversations, which do feature Lynn and a lot of his comedy and a lot of his sarcasm, and you get to really know him as a person and his personality. So look for those in the next couple of months as we continue to drop those, and if you're interested, just come see me. But it's been an absolute pleasure to be able to work on those projects as well.
Have you ever driven any of the cars out on the track?
I have not driven the cars on the track, but I grew up attending dirt track races in central Pennsylvania. Silver Spring, Williams Grove, Lincoln were the tracks that I've attended since childhood. So I have the fan perspective and some of the promotional perspective because my family was involved in that, but never took an interest in wanting to get behind the wheel, having witnessed some of those accidents as a child. Especially fire is something that very much concerns me when you're strapped in like that. But definitely grew up at dirt tracks, so it's interesting to be at EMMR because we have this thriving drag racing culture, and it's a whole different speak, right? It's a whole different vocabulary, a whole different kind of community. So it's been great to expand my background in racing with lots of other different types of racing since coming to the museum.
Well, thank you, Allison. That was wonderful. We've got, oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you, and I really appreciate the perspective of your presentation in a variety of ways, but you really hit on, I think, an aspect of racing that sometimes gets overlooked as we talk about F1, NASCAR, IMSA, all that. Like, I actually think, even though I didn't grow up going to those sorts of things, for me as an archivist in all kinds of racing history, that kind of stuff gets overlooked, and I think it's really, really fascinating. I love looking at the old pictures. We have some great amateur photography from tracks that look just like that. And yeah, so I was really excited to see that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Allison. Oh, I'm sorry.
One more quick one. Allison, I'm just wondering, do you have any kind of educational outreach to local schools, thinking some of the local colleges nearby, like Penn State, Harrisburg, and places like that? Is there any kind of educational component that you go out or have kids come in?
So we're trying to build that since I've joined the museum in the last 3 years. We're starting mostly with school groups, so the Boy Scouts as well as homeschooling groups in the area and charter schools. We've started to bring them in to do tours, but also have kind of educational activities planned. So I have a scavenger hunt now where there's great pictures of different things in the collection, and they have to identify that object and then answer questions about it. And I'm also trying to move some of our exhibits. We now have a rotating exhibit gallery that's using more STEM connections with existing programs. So for example, the National Hot Rod, the NHRA has a YES program where they have on their website a whole set of lesson plans. So it's very easy to incorporate those into our galleries and encourage them families as they're there visiting to create these or finish these activities as well.
Now can I thank Allison? All right, group, we've got 5 minutes
thank
until
you.
Dan Simone is up. If you can go grab coffee or stretch or whatever, but please come on back in 5 minutes. right, ladies and gentlemen, if we can take our seats, we can get people in from the hallway. Okay, folks, I'd like to introduce our next speaker. With a PhD in American history from the University of Florida and a stint teaching world history and world environmental history at Monmouth University, our next speaker, Mr. Simone, does not lack for academic cred, by far. But to me, it was his stint as a curator for the NASCAR Hall of Fame from 2016 to 2021, that drew the most interest from myself. Dan is another repeat speaker here. We've always enjoyed having him here. Don't worry, he's still gainfully employed, even though he doesn't work for the NASCAR Hall of Fame anymore. In fact, he sits on the board for the Hall of Fame induction for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Dan last year talked about, for those of us on the East Coast, a somewhat overlooked series, NASCAR's Winston West Series. And I believe Dan's going to speak about that today. So you're going to learn more about the people, the personalities, and all the cool people that raced on the West Coast. And without further ado, let me introduce Dan Simone.
Thank you. Thanks, Kip. It's great to be back again this year. Just a shout out to Allison's the previous presentation. Lynn Paxton was outstanding. He was just one of those true pioneers of maintaining and keeping and promoting racing history. And one of my favorite oral histories that I ever conducted was with Lynn about 20 years ago. And it once again shows, even though the oral histories have their weaknesses in some respects, and they have to be carefully, and information needs to be carefully extracted from those oral histories. Just capturing voices on tape is just, that in itself is so important. So, he was really an incredible racer and an incredible historian. So, pretty tough to follow that. But thanks again for having me. I spoke about West Coast racing last year, and particularly about Ray Elder and the Racing Farmers, and some of that ties into my topic for this year, as I look mostly at the Winston West Series and its history in the second half of the 1970s. Competitors, spectators, fans in the motorsports industry, from the highest levels to the grassroots, hoped normalcy would return to American motorsports at the start of the 1975 season. A year earlier, many feared automobile racing could be banned, as was the case after the American entry into World War II. In 1974, the OPEC oil embargo had a profound influence on sport, travel, and recreation throughout the United States. And nearly all varieties of auto racing, American auto racing, got through the first half of the season with abbreviated competition weekends, shortened races, canceled events, and temporary, or in some instances, permanent track closures. To be sure, the 1974 auto racing season was like no other season before or since. The oil embargo did force some to reconsider motorsports and its place in the environment. A growing citizen-based environmental consciousness, suburban sprawl, highway construction, noise pollution, and other factors put motorsports more on the defensive. And nationwide, many track owners and operators were permanently placed under a great amount of strain. The signs were rather obvious, and many did not quite know their days were numbered. But from 1975 to 1979, national racing entities, as well as smaller regional series and divisions, pressed on despite a rough decade for the American economy. One regional series competing under a national banner was the NASCAR Winston West Series. From 1975 through 1979, the division featured robust schedules with annual visits to many of the same facilities, a deep talent pool, and memorable races. Just going back to its early days, in 1954, 5 years after what is now known as the NASCAR Cup Series was inaugurated, the NASCAR Pacific Coast Late Model Division began competition. Teams and drivers in regionally and locally sponsored stock cars competed mostly in California, with occasional events in other Western states and British Columbia, Canada. During the 1950s, Pacific Coast Division drivers did occasionally venture east to race in NASCAR Cup, or as it was known then, Grand National events. And beginning in 1959, it was not uncommon for West Coasters to trek all the way east to Florida to take a stab at qualifying for the Daytona 500. However, West Coast racers did not have to journey across America if they wanted to pit their talents behind the wheel and in the garage against the Cup Series, hoping to spoil the efforts of Cup regulars. Riverside International Raceway, which first hosted races in 1957, became Southern California's capital of American autosport in the 1960s. Riverside was located about an hour's drive east of Los Angeles in the then sparsely populated wine-growing desert community of Moreno Valley. The track accommodated all forms of motorsports and attracted domestic and foreign competition, even hosting a Formula One race in 1960. And during the 1960s, NASCAR's top division visited Riverside twice a year. There were a couple occasions where it raced, the Cup Series raced there 3 times in the season. The NASCAR Pacific Coast late model division changed names a bunch of times. It became the NASCAR Grand National West Division for the 1970 season. R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company entered the sport in 1971 and through its Winston brand, brought money and support to the Cup Series, but also to other divisions. For a time, it was known as the NASCAR Winston Western Grand National Series, and eventually in the mid-70s was referred to by its most famous moniker, the NASCAR Winston West Series. Perhaps no better place to start a discussion of the 1975 Winston West season is with a brief mention of who was not on the track. Jack McCoy concluded his driving career at the close of the 1974 Winston West season. The Modesto, California driver claimed 2 championships, one in 1966 and another in 1973, and is best remembered for being credited with 54 series victories. His indelible impact on the growth and development of the series cannot be quantified. Not to be overlooked, there was a second major series absence in 1975. Dick Bound quit his career behind the wheel after competing in the season opener at Riverside in January. He won 14 races in the division and was one of the most popular drivers to hail from the Pacific Northwest in the first decades of the series. McCoy and Bound left behind a talented group of series regulars and young drivers. A few had aspirations of moving on to the Winston Cup Series, but most maintained a focused commitment to excellence at the regional level, ensuring the series would remain vibrant for the second half of the decade. Ray Elder, one driver who hoped to race full-time at the national level, picked up championship number 5 in 1974, and few were willing to bet against the pride of tiny Carruthers, California, in his quest for a 6th title in 1975. Elder was still in his early 30s, and the racing farmers, his laser-focused and loyal team of family and friends, were up to the challenge. After McCoy and Bound hung up their helmets, Elder remained as the only longtime veteran of the series to compete on a full-time basis in 1975, as he sought a full-time ride in the Winston Cup Series. Elder was no stranger to victory lane in NASCAR's elite division. He defeated all of the Cup drivers, winning at Riverside in 1971, and then winning again in the second Riverside race in 1972. And in 1975, Elder made it a half a dozen Winston West championships. Elder's final title would be one of his finest. He won 5 races, including his 9th and final triumph on the dirt at the legendary Ascot Park just outside of Los Angeles. Elder posted 14 top 5s, finished on the lead lap 12 times, and was one of 4 drivers who competed in all 18 points-paying contests. Elder moved to the top of the points after a 5th-place finish at Phoenix, Arizona's Manzanita Speedway in the 3rd race of the season on May 10. Later that year, the West Series returned to Manzanita for a second date. It was the final time the division competed at the legendary Phoenix facility, perhaps most famous for its rich history of wingless sprint car racing. Although the Arizona State Fairgrounds in Phoenix, which was paved in the early 1960s, would absolutely require inclusion in the debate, There is no more iconic dirt track in the Valley of the Sun and in the Grand Canyon state than Manzanita. And according to one of the greatest contributors of our understanding and deep knowledge of track histories in both the US and Canada was the late Alan Brown, who should be in every racing hall of fame in the United States by next year. Manzanita, which originally hosted dog races, began hosting auto races in 1951. But the development of affordable air conditioning, the interstate highway system, and a growing baby boomer population led to massive growth in many small Sunbelt cities beginning in the 1950s. Greater Phoenix has become one of the largest metropolitan areas in the United States. The Manzanita property sold for development in 2009. Many of the tracks once on the Winston West calendar throughout the 70s suffered similar fates in the decades to come and are long gone today. And returning from this racetrack rabbit hole, Elder won his 45th career race at Manzanita, and it was his final trump of the 1975 season. For Elder, the path towards championship number 6 was a little easier than some of the others, primarily because 3 of the biggest names in Western racing at the time, Herschel McGriff, Chuck Bound, and Jimmy Insolo, raced in scattered events that season, none competing the full season. Herschel McGriff, an age-defying lumberman from Portland, Oregon, began racing in 1945. In 1950, he teamed up with co-driver Ray Elliott to win the inaugural Mexican road race in a 1950 Oldsmobile. I believe that car was on display when he was inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame a couple of years ago. Later that summer in 1950, McGriff journeyed diagonally across the country to South Carolina to finish 9th at Darlington Raceway in the first Southern 500. He then went on to win 4 Cup races in 1954 before stepping away from the sport until the mid-60s to raise his family and to develop his businesses. Looking back now, we can see that McGriff, already approaching 50 in 1975, was more or less still getting warmed up at an age where most drivers were considering retirement. At this stage of his career, he set his sights on competing at Le Mans, and in 1976, McGriff and his son traveled to France and competed in the 24 hours. Throughout the 1970s, he often raced at Portland Speedway, his home track, where he won 5 straight Winston West races in between 1971 and 1973. Beginning in 1980, he committed to full-time Winston West seasons, and McGriff was voted Winston West's most popular driver for 12 consecutive seasons. He won the series championship in 1986 and claimed 34 West Series victories, his last one coming in 1989 at the age of 61. McGriff strapped himself into a West Series event in 2018 in Tucson, Arizona at the age of 90. And he was inducted into the NASCAR Hall of Fame a couple of years ago. McGriff is also the all-time winningest racer at Riverside. As Shav Glick, a member of multiple Halls of Fame who covered motorsports for decades for the Los Angeles Times, reflected shortly after Riverside's 1988 closure, on a cool Saturday in January of 1969, the Permatex 100 unveiled a driver who went on to win more road races than anyone else would ever win there. Herschel McGriff, almost totally unknown in Southern California, started 41st, in last, but by the 6th lap, he was in 2nd, and he wound up passing Ron Grable to win. Who is this guy? The assembled media and the track officials asked. Well, McGriff scored his 14th and last Riverside victory in the 1985 Pep Boys 300 at the age of 57. He was 60 when he drove in the 1988 Budweiser 400, the final NASCAR Winston Cup race held at Riverside, where he also served as the event's Grand Marshal. McGriff did not race full-time in the series from 1973 through 79. In 75, he competed in 4 Winston West Series events, but 3 were joint cup races, 2 at Riverside and 1 at Ontario. He competed at Evergreen Raceway in Washington in his only pure Winston West contest, where he finished 2nd behind Elder. So that following January 16th at the Winston West Awards Banquet in early 1976, Ray Elder received a $10,000 bonus for claiming the championship at the Winston West Series banquet held at Riverside. Runner-up Sonny Easley received $6,500 for his efforts, finishing second in 1975, his last full-time season on the circuit. He also finished second in 1973. Easley, who began racing in 1963, mounted a respectable career on the West Coast, including 8 victories in the circuit, before losing his life in a freak accident while practicing at Riverside in 1978. Douglas Gruntz, one of his crew members, also perished in the accident. Chuck Wall finished 3rd overall and picked up $5,000 for his efforts. The Burbank driver only won his only career events that year. But it truly was a night to remember for the racing farmers. Race crew chief and brother Richard Elder won the Golden Wrench Award, and NASCAR representative Ken Piper honored Fred and Laura Elder with a special appreciation award for their efforts to promote racing on the West Coast. For over a decade, Fred served as car owner, and family matriarch Laura took care of the rest of the family and young grandchildren. It was a sweet award ceremony, but the window was closing for Elder as the 76th season approached. After failing to do so in 1975, Elder hoped he would finally score an opportunity to race full-time with the Winston Cup Series at the start of the 1976 season. With 2 children to support and a family farm to maintain, a temporary relocation to where the big Winston Cup teams were based, anywhere throughout the Southeast, it needed to happen soon. But an opportunity with the sport's premier division did not materialize. Worse, Olympia Brewing opted to discontinue their sponsorship commitment, and the racing farmers were back on their own. The Washington-based brewery shifted their marketing objectives and began focusing on their own series across Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. Consequently, with no corporate cash, Elder decided not to compete for a 7th Winston West Championship in 1976, as he warned his fans the previous year. Unable to land sponsorship and committed to the family farm and family matters, Ray Elder pulled out of the sport for nearly all of 1976, and the racing farmers ceased operations. Richard Petty would race for his 7th Cup Championship in 1976. Ray Elder would not race for his 7th West title. That 76 season opened, as it often did, at Riverside with a combined Cup and West race, and as always, a group of regional regulars took a stab at making the race. Every January and June during the 1970s, Winston Cup drivers had to muscle their cars up and down and around an unfamiliar road course, their crews tasked with setting up a car to turn right. Back then, it was the only road course on the schedule. Watkins Glen would not become a series staple until 1986. The Winston Cup stars had to compete against a group of talented drivers and crews with a home track advantage. And not surprisingly, the South versus West dynamic was fodder for the California sports writers who ramped up the pre-race hype in the days leading up to the event. Benny Parsons, who finished 3rd at the previous Riverside race in June 1975, mentioned both Elder and Jimmy Insolo as 2 of the guys to beat in a pre-race interview. Parsons, the 73 Cup champion, knew he had to finish ahead of the local ringers if he hoped to produce a good result to start the 1976 Winston Cup season. Well, driving for Wood Brothers Racing, David Pearson earned his first win at Riverside after 13 tries. That same Sunday, the Pittsburgh Steelers defeated the Dallas Cowboys in Super Bowl X by a score of 21-17. Cale Yarborough finished 2nd in front of nearly 55,000 race fans. This race would also mark the last time 2 Winston West regulars would finish in the top 5 at Riverside. Jimmy Insolo, starting way back in row 13, drove all the way to a lead lap podium finish, taking 3rd. Insolo bested Elder, who entered the Riverside race, hoping to again spoil as he did in 71 and 72. Elder came from row 5 and battled to a 4th place result, the first driver 1 lap down. Elder put himself in position for Cup Series win number 3, at one time racing side by side with eventual winner Pearson at one point in the race. Eventually, Elder ran out of room and slid off the track, eventually going on to muscle to a 4th place result, a lap down. Benny Parsons, by the way, rounded out the top 5. Winston West regulars once again took it to nearly all of the Cup regulars. But that was just about it, because good runs for Winston West drivers waned considerably over the next 10 years at both Riverside and at Ontario. The way the 1976 season was set up, a lengthy scheduling gap gave West Coasters plenty of time to prepare for their true season opener. And as spring approached, both racers and fans realized there would be a first-time champion in 1976. Chuck Bown, only 22 years old, but already a Winston West veteran, had the talent, resources, connections, and personality to make a mark on a national series someday. He was Herschel McGriff's son-in-law, grew up around and raced against his dad, Dick Bown, in many events, competing in his first series race at the age of 16 in 1970. After two strong Winston West full seasons in 72 and 73, Chuck Bown raced a limited number of events in 74 and 75. However, he consistently ran up front with the leaders, posting 35 career top finishes out of 75 races. Dick Bown's Rose Auto Wrecking sponsored his son Chuck's cars through the 1975 season. However, in 1976, Bown would compete in the series driving a 1975 Chevy Laguna, prepared by fellow Northwesterner and engine specialist Jack D. McCoy, not to be confused with the champion driver from Modesto, with Gerald Craker serving as car owner with Lakes Drywall, a local company operating out of Oregon, as primary sponsor. With additional sponsorship and assistance extending beyond the family business, Bown was positioned to become the first driver other than Elder or McCoy to win the championship, since Scotty Kane did, winning back-to-back titles in 1967 and 68. On June 27th, Chuck Bown began his championship run in the Winston West regular season opener at the paved 5/8 mile oval at Evergreen Speedway. It was Bown's only series win that year. The 1976 season consisted of 13 races, 3 of which were combined Cup events, 2 at Riverside in January and in June, and 1 in Ontario in November. Just like the Winston Cup Series, commitment, consistency, competing laps were again the keys to a championship run on the Western Circuit, as it had been so many times before. Bown was the only driver to compete in every race, having the funding, team support, and time to do so. The 22-year-old driver never finished outside the top 5 the entire season. He competed every lap but one when he finished second in the series return to Evergreen that summer. His incredible consistency made for a runaway points battle, something NASCAR and most racing sanctioning bodies have struggled with since the first champions were awarded over a century ago. Some, of course, implementing a playoff system or double points paying races in an attempt to remedy this long-standing issue. But what a difference a few years makes. The drivers who won so many of the races in the first half of the 1970s were now gone. They were out of the sport, or they weren't racing in the West Series full time. Enter a 41-year-old brand new champion in 1977, Bill Schmidt. He established himself as a consistent Tough Series competitor in his 74 debut season and picked up his first series victory the following year, coming in the Coca-Cola 150 at Portland Raceway. In 1976, he returned to Victory Lane, taking the checkers at the 1/3 mile oval at Anderson Speedway in Shasta, California, which he also owned and operated. In 1977, Schmidt picked up 3 wins and 13 top 5s in his number 73 Chevy, which featured Old Milwaukee sponsorship in some of the races. That year, Schmidt competed in all the races for the first time. Only 2 drivers, Schmidt and Bown, competed in all 20 scheduled races, including the 2 joint Cup events. Schmidt won the championship with a 111-point margin. One of the best drivers to emerge from Northern California, Schmidt remained competitive into his 50s and wound up with 4 series championships. His 19th and final Winston West Series win came in 1992 at the age of 56. Perhaps only Herschel McGriff raced against more future NASCAR Cup Series regulars on the West Coast as often as Schmidt. Both often battled it out on West Coast bull rings with young drivers who would find their way to full-time rides in the Cup Series many years later. Chad Little, Derek Cope, and four-time Truck Series champion Ron Hornaday Jr. were some of the drivers that they battled against as they were starting their careers. Interesting combination of generations racing during that time, because Schmidt also raced against Ernie Irvan, who raced in his first full-time Cup season in 1988 and helped put West Coast stock car racers on the national stage for good. Regionalism persisted in American stock car racing headed into the 1980s. Southeastern drivers still dominated, but Irvan was one of the drivers who began to change that permanently. The second generation versatile driver from Salinas, California won the 1991 Daytona 500 and wrapped up his injury-shortened career with 15 wins in NASCAR's top division on all types of tracks. Also somewhat overlooked by racing communities east of the Pacific Coast, both racers and historians, Ernie's father, Vic, for over 2 decades, was one of the top local pilots on the West Coast. Vic Irvin picked up his lone career Winston West win at one of its most iconic and toughest tracks, taking the checkers at Ascot on May 30th. Ron Hornaday is another driver I should have mentioned too, who also saw success racing the series in the 1960s. Moving into 1978, 2 big early storylines unfolded before they even took to the racetrack. Chuck Bown was gone and Ray Elder was back. Bown relocated to Charlotte with aspirations to land a full-time Winston Cup ride. But opportunities did not come to fruition as he continued his racing career east of the Mississippi. In 1979, he finished 7th in the Daytona 500, and later that July was credited with a 6th place in the Firecracker 400 at the same track. Bown raced in roughly 50 Cup events in the 70s and 80s, and his persistence and talent would pay off. He would race 4 seasons in the NASCAR North Series and 2 more stints with the NASCAR Busch North Series in 87 and 88, and battle it out with Northeastern regional aces such as Dave Dion and Robbie Crouch. There was a lot of tough competition during this time, as some New Englanders competing in the division verged on moving on to competing in the Winston Cup Series. But though it was a long journey for Bown, it was certainly one mission accomplished for the West Coast, more specifically the Northwest, when he captured the 1990 NASCAR Busch Series Championship, with 6 wins that year to boot. Elder, however, was set to run a full season in '78, the first and only of his career without the Racing Farmers. He was also driving a red and yellow number 32. Not the iconic 96 and familiar blue. The team was a serious championship contender with strong ownership with Dave Hill and sponsorship from Midland Homes and some former Racing Farmer team members providing support. At Las Vegas later that summer, Elder won his final West Series race. He won 2 races that year, and despite many good runs, he wrapped up the season in 4th place overall. Not only did he add to his impressive resume, he also showed that he could win without the full Racing Farmers operation. Overall, 6 championships, 47 series wins, countless heat victories, and 2 Cup wins. He was so good on all different types of tracks, but he really, probably more than anywhere else, mastered the dirt surface at Ascot Park. The best racers adapt to nuances and compositions of different dirt surfaces. They understand racing environments, and the best crews also recognize how environmental factors dictate the speed and performance of a racing machine. Ascot was unique, as Glick reflected in 1990, the year of its closure. Several things set Ascot apart from other tracks. For one, it is 60 yards short of a half mile, So it's exceptionally fast, and being close to the ocean, the sea air rolls in during the evening and helps keep the track from drying out and becoming too slippery. At Ascot, Elder perhaps best understood these factors more than any driver of his generation. No NASCAR Hall of Fame yet for Ray Elder, but it's hard to imagine the well-informed selection committee ignoring his accomplishments much longer. In 1978, Elder was the only driver other than Jimmy Inslow to win more than once that year. Inslow had the best Winston West Series season of his career that year. Originally from Mission Hills, California, Inslow began racing at roughly the same time as Elder in the early 1960s. However, Inslow hit his stride a little bit later in his career. He made his Winston West debut in 1970, claiming his first victory the following year, coming at the quarter miler at Craig Road Speedway on the outskirts of Las Vegas. In 1972, he finished third in points, winning 7 races along the way, including 4 in a row in a span of 6 days. Gentleman Jim, as he was known for his clean driving style, was popular and respected among fans and competitors on the West Coast. Inslow drove the number 38 for most of his career. It was nearly as iconic as Elder's 96 on the West Coast. But his best Winston West seasons, however, came driving the number 1 car for Jerry Craker, who was one of the top owners of the decade. He was the same car owner that Chuck Bound had great success with before he relocated to the East Coast. In '78, Inslow won 9 of 22 races. The 1973 West season finale took place on Thanksgiving weekend, and Inslow again proved he could hang with and beat some of the best funded and seasoned Winston Cup drivers after finishing behind the King, who traveled out to Arizona to race in the event, hoping to spoil the show, which he did. He claimed the pole position and won the Arizona Napa 250. Inslow was second, and then there were a couple more Cup drivers who came out west with their season having been completed. Bobby Allison finished second. Neil Bonnet took third. The race was held the week following the conclusion of the '78 Cup season and proved to be a much-needed confidence boost to wrap up Richard Petty's season. Petty Enterprises struggled to get the Dodge Magnum up to speed during most of the year, and the King went winless in 1978 for the first time ever and also finished 6th in points. It was the worst he had finished in the standings, not including his abbreviated season in 1965, since placing 8th in the points in 1962. It's a little foreshadowing here as we move into the final year of my study, of my presentation. 1979. We can get into everything that took place in February at the Daytona 500, the Great American Race. We can never assume that everybody in the audience knows some of the facts, some of the commonly known racing facts that we talk about. But it goes without saying that most of us know that the '79 Daytona 500, the fight between Donnie, Bobby, and Cale was a pretty big deal. And it snowed that weekend, and people were stuck inside, and they had nothing else to watch on television. Football season had ended, and it was, and you cannot argue against how much of a benchmark event that was for stock car racing, particularly for NASCAR. But it was also one of the most important seasons for NASCAR as well. But NASCAR aside for a moment, 1979 was tough for many Americans, marked by a struggling economy and yet another gas crisis. '79 was also a benchmark year for racing, and many people in this room over the years discussed some of the developments from 1979 in previous presentations over the years. The CART-USAC split being perhaps the most memorable and significant in that it permanently altered the trajectory of American open wheel championship racing. But there were a lot of different things that took place in '79 that really directed racing's direction headed into a new decade. But what about the Winston West Series? A few up-and-comers began making noise in the series. The season featured more drivers than usual competing in the entire schedule, and an exciting points battle unfolded. The most promising newcomer was Tim Williamson. From Seaside, California, which is not too far from Monterey, Williamson began competing in go-karts as a high schooler before making the jump to race cars in 1974. He spent a few seasons developing his skills at Merced in Watsonville, and in 1978 he won his first Winston West race in his very first attempt, leading 99 of 100 laps in a 1976 Chevy at Stockton 99 Speedway in the 5th event on the series calendar. He competed in 5 races in 1978 and also took pole position at the Sears Point Road Course, winding up 6th. He was only 22 at the time. Williamson got off to a hot start at the outset of the 1979 racing season. In January, he won the 300-kilometer NASCAR Grand American race at Riverside, ahead of Bobby Allison and Herschel McGriff. He finished 9th at the season-opening NASCAR Cup Series event at Riverside in his Oldsmobile, and then he won again in June when the Grand American division returned to Riverside. The end of the decade also saw the emergence of one of the greatest Canadian stock car racers of all time. Racing Roy, the stock car boy Smith, won his first career race in 1979. He began competing in the series in the 70s and became a full-time racer in the 80s, claiming back-to-back-to-back championships from 1980 through 82. The first driver to three-peat since Elder did it. Smith won another in 1988. He finished 10th in the standings in 1979, having competed in just over half of the series schedule that year. Sharon Bishop became the first woman to run full-time in the series. The Washington-based driver was somewhat of the Janet Guthrie of the West Series, who raced from 1975 through 1980 in NASCAR competition, paving the way for regional racers such as Bishop. With her husband serving as crew chief, Bishop raced in 3 seasons, never competing a full schedule, but regularly mixing it up with the best drivers in the series and putting together some good runs along the way. In 1979, Bishop wound up 9th overall in the Winston West standings. The 79 season was tight all the way to the finish, much closer than the previous season. 5 drivers competed in all 16 events, and that same quintet finished in the top 5, but only separated by 105 points. Williamson maintained the points lead throughout most of the fall, and a season worth of racing came down to the final event. Schmidt and Williamson led the championship battle into the season finale in the Napa, Arizona 250 at Phoenix, though Jimmy Inslow and Richard White were also still mathematically in the mix. Schmidt finished 11th, 5 laps down, while Williamson took 4th, 1 lap down. Schmidt earned that finish after crashing in an oil spill on the track left behind after Jimmy Inslow blew his engine on the 2nd lap. Schmidt crashed hard into the wall and returned to the race. He nursed his car around the 1-mile flat oval, and every lap he completed and every car he passed was critical. At the end of the 156-lap race, only 5 points separated Schmidt, the championship veteran, and Williamson, the emerging superstar. Williamson had an average finish of 7.8. Schmidt's was 9.1. Williamson had 1 victory. Schmidt had 4. Schmidt had 9 top 5s. Williamson had 8. But Schmidt had 10 top 10s to Williamson's 13. Yeah, I have this program at home. I just love this cover. It's the earliest memories for me, not just with movies, but also watching races and the Darth Vader and then Darrell Waltrip and I guess that's Stevie. Yeah, it's a great cover, and it's pretty hard to see who the villain was in '79. It wasn't Richard Petty. It definitely was Waltrip, and Waltrip was getting better and better and making a lot of noise, and it was just a matter of time before he was going to win a Cup championship, and there was a real good chance it was going to come in '79. Because at the time, it was the closest championship chase in history. It was a season-long, neck-to-neck battle between Petty and Darrell Waltrip, and the championship would be decided at the final race at the Indianapolis of the West, the 2.5-mile oval at Ontario. Petty finished 5th on the lead lap, while DW came home 8th, 1 lap down. Both received 5 crucial bonus points for leading a lap. I missed that old NASCAR point system. It was 5, top for finishing 1 through 10. I think you received 5 increments of 5 points, and it was down to 4 points, then down to 3 points. I think that ended right about when Winston got out of the sport and Nextel came in and the playoff system was put in. But I still miss that. It rewarded consistency, that old system. By the numbers, Petty won 5 races. Waltrip claimed 7 victories. The King's average finish was 6.4. Waltrip's was 7.0. Petty had 23 top 5s. DW had 19. Petty had 27 top 10s. Waltrip had 22. Petty won a single pole. Waltrip was credited with 5. But it's the littlest of little things, and really where part of the title of my presentation comes from. Yes, in many instances, luck factors into a season, just as hard work, hard driving, brilliant strategy, and precise pit work factors into championships, just as often down to individual races. Then there are those moments that are little known at the time to have massive implications down the road. A lot of you, or some of you, have probably heard this story before, but it shows how sometimes statistics and numbers are only part of the equation, whereas impact is sometimes unquantifiable. Re-enter Jimmy Inslow. By the time the NASCAR Cup Series returned to Riverside for its second date in June 1979, Inslow had clearly made his mark with the Cup Series drivers. He had already posted 8 top 10s, 4 of which were top 5s in Cup events from 73 through 78. Seeing success at Riverside and Ontario too. So he was good on the road course, and he was able to run fast at Ontario. He was also on his way to another excellent Winston West season. Although he didn't repeat as champion, he was locked up in the points battle all season long, ultimately placing 3rd in the championship. He won 2 races, one at Sears Point, another one became Washington, and Inslow started the June Riverside event on the front row after qualifying 2nd. He set the track record in 1978 in the 1977 Camaro for a Grand American stock car race with a lap of 117.585. So it was no surprise he would qualify outside the front row, by the way, next to rookie Dale Earnhardt for the 1979 Summer Cup race at Riverside. In fact, the 79 Cup season featured the emergence of Earnhardt, who won his first race that year and took Rookie of the Year honors. In the final race of 1978, Inslow started the Ontario race for Earnhardt. This allowed the young contender to hold on to his rookie status for the 1979 season. As per NASCAR rules, Inslow earned the 7th-place finish Earnhardt came home with. Inslow was running in the top 5 at Riverside until blowing his engine on lap 45. His day came to an early end. He cooled off and changed into his street clothes. The race took place on a hotter than normal day, and the drivers still competing in the race had to contest a difficult racetrack under exceptionally uncomfortable weather conditions. Meanwhile, Richard Petty, who is as tough as they come, was struggling behind the wheel of his famous 43. To make matters worse for Petty, he was already not feeling well on race day, and he was wrestling with mechanical issues with his Dodge. Crew Chief Dale Inman and engine builder Maurice Petty knew Richard would need to vacate the car at some point. And there's a great account of this story, and I just want to give a shout out by former racer Rick Crow, who did a podcast with Jimmy Inslow, and you can find it on YouTube. It's a 90-minute discussion with Inslow. It's entertaining and it's insightful, and Jimmy really does a great job talking about some of the other side stories involved with that race at Riverside, where he filled in for the King. He was asked to drive in relief for Petty with 20 laps left in the event. The 43 rejoined the race in 4th place with Inslow now behind the wheel. He passed Cale and finished 3rd. NASCAR, as it always had, awards the points and finishing position to the driver that takes the opening green flag in that car's number. There have been some notable relief drivers taking the checkered first and not officially credited with a victory. NASCAR is not alone. Ray Haroon had a relief driver in the first Indy 500, but few remember his relief driver, Cyrus Paschke. As Mike Hembry, longtime motorsport journalist, pointed out a few years ago, a rearview mirror of that 1979 season would show numerous places in which the tide ebbed and flowed. But Insulo's smooth and steady finish kept Petty in the top 5. With a few minor slip-ups, the King may not have had 7 championships, and Dale Inman may not have claimed 8 career championships as a crew chief. He had 7 with Petty, and 1 came later as crew chief for Terry Labonte in 1984. And that's where my disrupting history reference kind of comes in the most for this presentation. Sometimes it's the smallest mid-season matter of a few laps that can have a great effect on a championship and on legacies. Nearly all Winston West drivers remained regional racing stars, and heading into the 1980s, Westerners continued making their biggest impact on the Cup Series as owners, innovators, crew chiefs, administrators, and mechanics. But just like in baseball's early days, there were stars who never made it east. It wasn't that long ago when the furthest west that Major League Baseball extended was Chicago and St. Louis. In the 1970s, national corporations were mostly disinterested in signing Western talent to their sports marketing platforms. The few mid to large-sized businesses in the Winston West series were regionally focused companies with a limited national outreach. But it's still hard to not wonder what if from time to time. In 1980, the West Coast lost its rising young star. Tim Williamson died in a crash while qualifying for a Grand American Series event at Riverside a day before his 24th birthday. Williamson had the talent, funding, crew, and support, but we'll never know. Ken Clapp, founder of the West Coast Stock Car Racing Hall of Fame and a longtime NASCAR West Coast executive for decades, mentions in his autobiography that Williamson likely had a cup ride for the 1980 Daytona 500 with car owner J.D. Stacy. And Clapp put it very, very simply. He believed, quote, Williamson could go all the way, unquote. Still, as the Winston West Series enjoyed sustained commitment from NASCAR, it remained a regional minor league series with a driver talent pool capable of making the jump if the major leagues came calling. Finding a job is a job. Therefore, the only route to a cup ride at this time in the sport's history meant a driver was willing to move east and commit to a full-time search. Lacking the necessary resources and commitment needed for this level of outreach, West Coast drivers in their efforts to garner sponsorship and interest from established cup teams remained mostly fruitless throughout the 1970s. Ray Elder, with a family and farm to take care of, could not take that chance. Chuck Bound, who was much younger, did relocate east, and although he enjoyed local and regional success in the 1990 Busch Series Championship, the full-time ride remained elusive until the age of 40 in 1994. He linked up with car owner Bobby Allison and Jimmy Fenning as his crew chief. Unfortunately, that season and his career was cut short by a horrible crash. Regionalism persisted in American stock car racing heading into the 1980s, as Southeastern drivers still dominated. Eventually, West Coast drivers found national success as many of the tracks they competed on disappeared, replaced by strip malls, neighborhoods, and rarely with open park space. In the second half of the 1970s, auto racing forever became a much larger component of debates over place and space. Although the Federal Noise Abatement Act of 1972 granted auto racing an exemption from noise statutes and motorsports survived the 73 and 74 OPEC oil embargo, nearly every week from 1975 through 1979, National Speed Sport News and Illustrated Speedway News included at least one article updating the status of a battle between a racetrack operator and his or her neighbors. Forced to address civilian noise complaints, promoters attended workshops to gather tips regarding noise abatement and to develop public-friendly policies. Basically, the survival of a racetrack depended on an owner's willingness to cooperate with citizens and government officials, not drivers and fans. Regardless of a track operator's vain attempt to silence cars and work with surrounding community sprawl and a growing demand for quiet, it still killed countless speedways. However, states and communities enacted their own ordinances, which led to curfews and muffler-equipped race cars. And that's why I'm closing with this photo of Elder in 1978. And he's got, he's got the stash going, which is outstanding. And posing next to his new ride, the Midland ride from '78. And the caption isn't about him going for his 6th championship and having 43 career wins at the time and all of his success on the track. It's about the muffler. And that just kind of shows that racing was can be part of a bigger environmental conversation after the OPEC oil embargo. Nearly all of the racetracks where Jack McCoy won 2 Winston West championships and Chuck Bown, Jimmy Inslow, and Herschel McGriff won their series championships are long gone. It was clearly a back in the good old days era for motorsports on the West Coast, but now, looking back 50 years since Ray Elder's 6th and final championship in 1975, we can see that changes were underway, particularly in the business of racing, the politics of racing, and criticism of autosport, with an increasing awareness of the place of motorsports within the environment. The Racing Green initiatives we see today are rooted in the American environmental movement during the 1970s. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Dan. Anyone have any questions, comments? If not, we've got a couple minutes. I just wanted, real quickly, after we end it tonight, I hope you're all aware of the reception that the Chamber of Commerce is sponsoring for us at the Chamber of Commerce. Nagar, could you stand, please? This is the lady you'll give your check to at the Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, we want to thank Nagar very much for her support of that. So you can reach the Chamber of Commerce by walking up to Franklin Street, taking a left, and going up 2 blocks. The chamber will be right there. After you get wine and dine from the chamber, please remember this is night 2 of the Rear Wheel Film Festival. We have 2 great movies tonight. Now, we're moving the movies tonight from the actual theater right next door to the back of the gift shop. So if you go into the Guano Crazy gift shop, and we'll direct you to the back. But we have 2 great movies, Team 28, which is a movie about New England asphalt modified racing, near and dear to my heart, and another one called Norwood Arena, the movie about the famous Norwood, Connecticut short track as well. So film festival kicks off at 6. The second movie will start at 7. Try and juxtapose your time so you can say thank you to Nagar at the chamber function, and then come on down and catch at least one of the movies with us. So we'll take a short break, stand, coffee, water, whatever, and come on back in about 5 minutes, and we'll wrap up our last.
It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers. Here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there were something like 50,000 people who showed up. But crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we're unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.
All right. Kip's going to introduce you. You're good to go. All right, knock it out of the park, buddy. Thanks, man.
Okay, everybody, if we could take our seats again. For those folks that are outside
take a couple of pictures?
in the hallway, if you could come in. We want to start our last presentation for the day. This one is from Paul Baxa. And let me just say, I will admit, the word fascist got my name when I read this in the title. It got my attention immediately, because it's really a word that we hardly hear these days anymore. It's my only political statement for the day. Paul was part of our first symposium in 2015. He's been back several times. We're certainly happy to have him back in 2025. And I want you to listen carefully to see if there are any parallels between the post-war era of Grand Prix racing and the MAGA era that we're living in today. Oops, another political statement. Sorry about that. Anyway, we want to welcome Paul, our final speaker for the day. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you. Before I begin, though, it's hard to believe that it was 10 years ago that we had the first symposium. And as was mentioned, I had the great privilege of being part of that. So I want to thank Don Capps and Pat Young, who's not here, and of course the late Michael Argetsinger. So it's amazing just how this has grown, and it's all credit to them for that. So thank you. Tragedy struck the second heat of the 1933 Monza Grand Prix. As Giuseppe Campari led into the banked Curva Sud on the first lap, he lost control of his Alfa Romeo. The car turned left sharply and flew over the banking. Behind him, the Maserati of Mario Baccon Borzacchini attempted to take evasive action. Borzacchini's car also flew over the banking, landing not far from Campari's overturned Alfa. Campari was killed instantly. Borzacchini died soon after in hospital. In one fell swoop, two of Italy's most prominent racers were killed in the same accident, possibly due to oil spilled during the previous heat. The race continued. Indeed, one more driver, the Polish racer Tchaikovsky, would be killed at the same spot later in the race. However, it was Campari and Borzacchini who garnered all the attention from the fascist press in the race's aftermath. Writing in the magazine Sport Fascista, Ruggero Zanetti depicted the two drivers as the fallen, using language that befitted the war dead. Most strikingly, the government film agency Luce displayed the word presente superimposed over the wrecked cars. This is a still from that film. All right. This is the article I mentioned a minute ago. The use of words like the fallen and presente would not have surprised Italians in 1933. 11 years into the fascist dictatorship, it had become standard practice to treat fallen race drivers as martyrs, akin to those who died in the First World War and those who died in the cause of fascism after the war. This language of martyrdom and sacrifice found its way into the racing publications, like the official newsletter of the Scuderia Ferrari, which carried a front-page image of Borzacchini's funeral sculpture in his hometown of Terni. The accompanying article by Luigi Casini, borrowing from the mytho-poetic language of the poet Gabriele D'Annunzio, claimed Borzacchini and Campari had fallen for a high ideal, whose example and memory illuminates us, and their sacrifice inflames us. On that fatal day at Monza, their pure souls ascended to the spiritual world as an example of our increasing perfection. The language of sacrifice, redemption, and martyrdom found in Casini's eulogy of Borzacchini was one that Italians were accustomed to for centuries due to the country's strong Catholic culture. A paganized version of this sacralized imagery was promoted by D'Annunzio and could also be found in the language of the futurists. Both cultural tendencies, D'Annunzio's decadentism and the futurism of Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, fed into the imagery used by Benito Mussolini's fascist movement. It was through fascism that the idea of the race car driver as martyr became a standard narrative whenever an Italian driver was killed on the racetrack. Unfortunately, this happened often in the 1920s and 30s, so that by 1933, with the tragedies at Monza, it was almost second nature to turn to a sacrificial narrative. In this presentation, I will discuss how the narrative of sacrifice and martyrdom was used by the fascist press and how this became a means of incorporating motorsport into the fascist cultural project of creating the so-called fascist new man. I will begin by analyzing how the concept of martyrdom applied to motorsport and how Mussolini's fascist regime, borrowing again from D'Annunzio and the Futurists, insisted on depicting dead racers as heroes and martyrs to a cause. An important aspect of this includes not only how the fascist regime benefited from this narrative, but also how the prestige of Grand Prix racing in the 1920s and 30s gained from the use of such language. The final part of the paper will then examine this dynamic through 3 case studies. They are the deaths of Antonio Ascari, Giulio Mazzetti, and Emilio Materassi. The latter's death included those of spectators, who also were depicted as martyrs. These deaths, which occurred between 1925 and 1928, were foundational in the fascist narrative of martyrdom at the wheel of a racing car. And they served to exalt not only the drivers, but the sport of Grand Prix racing and the rise of the fascist dictatorship, which was crucially developing in this period. Before we study these 3 cases, we need to understand the roots of the sacrificial discourse around motorsport. On the shores of Lake Garda, northern Italy, Gabriele D'Annunzio, the so-called godfather of fascism, owned a sprawling villa which now serves as a museum. One of the rooms in the villa, the relics room, displays numerous sacred objects that D'Annunzio collected during his life. On one side of the room, there is an altar from a Catholic church, and on that altar, a broken and twisted steering wheel. The steering wheel belonged to the race car driver Henry Seagrave, and it had come from the power boat that he was racing in when he was killed in 1930. Seagrave was one of the most famous racers in the world. He had won the French Grand Prix in 1923 and held several land speed and water speed records before his death on Lake Windermere. Seagrave also contributed to the cult of speed with his book, The Lure of Speed, which attempted to explain his fascination with speed and its general cultural importance. The steering wheel was gifted to D'Annunzio from Seagrave's widow in honor of the close friendship between the 2 men. It is clear from the prominent position of the altar in the room and the room's name that D'Annunzio saw the wheel as a sacred relic. Seagrave's celebration of speed found a kindred spirit in D'Annunzio. A leading figure in Italian literature, D'Annunzio's writings exalted a mythical view of Italy, looking back to the great eras of Italian history, while denouncing the decadent state of contemporary Italy. During the First World War, despite being of advanced age, D'Annunzio volunteered for military service and became famous for his audacious exploits, such as taking on the Austrian Navy with his anti-submergible motorboat and dropping leaflets over Vienna demanding the Austrians surrender. Influenced by the German philosopher Nietzsche, D'Annunzio called for the formation of a new aristocracy of heroic warriors and artists to renew a dying mass culture. Using his time as an aviator as inspiration, he celebrated technology and speed as the means for renewing Italian culture. Although he never became a card-carrying fascist, D'Annunzio is considered its godfather, creating the so-called fascist style when he led a group of Italian war veterans to take over the city of Fiume in 1919, where he installed himself as dictator. This ill-fated venture ended in complete failure, but not before D'Annunzio inspired a new generation of political activists looking to overthrow Italian democracy in favor of an authoritarian, militaristic, and nationalistic state. At the center of D'Annunzio's universe was not only the airplane, but also the automobile, which he often described in religious terms. He would declare the airplane crash he suffered during the war, which left him temporarily blind, as a kind of spiritual awakening in his classic memoir, Notturno. His villa on the shores of Lake Garda not only included his airplane, but also part of a warship, motorboats, a racing boat, and a garage of automobiles, one of which was gifted to him by Tazio Nuvolari. Another influence on the fascist narrative of martyrdom came from Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, a poet who founded the Futurist movement in 1909. The movement's manifesto exalted speed and industry as the harbingers of a new civilization, destined to leave the past-obsessed culture of Italy in the dust. In the manifesto, Marinetti describes an epiphany he experienced when he crashed the car into a ditch while trying to avoid a cyclist. And this really happened, and there's a picture of it. Before the accident, he exalted the aesthetics of his car, a Fiat, exclaiming that it was more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace, a classical statue. Rather than being chastened by the accident, Marinetti celebrated it as a rebirth, comparing the industrial sludge in the ditch to the milk from the breasts of his wet nurse. Marinetti and his followers, called Futurists, would go on to call for a new civilization based on the so-called religion morality of speed. Marinetti and D'Annunzio presented two contrasting visions of the past, with one wanting to destroy it, while the other hoping to revive a mythical past. However, they had in common a celebration of technology and the desire to create a new civilization. Both would feed into fascism's construction of a secular political religion that borrowed from the Catholic tradition, but also from the Risorgimentale tradition of Giuseppe Mazzini and Giuseppe Garibaldi. That one's for you, Duke. This new Italian would be, according to one historian, a virile, dynamic, and bellicose man, but at the same time, one who was a creative genius, who demonstrated strength, ability, and physical resistance, violence and fury in fight. This Italian was one forged in the trenches of the First World War, in which D'Annunzio and Marinetti participated, and subsequently enshrined in the values of Italian fascism with its celebration of violence and militarism. The race car driver, like the aviator, was the avatar of a new humanity of the machine age, through his possession of an artistic sensibility, who, in the words of Gunther Berghaus, created new laws of aesthetic creativity. This artist-creator would be the foundation of a new morality through a Nietzschean reevaluation of values, a fusion of art and speed intended to build a new society, according to Roger Griffin. In his analysis of futurism and speed, Jeffrey Schnapp has argued that the race car driver has developed a unique form of intelligence in an activity that is inherently excessive, extreme, and destructive, based on fantasy, frenzy, and unhinged ambition. The racetrack, argues Schnapp, channeling Marinetti, is a place for the anticipatory truths that will later bear fruits in the everyday life world. Both Marinetti and D'Annunzio, in their own way, provided the language used by Mussolini's fascism in exalting martyrdom, both on the battlefield and in the streets of Italy, during the clashes between fascists and their political opponents in the years following the First World War. Once fascism came into power in 1922, it transferred this language of martyrdom onto sports heroes, such as race car drivers. And there was no shortage of opportunities to do so. Some historians have argued that Italian fascism sacralized politics, raising its ideology to a political religion. In this religion, race car drivers were often seen as divinized beings, and autodromes like Monza depicted as temples of speed. To elevate dead racers as martyrs, they needed to die for a cause. What was this cause? Being one of the few sporting activities where its protagonists could be killed at any given moment, motorsport offered at least 3 causes for which one could give up their lives. These were national sporting pride, national industrial power, and the fascist anthropological aim of creating a new man. After the First World War, Grand Prix racing, like most other cultural and political activities, took a nationalist turn. Inspired by the epic 1914 Grand Prix of France, which became a contest between German and French makes on the eve of the Great War, Grand Prix racing became a theater for nationalism. New Grand Prix races dedicated to nations began with the Italian Grand Prix in 1921. The French Grand Prix obviously was the first one in 1906. Followed soon by the Spanish, German, Belgian, and British Grand Prix races. Moreover, the AIACR, which is the forerunner of the FIA, decreed that cars had to be entered in national colors: blue for France, white for Germany, red for Italy, etc. To be sure, the injection of nationalism into motorsport had existed previously in competitions like the Gordon Bennett Trophy, but it became more pronounced after 1920 due to the legacy of the war, which made competition between nations on the racetrack a continuation of competition on the battlefield. Moreover, new political ideologies like fascism promoted a form of militaristic hypernationalism that viewed motor racing as war by other means. Dying on the racetrack thus became a peacetime version of dying on the battlefield while defending one's national colors. Another cause was the advance of national industry. This too was framed in nationalist terms in fascist Italy as Mussolini's regime aimed to make Italy an industrial and thus military power. The construction of the Monza Autodrome and its combination of road and oval configurations were presented as a laboratory for progress, where manufacturers could test their latest technology. Tragedies like the one at Monza in 1928, which saw the death of numerous spectators, and which I'll speak more about a bit later, were often presented as the price that needed to be paid for progress. The most important cause, however, was that of advancing fascist ideology. Of the 3 causes presented here, this was the one that the fascist regime embraced more than the others, although the others were included in this, as it demonstrated a deep identification between motorsport and fascism. This was especially true of Grand Prix racing, a form of motorsport that best fit the fascist ideal. Grand Prix racing thus became amenable to creating the new fascist man. After the riding mechanic was abolished in the early 1920s, the Grand Prix race was conducted by a single driver in a car that was increasingly becoming technically advanced thanks to innovations in aircraft during the war. It was in Grand Prix racing that the supercharger was first introduced in 1923 at the Italian Grand Prix, a mechanical device that boosted the power of an engine beyond the normal atmospheric pressure. This technology brought the sport closer to that of the World War I aviators, as it was in the aircraft of the war that the supercharger was first developed. The aerodynamic shape of the Grand Prix car also came to resemble advances made in aviation. The race driver came to wear the helmets and goggles of the aviator, thus completing the aesthetic association between driver and flyer. It helped, too, that several race car drivers were aviators and war heroes, like Georges Boileau in France and Eddie Rickenbacker in the United States. In Italy, the association between the 2 activities was exalted in the persons of Mussolini and other fascists like Italo Balbo, who were enthusiasts of both flying and racing. It seemed only natural when the family of World War I hero and aviator Francesco Baracca gave his prancing horse symbol to Enzo Ferrari in 1923. Like the air aces of the war, the Grand Prix driver was given the task of taming a highly advanced piece of technology at dangerous speeds, an example of the futurist machine cult, where the enemy to be conquered was not only your opponent, but also time and space. It is no surprise that fascist Italy embraced Grand Prix racing and even saved it when it appeared as if it was about to die due to the lack of interest from automobile manufacturers. In 1928, Italy ran the only Grand Prix after all the others had been canceled due to lack of entries. Moreover, it was Italian drivers who spearheaded the Scuderia movement, whereby drivers purchased Grand Prix cars from the factories and created their own teams, the most famous being the Scuderia Ferrari. Only in fascist Italy, it seemed, was the thoroughbred nature of the Grand Prix car fully appreciated. All this came at a time when Italian Grand Prix drivers were dying in great numbers. This is from the Corriere della Sera after the Bandini tragedy in 1967, showing a list of all the Italian drivers who had died in racing cars. When Campari and Borzacchini were killed in 1933, they became the 8th and 9th Italians to be killed in Grand Prix races since Mussolini's coming to power in 1922. The list of Italian dead was long and seemed to outnumber those from other countries. Furthermore, the dead represented some of the top racers of their day, like Antonio Ascari, Pietro Bordino, Luigi Arcangeli, and Gastone Brilli Peri. There were 3 deaths, though, in particular, that fed the fascist cult of dead racers. And these deaths came at a time when Mussolini was fascistizing sport and Grand Prix racing was entering into deep crisis. So the first one we'll look at is Antonio Ascari. Ascari was the first dead racer to be sacralized. And he was killed while leading the 1925 French Grand Prix in the unbeatable P2 Alfa Romeo. Ascari was Alfa's leading driver, having won the previous 2 Grand Prix in Italy and Belgium. Not only did he win races, but he was renowned for his aggressive driving that had, earlier in his career, led to numerous accidents. Now, he was an integral part of an already legendary racing team that put Italy at the top of the sport. The fascist regime wasted no time in exalting the success of the Alfas during a period when Mussolini's government was on the brink of collapsing in the aftermath of the Matteotti crisis. In 1925, while Mussolini was putting into place the one-party dictatorship, the Alfas were dominating the Grand Prix circuits with Ascari leading the way. His 10-10th style, often called Garibaldino, after the national hero of Italian unification, exemplified the audacious new man aesthetic that the regime was promoting. Ascari's death, while leading the French Grand Prix, was immediately mythologized. He was racing on foreign soil, and he was beating his opponents. The only battle was against time, as he continued to stretch his lead, all the while taking great risks. Ascari was known for hugging the apex of corners, often risking hitting the barriers or whatever else was on the edge of the track. At Montlery, the site of the French Grand Prix that year, a picket fence lined some of those corners. And it was against this, at a fast left-hander, that Ascari's car came to grief when his car snagged one of the posts. Eyewitnesses said that Ascari kept getting closer to that fence on each lap, despite his significant lead. He lost control, the car flipped over, and he was thrown out, with the car landing on top of him. He died soon after of his injuries. As a mark of respect, the Alfa Romeo team was withdrawn from the race, an episode recalled in John Frankenheimer's Grand Prix, if you remember that film, if anyone's ever seen it. The next day, Ascari's body was put on a train in Paris and sent back to Italy. And this was the scene at the Paris train station. Here, the myth of the dead hero was played up to the max. An ornate catafalque was placed at the Paris train station. When the train crossed the Italian frontier, 2 wreaths were put on the casket. One came from Gabriele D'Annunzio, and the other from Benito Mussolini. The wreath for Mussolini read, "To the intrepid one." All along the route, Ascari's train was greeted by mourners, and at the various train stations, flowers were placed on the casket. When the train arrived at Milan's central station, it was met by thousands of people. Astute observers noted how this extraordinary procession of the train echoed a similar event 4 years previously when Italy's unknown soldier was transported from the World War I battlefields to Rome. The comparison of Ascati's death to the dead of the First World War became a leitmotif in the days following the accident. In the pages of the Royal Automobile Club of Italy's magazine, Ascati's death was called a renewal of the martyrdom and miracles that had bloodied the tormented fields of the Carso and the Piave. Those are two important fronts in the First World War. The fallen of today are worthy of those from the past in honor of the same ardent spirit and pursuit of the same ideals. The obituary went on to say that Ascati represented Italy, who gave his life so that Italy could once again become the strongest and most audacious nation on earth. During the funeral, a group of airplanes flew low and dropped wreaths, strengthening the connection between Ascati and the aviators of the First World War. Such sentiments expressed by the Automobile Club characterized Ascati's imposing public funeral in Milan. His body was carried in procession through the city, starting from the Alfa Romeo factory, where his body lay in state and where some 2,000 mourners had come to pay their respects. And you see that on the left. In their reporting of the funeral, the fascist newspapers noted Ascati's adherence to the local fascist organization and that the procession deliberately passed through neighborhoods where fascist martyrs had been killed during the so-called years of struggle after World War I. When his body reached the Cimitero Monumentale, where Milan's most notable citizens were interred, a series of eulogies were given declaring Ascati a martyr who had immolated himself for the fatherland. Ascati's boss, Nicola Romeo, addressed the huge crowd, comparing Ascati's death akin to dying on the battlefield. Like a soldier who dies gripping his gun, so too did Ascati, who never let go of the steering wheel, which was not actually true because he was thrown out. The most significant eulogy, however, came from Lando Ferretti. A Tuscan fascist of the first hour, Ferretti was a member of the Italian parliament, a journalist, and the new president of the Italian Olympic Committee, which is called CONI. In his time as president of CONI, Ferretti would help craft the fascist regime's sporting policies, as expressed in the Charter of Sport, which effectively fascistized all levels of sport, both professional and amateur. As a writer, Ferretti devoted his time to mythologizing Italy's sporting achievements, raising their protagonists to the level of national heroes and sometimes martyrs. In his eulogy, which you see him giving here, Ferretti exhorted all present to bow down before Ascati, declaring his death a loss not just for Italy, but for all the world. Ferretti also led the crowd through the so-called fascist rite of martyrs, which involved having them kneel and giving the presente exhortation with arms outstretched in the fascist salute. Shortly after, and this is the tomb of Antonio and Alberto Ascari, Antonio's son Alberto, who died 30 years later. And this is the tomb with the two sculptures of father and son. Shortly after this, the French even erected a monument to Ascati near the site where he died. And this was a picture taken at the time. I don't know if that is still there in France. Ferretti's words at the cemetery foreshadowed his theories on sporting heroes as builders of fascist culture. In an essay called Culture and Sport, Ferretti claimed that culture needs the virility and athleticism of sport to prevent it from becoming too erudite or intellectual. It's no longer enough to die as a soldier on the Carso, wrote Ferretti. Now we must win, advance, and trounce our opponents in sport. In Mussolini's Italy, culture and sport are not opposed, claimed Ferretti. Rather, they are 2 pages of the same book. The book is the gospel of the power and glory of Italy. Ferretti attempted to prove this a year later when Giulio Mazzetti, our second example, was killed at the Targa Florio. And that's Ferretti on the left. In the same book that Culture and Sport appeared, Ferretti included a chapter on Giulio Mazzetti, a Tuscan nobleman and 2-time winner of the Targa Florio. And I have the cover of the book and the table of contents next to it. Ferretti's book consisted of a series of essays on prominent Italians whose lives were served as an example of the new fascist era. And this is the astonishing part. The book included cultural figures like Dante Alighieri and Ludovico Ariosto. Among them was Mazzetti, the only sportsman to appear in the book. When Mazzetti died in 1926, Ferretti penned a series of articles on his achievements on the racetrack, but also on his status as hero and martyr. In his tribute to Mazzetti, Ferretti called him a martyr to sporting passion, next to the purest heroes of the fatherland. Ferretti argued that Mazzetti's blood was not spilled in vain. Rather, his spirit is now beyond the infinite, where reside the purest heroes of the fatherland and of humanity. Ferretti goes on to acknowledge a pantheon of fallen race drivers, including Biagio Nazzaro and Antonio Ascari, whose ultimate sacrifices provided a sharp rebuke to the so-called sedentary morality of pacifists who do not know bravery. Ferretti's challenge to those critics who claim that racers died for nothing echoed fascist and denuncian rhetoric regarding men of action who, in their struggle against time and space, the natural enemies of man, sacrificed themselves for Promethean fire in the struggle against mediocrity. Ferretti also took the opportunity to affirm Mazzetti's fascist credentials. Florentine fascism exalts Mazzetti as a militant of the first hour. He was also someone who recognized the importance of sport and of machines in building Italian glory. Giulio Mazzetti, wrote Ferretti, along with the fallen of the trenches and the fascist fallen of the piazzas, is a symbol of the power of the Italian people. Channeling futurist language, Ferretti noted that despite coming from a city filled with museums, like Florence, Mazzetti had inspired a movement of sporting youth whose example was needed to teach the children of Florence that he too was young once, like them, and did not content himself with bourgeois mediocrity. Furthermore, his ability to control the powerful machinery of a racing car will help Italy prepare for a future war, where Italians will use machinery to crush their opponents. Well, that was his hope anyway. Lest we view Lando Ferretti as an isolated case of someone who used overheated denuncian and futurist rhetoric, he was not alone in sacralizing the Tuscan aristocrat, whose image was used to promote a fascist aristocracy of warriors. Mazzetti's achievements were glorified in several monuments and plaques. Today, there is a marker on the site of the accident, and there's another plaque found in the town of Termini Imerese, which was the headquarters of the old Targa Florio. Sorry, that's this one. Yet another, using clear fascist language, is found at the Passo della Futa in Tuscany, through which the old Mugello racetrack and the Mille Miglia eventually passed. And that's this one. This plaque, made by the noted sculptor Amerigo Passani, was put up by the local fascists, celebrating Mazzetti's triumphs on the Mugello, while also noting his death in Sicily. According to the inscription, he was an example of how one can always strive for Italy and die in pursuit of new glories. To affirm Mazzetti's place in the pantheon of Italian heroes, which Ferretti compared to the classical heroes of antiquity, which you can also note in the plaques. A node was written for him by Delfino Cinelli, which appeared in the pages of the Automobile Club's journal. In the poem, Cinelli compares Mazzetti to the mythological figure of Icarus, who was brought down in his heroic attempt to defeat nature. Like Icarus, Mazzetti's challenge to nature also failed, but he died with a smile on his face for having tried. This language, a cross between the classical ode, Denuncian decadentism, and futurism, would again be harnessed in 1928 with the death of Emilio Materassi. Only this time, it would include the death of spectators. So this brings us to our third example. In 1928, Lando Ferretti was no longer the president of Italy's Olympic Committee. His writings, however, had laid down a template for how to exalt dead race car drivers under the fascist regime. That year, the so-called fascist revolution was nearly complete. Liberal democracy was dead, and Italy was now under the authoritarianism of a one-party state, ruled by a man who viewed sport as one of the most important activities of the new Italian. Motor racing was one of the most important elements of this new culture of sport. However, as I mentioned earlier, Grand Prix racing was in crisis, and the Italian Grand Prix was the only such race on the racing calendar that year, a fact that was emphasized by the fascist press in the days leading up to the race. Due to its being the only Grand Prix of the season, the Italian press hyped up the event as a battle of giants, to be contested in front of a crowd with a feverish need for speed. The setting of Monza was exalted as the site of a titanic contest that will leave a profound mark in the history of Grand Prix racing. Little did they know that this would prove correct, although not in the way they intended. Notably, the fascist newspaper Popolo d'Italia seemed to foreshadow the coming tragedy when it claimed that Monza had asked for sacrifices in the past. The sacrifices that Monza required in 1928 proved considerable. On lap 17 of that race, the red Talbot, driven by Materassi, appeared to make contact with another car on the front straight, the Rettifiglio. The car veered left and plunged into a thick row of spectators at high speed. Materassi was killed instantly, along with 20 spectators, injuring scores of others, some of whom died later. It was the worst racing accident to date, exceeding the infamous Paris-Madrid of 1903, and only surpassed in 1955 with the Le Mans tragedy. The race continued and was won by Louis Chiron in a Bugatti. The site of the accident resembled a war zone. One newspaper noted that the site was cleared by fascist black shirts and that the dead and wounded were greeted by fascist salutes as they were stretchered off. The war imagery proved apt as the car actually came to rest in a trench that separated the track from the spectators. Echoes of war and the language of sacrifice and martyrdom followed quickly, with the spectators also considered martyrs. The day after the accident, the victims were carried in procession through the town of Monza to the railway station. Materassi's body followed at the end in the parade of corpses. Described as the fallen, the death of spectators was attributed to fate and to the dangers and risks that daily life presented to everyone. The crowds came out for the funerals of Materassi and for the victims. One of the funerals in the northern city of Bergamo allegedly brought out 25,000 people to witness the procession. Materassi's funeral in his hometown of San Pietro a Sieve near Florence also brought out the crowds. The town commemorated him with a prominent statue that still stands in a public park. His graveside plaque, meanwhile, on the left, noted that he was a martyr and hero who brought glory to Italian sport. Not everyone bought into the language of martyrdom and sacrifice. The Vatican, for example, made it clear that it did not appreciate dead race car drivers being celebrated as martyred saints. The Vatican's official newspaper, the Osservatore Romano, which did not normally report on sporting events, condemned the tragedy as a massacre and a crime, and laid it at the feet of those who promoted pagan blood sports like racing and boxing. For the Catholic newspaper, Monza was a new pagan amphitheater akin to the Colosseum, and blood sport had become a new religion that appealed to the young men who risked their lives for nothing but speed. The Vatican condemned the public spectacle of the funerals as if the spectators had died for a noble cause. The Jesuit journal, Civiltà Cattolica, called the tragedy and the subsequent spectacle an insult to humanity. The Vatican's strong attacks on the event and the way it was depicted as a sacrifice required a response, and it came from the race director of the Grand Prix, Renzo Castagneto, in the journal Sport Fascista. Apart from his role as race director, Castagneto was also one of the founders of the Mille Miglia, and thus one of the most important figures in Italian motorsport. While not naming the Vatican's newspaper directly, he took exception to the comparison to boxing. Castagneto went on to respond to specific criticisms of the circuit and its safety measures, arguing that Materassi's accident was an outlier since it occurred on a straightaway. The most telling part of the defense came with Castagneto's placing of the tragedy in a fascist frame. There is a gap, wrote Castagneto, between the fascist mentality of today and the old mentality of yesterday. Racing needs to continue at the Monza Autodrome, argued Castagneto, because man needs the automobile to reach supreme goals. He was confident that the crowds will return to Monza because of its inherent fascination and the contribution to the Italian automotive industry. Most importantly, noted Castagneto, quoting the secretary of the Fascist Party, Augusto Turati, Italians need to live dangerously, and the battle between nations needs to continue. Castagneto seemed to have won that debate. Remarkably, 1 month after the tragedy, before the motorcycle Grand Prix of Nations was held at Monza, a Catholic Requiem Mass was celebrated on the site of the accident. The chief presider was Don Riccardo Jolli, the chaplain of Milan's fascist party. Ignoring the condemnation of the Vatican of the tragedy, Jolli claimed in his homily, that's the sermon that the priest gives, that the victims were sacrificed for a higher cause, that of human progress. Reading from the parable of the mustard seed, Jolli told his audience that for anything to grow, a seed had to be destroyed, and that this seed was like the sacrifice made on the battlefield. The fallen of any human activity, Jolli said, should serve to inspire new works and new conquests. Assisting at the Mass were high fascist officials like Turati, the secretary, and the aviator and World War I ace, Mario de Bernardi. That's those three figures in the middle. So to conclude, by the time Campari and Borzacchini died at Monza in 1933, the martyr hero discourse used in fascist Italy was well rehearsed. Fortunately, it did not have to be used for Italy's two most famous racers in the 1930s, Nuvolari and Achille Varzi. No doubt both would have received similar honors had they been killed, especially Nuvolari. Nonetheless, the fascist regime set a precedent that would be used by other authoritarian states. For example, the death of Bernd Rosemeyer in 1938, who became a martyr hero for Nazi Germany, even more so as he died trying to break a speed record on Hitler's new Autobahn system. The fascist regime ended with the Second World War, but the plaques and the statues to the dead racers remain, with the fascist language intact. The sporting heroes exalted by Mussolini's regime outlived the dictatorship with their legends unsullied, ignoring the role played by Lando Ferretti and others to paint them as exemplars of the new fascist man. Indeed, Ferretti would go on to lead Italy's successful 1960 Olympic bid. While the regime met its demise, the promotion that it gave Grand Prix racing through its apotheosis of dead racers arguably went a long way to saving the sport. The deaths of spectators at Monza in 28 could have killed the sport. Instead, it presented an opportunity to present the massacre as worthwhile and serving a higher cause. Monza, which would take more lives in subsequent years, is now known as the Temple of Speed, a name that's used today. In fact, I was watching the, I think it was the Formula Regional race from Monza a couple of weeks ago on YouTube, and under one of the signs, it said Temple of Speed. Today, we no longer use the language of martyrdom to describe dead racers. The notion of racers as national heroes has come down to us, though. An aura seems to surround those drivers who have been killed on the racetrack. The discourse around legendary drivers like Jim Clark, Gilles Villeneuve, and Ayrton Senna often verge towards idolatry. For example, the discourse around Clark is that he was somehow viewed as immune from death. If he could die in a race car, then none of us are safe, was a common reaction to his death in 1968. When Gilles Villeneuve died at Zolder in 1982, his funeral was attended by the Canadian Prime Minister, and his death became an occasion of national mourning, especially in his native Quebec. As for Senna, a massive public funeral in Sao Paulo was watched by hundreds of thousands and attended by politicians, celebrities, and racing legends. And I think there was a period of national mourning as well. To be sure, none of this is fascist, but I would argue that the kind of celebration of dead racers fostered by Mussolini's regime in the 20s and 30s laid the groundwork for these rites that often surround dead Grand Prix drivers, and that this aura around them, like it or not, has been central in the mythos that surrounds Grand Prix racing to this day. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. That was fascinating.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Anyone? Lana?
I'm curious, in your research, have you come upon any writings from the drivers themselves or their families, specifically I think of the wives, discussing this concept, and maybe speaking out against it or in favor of it?
No. In fascist Italy, only the official press was allowed to speak. I know that Tazio Nuvolari wrote some articles for some of the journals at the time. And surprisingly, if you know about Nuvolari and kind of the aura that surrounds him, he actually went to great lengths to say, there's nothing mystical or spiritual about what I do. In fact, it's very technical and scientific. And he tried to describe how he turned cars into corners. And so if anything, that might be a little bit of a contradiction to the kind of hyper aesthetic language that was used. Yeah. But in terms of families, no. I didn't come across anything. So, yeah, but thank you for that.
So something you can add to your Gilles Villeneuve reference. The circuit in Montreal is now called Le Circuit Gilles Villeneuve.
That's
and
right.
I think that goes along with your comments.
That's right. And I think Salut Gilles is still written on the start-finish line, right? Yeah, and I know that at Imola for many years, where he started his last race, the Canadian flag was on the third spot on the grid, but I don't think it's there anymore. Yes, and there is a a Villeneuve museum.
Yeah,
too.
I was just going to say it's between Three Rivers and Montreal,
Yeah, that's
halfway.
right.
There's a museum
Yep.
totally dedicated to him.
Yep.
It's amazing.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like a shrine.
Yeah. 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 By the way, on that topic, I think the statue to Villeneuve was recently stolen, I believe, or vandalized or something. This happened. Yes. No, I think it was in Quebec. I think it was, but if you could look that up. So, yeah.
It seems back in those days there was a complete disregard for, driver and public safety. When did things like roll bars, seat belts, and restraints start to come about?
Oh, late 60s for the roll bar? Oh, because of the... Yeah, that's right. Yeah. 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 But in terms of roll bars and harnesses, that comes much later, right? Like 70s. Yeah. Yeah.
So nationalism is arguably the big tent under which this particular case resides.
Yes.
Testing?
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
We think of the World Cup and the Olympics as the supreme
Yes.
examples today.
Yeah.
But nationalism and politics and commercialism all intertwine pretty neatly.
Yeah.
So I guess my rather inarticulate question is, can you have this high level of sporting activity without what we'll call nationalism?
That's a good question. I don't know if you can. Yeah, I think it's unavoidable. And the aura, or the way the apotheosis is kind of an old-fashioned word that's used, I think can't be avoided because of the type of media celebrity attention that's given to them. And as you say, the marketing as well. I don't think the Olympics, it's in the 1920s especially that the Olympics start to develop all this kind of nationalistic, ceremonial stuff that it has today. And so, yeah, it's after World War I that I think a lot of this starts to seep into sport. First World Cup is in 1930, I think, Uruguay. It wasn't really a big deal. The first real important World Cup, famous one, was 34 in fascist Italy. And so I think after World War I, with this hyper-nationalism, it starts to grip onto sport. And I think it's remained to this day. So.
When Dale Earnhardt died, there was great mourning in the NASCAR nation to the point where the executives at NBC and the mainstream media said, who is this guy? How did we miss this story? Because part of the nation was in mourning and the New York City people weren't even aware of it and were trying to find out why is there this mourning. And also I remember when Nuvolari died, was it 49 or 50?
53.
I hate to say I'm that old, but there was great mourning at that time.
Yes.
And I remember pictures of him laid out on his bed.
Yes, the center has them. Yeah. Yeah, center has a couple of pictures of him laid down on his bed in his racing suit with trophies next to him. So.
All right, Paul, I've got one from the internet. Mario Teche writes from Napoli. He says, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. You clearly showed how fascist ideology affected both Italian car racing and its narration through the press and official cinegiornali, the newsreels. And his question is, do you think that any of these ideas are still present today in Italian and international motor racing and all media communicating these activities? Moreover, can we see car racing as positive competition rather than a war fight?
Positive? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm a big racing fan, so it pains me to talk about the association with authoritarianism and fascism. But no, it is definitely positive. Nationalism, I still think, yes, you can still see that with certain drivers. I'm thinking of when a driver like Colapinto and the kind of passion that's aroused in Argentina. And there's probably a few more recent examples as well. Think of, sorry? Oh, that's right, yeah. And, yeah, of course. No, but Michael Schumacher, before Schumacher, Formula One was not that big in Germany. I mean, they had the German Grand Prix, but it wasn't really a huge deal in Germany compared to other countries. But when Schumacher started to win, it just became massively popular. And you got these fans, a bit like the Orange Army now, which had a certain kind of strong nationalistic thing about them. To the point that it's kind of strange, because after Schumacher leaves, Vettel and others never got the same type of passion. So I don't know, that's maybe a paper for another day. But yes, I think the nationalism is still there, absolutely.
So I was just wondering if any of the drivers that you found were like publicly expressive in support of fascism, or do you know if like they would be less than pleased that their memory was being used to support the ideology? Yeah,
that's a great question, actually. It is interesting that they all, of course, supported it, but it's hard to say if any of them were dyed-in-the-wool fascists. Antonio Ascati, for example, did belong to the local fascist organization in Milan. But again, you know, what that means in a dictatorship, right? A lot of people join things for opportunism. There was one guy I mentioned, Gastone Brilli Peri, who was probably the most fascist. And he may have actually participated in fascist violence after the war. But in terms of the others, it's all very vague. Yeah, it's never clear, and it's research I'd like to do, actually, to find out, you know, if these guys were ever real kind of enthusiastic fascists. Enzo Ferrari, I showed you that Scuderia Ferrari magazine. He wrote a column for that magazine, and he did use fascist language. But you know, after the war, it was often said about him that he was never a fascist, that he only supported it just out of opportunism. But he did use it, and he was close friends with a couple of important and prominent fascists at the time. So that's a great question, and I've always been frustrated by never finding clear answers on that. It's all very fuzzy and vague. But if you listen to their public pronouncements, which weren't that many, by the way, they didn't really talk to drivers in the same way they do now. You don't get these lengthy interviews. Sometimes you do, but it's not as often as it is today. I think occasionally they'll use the language, but it's hard to say if that really makes them fascist. So, but that's a great question. And Nuvolati's always been a mystery to me on that, because I don't think he ever did or said anything that was blatantly fascist. But he's always been a bit of a mystery. So yeah, thank you for that. That's a great question.
Paul, to follow up on Jim's question earlier, as somebody who follows World Cup, and it's coming to the United States next year.
And Canada and Mexico, too.
That's a national-based team, so that kind of lends itself to nationalism. I'm wondering, do you think it's fair to say that today you can't have the same kind of nationalistic pride or competition in Formula One, given the international components? I mean, drivers are racing for different teams. They're not racing for a certain country or even a make. They're driving all kinds of cars.
Yes, that's a good comment, but I'm going to disagree a little bit on that, because you have the national anthems, of course. Drivers, again, I mentioned Schumacher, Colapinto. I would say Fernando Alonso, too. I mean, Spaniards didn't really care about Formula One until he came around. Verstappen's another one, absolutely. And also, there is a national team in Formula One. It's called Ferrari. So that's the only country where the team is more important than the drivers. And I remember the sad story of Riccardo Patrese, who was leading the 1983 San Marino Grand Prix. And he crashed like a few laps from the end, and the crowd cheered because that meant the Ferrari was going to win. Ferrari was driven by a Frenchman. Patrese was an Italian. But they cheered, you know, because the car was more important, even though it was driven by a Frenchman. So I would slightly disagree.
I don't know, Paul. Paul, hey.
Oh, hey.
I don't know, Paul. I remember when Ricciardo won Monza, the Italians were like, close enough. Ricciardo, that's close enough for us.
Yeah,
all
sure,
right.
absolutely, yeah. Well, the Monza crowds are always passionate.
Yes, they are. I will say in passing, one of a previous comment, there are NASCAR fans in New York City. So let's just say that for them. I want to stand up for them and say some people in the South can give a shit about NASCAR. I want to make that distinction too. So I'm kind of curious about, you know, nationalism. Let me put it this way. Let's just treat motorsport as neutral. It could be used for good or used for bad, right? Like a museum, for example. So in nationalism too, I think there are good forms of national pride, because otherwise I wonder if it actually diverts some of these, I don't know what you'd call them, I guess animal instincts toward violence, maybe channels them into something like sport, which can be productive, versus something like war, which isn't productive. That sometimes, especially for people like, I think one of the reasons Verstappen's so popular, I have a friend who's half Dutch, is because they're like, we didn't have anything to be proud about for so long. And we got occupied so often by other countries. So to have somebody who speaks Dutch, who is really, really Dutch, it makes us so proud that we can have that. Not in a way of like, we hate other countries, but just, hey, this is the local kid, and we can be proud of him. So it can be a bit positive that way.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, I'm a Ferrari fan, so I've got no problem waving the Ferrari flag and the Italian flag. And
but I'm also wondering
yeah.
if how much that being able to use motorsport for fascism is, you have to have an economic precondition of a lot of disaffected young men with nothing better to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and of course, you think of Fangio, Juan Manuel Fangio, great national Argentinian hero, but his career was helped by the dictator, Perón. And that was another developing country that needed to get people doing positive things, but it was a dictatorship. Yeah, so. That's it.
Thanks, Paul. That was really terrific.
Thank
I think
you.
Margaret has a couple closing words for us.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Margaret Lawrence, Executive Director
Thank
of
you.
the IMRRC. If I haven't met you today, I hope I get the chance to, either at the reception or tomorrow. What a great day. Day one was wonderful. So let's have another round of applause for all of our speakers today. Outstanding topics, really diverse topics. It was a great day. So again, a reminder to please either come down to the chamber and relax and reflect with us, or go to the movies, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you.
It was 1948 in this small upstate New York town that modern American road racing was born. The brainchild of an ambitious young lawyer and car enthusiast, Cameron Argetsinger.
My father had an MG, and he'd read about the great races in Europe, and he wanted to recreate a race of that type here in Watkins Glen. And he persuaded the village fathers, here's this young man, 27 years old with an MG, who sold them on this crazy idea. Let's have a race right down the main street, past the courthouse, up the hill, around the gorge. And amazingly, 10,000 people showed up. And it was an immediate success. And they planned for the next year, and there was something like 50,000 people who showed up. But crowd control became very difficult. There were private owners who owned the land, and we really could not keep people back away from the road. And in 1956, the present road track was built, and it was modeled on a European race course. And in 1961, the FIA awarded Watkins Glen the U.S. Grand Prix. And it ran here for 20 years.
Today, the Glen is the home of NASCAR's premier road race.
People used to say to my father, well, you weren't a NASCAR fellow. Aren't you sorry that sports cars are not the premier? And he said, nonsense. I'm so proud that NASCAR has now made it one of their premier races. And I think the NASCAR drivers like the road track.
Along the way, the local public library began to assemble a treasure trove of motorsports archives, photographs, and memorabilia. The problem? Where to keep it all, and how to make it accessible to the public.
John Bishop, who had founded IMSA, was concerned that a lot of the racing material that had been created over the years was being lost. People were throwing it away. So in 1998, which was the 50th anniversary of road racing in Watkins Glen, a number of people in the racing community, including the Collier family and John Bishop, got together and built the building we're in right now, which is about a 5,500 square foot purpose-built library. There are a lot of museums, car museums around the country, but we're unique. We really have the philosophy of a library. But unlike librarians that make you shh, we let people come in and they can have hands-on. We have material from all over the world. In this Motor Racing Research Center, we hope to be the Cooperstown of motor racing.
We absolutely aspire to emulate the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, although we will not be a racing Hall of Fame. We will be the unique center for archival records documenting the history of motorsports. So the future sees an expansion, and our governing council has been exploring options for expanding the specialized archival space that we're going to need, as well as our visitor services space here at the center. We've now filled the facility that was built 20 years ago, and next we need more specialized archival storage space. This is a nonprofit organization, so we rely on annual memberships, we rely on a couple of fundraisers, and for large collections coming to us, we ask for contributions to our endowment fund so that in perpetuity we'll be able to care for those collections appropriately and make them available to the world.